In the Star Era, year 3052, at Hellstar, a planet on the border of the Imperial Federation, home to the most advanced warships and satellites. The system's announcement echoed, "You have entered the Imperial Federation, the Hellstar region, approaching the command center. Special Assistant Gu, you are 0.023 seconds late today. Please be mindful next time." Special Assistant Gu dared not object and immediately affirmed. The Supreme Commander of the Imperial Federation, Ingwu, continued to ask, "What is today's schedule?" Gu Weilon, the special assistant and military doctor to the commander, replied, "At 9:30 this morning, you have a strategy meeting at the command center. At 2 in the afternoon, you must return to the Federation headquarters at Luo Palace to meet the Federation president. At 7 in the evening, you must attend a cocktail party with the president." Ingwu turned back curiously. "A cocktail party?" Gu Weilon opened a display panel for Ingwu to see. "Yes, the attire for the party has already been selected for you." After letting Ingwu observe, she pressed her wristwatch, which contained the control panel, to turn it off. Then she gently reached up to adjust Ingwu's collar and reminded him, "I have also set up an emergency message to be sent to the command center at 7:30 tonight to give you a reason to leave the party." Ingwu, without a trace of emotion, coldly praised, "You did very well." It seemed Gu Weilon was used to his coldness, so she wasn't too disappointed. After adjusting Ingwu's collar, she proceeded to pull out a chair for him. Then she pointed to the food on the table and announced the schedule. "It is now 9 in the morning. You have 15 minutes for your meal." Ingwu had just sat down at the dining table for a few minutes, just as he was about to lift a piece of steak to his mouth. He glanced and saw the maid placing a plate of tomatoes on the table. He immediately let out a cold snort, his eyes narrowing, angrily staring at the plate of plump red tomatoes. Ingwu stared at the maid with a deathly gaze, causing her to panic, her heart in utter turmoil. "Oh my God, that look is so scary. What did I do wrong?" Gu Weilon quickly put an arm around the girl's shoulder and whispered, "During your job training, you weren't paying attention, were you? Remember this. The commander does not eat tomatoes. You may leave." Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. She looked at Gu Weilon as if she were a savior. Yes, waiting only for Gu Weilon's approval, she immediately scrambled away, chanting in her heart, "I'm scared to death, scared to death." Just as the maid left, the warning screen immediately filled with bright red, warning, text, "Warning, warning, the Dark Star system is invading. Warning, warning, the Dark Star system is invading. Warning, warning, the Dark Star system is invading. Warning, warning, the Dark Star system is invading." Ingwu grabbed his jacket, then hurriedly put it on. Before leaving, he adjusted the shoulder of his jacket and carefully instructed Gu Weilon, "Reschedule today's appointments for 2 hours later. Notify the warship to prepare. We deploy in 2 minutes." "Understood." As soon as Gu Weilon finished speaking, she opened the control panel. "Warship EC-0120 has confirmed it is ready." Waiting only for this sentence, Ingwu departed immediately without any hesitation, and Gu Weilon quickly followed behind. The warship was ready for deployment in the air. At this moment, as Gu Weilon was focused on bandaging a soldier's wound, a man suddenly ran over in a hurry, shouting, "Dr. Gu, it's an emergency. Please follow me." The man's tone caught Gu Weilon's attention. She gently handed the gauze to the nurse beside her. "Help me for a moment. Thank you." It turned out the person who had just spoken was Adjutant Gao, a subordinate of Commander Ingwu. Seeing his frantic state, she immediately removed her medical mask and inquired, "What happened? Is the battle going poorly?" Adjutant Gao replied, "No, the front line has won the battle, but in order to save me, the commander was injured. The commander is now in a coma, and you know, his condition is special. I don't dare let anyone else near him, so I secretly brought him to the treatment bay to find you." The two of them talked as they walked to the special treatment bay. At the door, Adjutant Gao said, "We're here. You go in. I'll go report the situation to the Federation headquarters." Gu Weilon pressed her hand on the fingerprint scanner, and the control panel immediately turned green. As she looked at him, she thought to herself, "No wonder Adjutant Gao is so worried. My superior's constitution is not like that of other ordinary people on this planet. Not only is he the strongest commander on the planet, but he is also a demon who differentiated into a human nurtured by the Federation. At this moment, 2 red horns had sprouted from Ingwu's head. His handsome face was like a sculpture, still stained with unclean blood, his eyes tightly shut. Gu Weilon looked at him affectionately, continuing her own story in her mind. And the reason I could become Ingwu's sole military doctor and special assistant is largely because I was selected by the experimental base from a very young age. Before Ingwu entered the military, I was the one who grew up with him in the growth pod. But after that, as a demon who differentiated into a human, Ingwu stepped out of the growth chamber. The Federation president then ordered all of Ingwu's past memories to be formatted, and then he was sent to the military for training. I thought we would never meet again, but unexpectedly, 2 years ago, the Federation came to my door and made me his personal physician. She tested the needle while concurring. That's right, it's true that I understand him better than others. Gu Weilon had just inserted the needle into the back of his hand. In less than 10 seconds, her hand was gripped tightly by his other hand, and the syringe fell as a result. Gu Weilon's eyes widened in surprise. She was stunned and called his name, Commander Ing, but before she could finish, he twisted her arm and pulled her down onto the bed. She let out a startled and panicked scream. In an instant, her face and his were close together. One of his hands gripped her wrist, the other choked her neck. It was then that Gu Weilon clearly saw his glowing horns. She thought in a panic, the horns are glowing? This is a reaction that only occurs during the sensitivity period of a demon who has differentiated into a human. For those who don't know, the sensitivity period is a time when the demon becomes restless. If it's severe, they will lose their reason, need to be isolated, and develop a desperate desire for the person they've identified. Hoping to receive comfort, Ingwu's eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth revealed 2 sharp fangs. His hands tightened their grip on her neck. No matter how much Gu Weilon struggled, she couldn't match his strength. She tried every way to calm him down. Fortunately, when she mentioned her name, Commander, let go, I am Gu Weilon. As soon as Gu Weilon finished speaking, Ingwu's body froze. Then his eyes gradually changed color, no longer bloodshot like before, and tears slowly started to fall. Then he looked at her with a deep, affectionate gaze, asking doubtfully, Weilon? Gu Weilon seized the opportunity to affirm, yes, I'm Gu Weilon. Her mind raced. I have to find a way to call for help. Suddenly, a heart-tipped tail grew from Ingwu's rear, wagging back and forth incessantly in time, with a sweet tone as he called Gu Weilon's name. Weilon, Weilon. Then it gradually wrapped around her legs. Weilon, Weilon. Ingwu kept humming her name, whispering softly, I miss you so much. I miss you very much. As he said this, tears welled up in the corners of Ingwu's eyes. The suggestive posture of the 2 of them at that moment was not very innocent. It made Gu Weilon's mind dazed, as if her head was in the clouds. What is this? This is something I never thought would happen. He grew up with me. They grew up together, the handsome youth of yesteryear, who once painstakingly picked a flower, cherishing it. He gently placed it in her hair and called her name, Wei Wei, and even praised her endlessly. It looked so beautiful like that. At this moment, her eyes widened in surprise. Her heart pounded, thumping continuously with shyness. But the call of Weilon brought her back to her senses. To think it would turn out like this. Returning to reality, Ingwu was now sobbing, tearfully reproaching her. Why aren't you looking at me? Gu Weilon blushed and pushed him away, saying, Commander, Ingwu, I know, let me go first. Unexpectedly, he was stubborn, using his tail to wrap around her hands, leaving her stunned. Ingwu looked at her intently and said decisively, I don't want to let go. He rubbed his face against her hand and said coaxingly, I want Weilon to be by my side forever. That pitiful expression and sincere voice made Gu Weilon's heart soften a little. She told herself, who wouldn't be captivated by this? She blushed shy, but still let him nibble on her. But her heart was in conflict. No, Gu Weilon, get a grip. She opened her mouth and said softly, Ingwu, be good. Just this one sentence was enough to make Ingwu stop what he was doing and listen to her attentively. Gu Weilon coaxed him gently. If you do this, I won't be able to treat your wound. Ingwu, sit up first, okay? Ingwu blushed and replied, but it's uncomfortable if I don't hug you. In less than a second, he leaned close to Gu Weilon's ear again and whispered, it's so uncomfortable. Can you kiss me? She moaned uncomfortably a few times, but still let him do as he pleased, because deep down she thought, some people look alive but are actually already dead. Although she didn't want to, she still tried to endure his boundary-crossing actions. In her heart, she cried out, "Someone come and save me." At that moment, Ingwu suddenly spoke up again, pleading, "Wei Wei, kiss me." This sentence startled her. Did I hear that right? Ingwu's memories were formatted by the Federation a long time ago. How could he call me by my nickname now? Ingwu unintentionally, he said a few more words to confirm that Gu Weilon hadn't misheard. Wei Wei, why are you so distracted today? Is it because you? At this point, Ingwu's tone changed, and tears of weakness began to well up in his sparkling eyes. Is it because you don't like me anymore? Gu Weilon quickly pulled him closer to explain, no, it's not that. But before she could finish, Ingwu's crocodile tears started to flow rapidly, pouring down like rain. Buol, sobi sobi. Gu Weilon didn't know what to do other than wipe his tears and say a few comforting words. Be good, Ingwu, don't cry. As expected, he immediately pressed his advantage. Wei Wei, I want a hug. Because she wanted to soothe him, she didn't intend to argue anymore, quickly patting his back and comforting him. I'll hug you, just don't cry anymore. Ingwu's tear-streaked face became a little stronger, and he promised her, okay, then I'll be good, I won't cry anymore. Then Ingwu, seizing the opportunity, leaned in and whispered to her, Wei Wei, if you don't kiss me, then I'll kiss you. As soon as he said it, Ingwu didn't hesitate to give Gu Weilon a passionate kiss. She was so surprised and embarrassed that her eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. At first, she was a little awkward, then Gu Weilon gradually accepted it, slowly closing her eyes, calling his name Ingwu. The two shared a passionate, lingering kiss, with a few seductive moans occasionally echoing. Ingwu's tail also seized the opportunity to grope around, trying to get inside Gu Weilon's shirt. The two of them leaned close to each other, panting, huff. Of course, they both realized it, Gu Weilon, just this once. When Ingwu's voice rang out between interspersed gasps, Wei Wei, it made her tell herself, just this once, let's be indulgent. Just as he uttered the single word Wei, she grabbed his collar and pulled him down hard. Their lips were stuck together again, like two peas in a pod. Ingwu began to caress Gu Weilon's neck, sweat pouring off both of them like rain, the sound of their suggestive moans never ceasing. Gu Weilon's hands were pulled up and held tightly above her head by him. Ingwu's tight embrace made Gu Weilon feel breathless, so heavy, so suffocating. She opened her eyes to see his handsome face right next to hers, his eyes silently closed. Gu Weilon tiredly sighed to herself. He's holding me too tight. I can barely breathe. Ingwu wrapped his arm around her chest and then grabbed her right wrist, startling Gu Weilon. He gently pulled her hand up and placed a tender kiss on it. Gu Weilon blushed and smiled at him, never expecting that the symptoms of this oral fixation period would also appear in a normally very cautious commander. The oral fixation period would make the patient dependent on an object or a person, and if lost, they would become extremely anxious and insecure, using crying to express their feelings of grievance. She gently touched his soft lips with her hand, thinking to herself, under normal circumstances, Ingwu would probably sober up immediately. No matter what, I have to sit up first to avoid future awkwardness. With that thought, she immediately grabbed his arm to move it aside. Unexpectedly, before she could finish, he clung to her again, grabbing her hand and sucking on it insistently. Gu Weilon tried to sneakily pull her hand away without him noticing. Unexpectedly, as soon as she pulled it out a little, Ingwu started to whimper pitifully. Then he rolled over on the bed, whimpering with teary eyes, sob. This situation left Gu Weilon extremely flustered. What should I do? Is he going to start crying again? Cover his mouth first and figure it out later. In her panic, she had to resort to this crude method to stop the noise. After a few minutes of kissing, Ingwu finally calmed down a bit. He finally fell asleep, allowing Gu Weilon to breathe a sigh of relief. She gently withdrew the hand that was stroking his hair, then tiptoed to put her feet on the ground. As she stood up, she immediately staggered from the earlier exertion. Oh no. But she quickly regained her balance. Gu Weilon picked up her outer jacket. Then she comforted herself. It's okay. It was just once. It's okay. It's okay. And quietly left the room. After leaving that room, she immediately went to the bathroom, pressing the flush button to wash up. Her neck was now covered with marks left over from the heated struggle earlier. Just a light touch made her wince in pain. Gu Weilon quickly fastened the last button of her shirt to prepare to leave. After getting everything in order, she calmly walked out. Unexpectedly, the person standing outside made her eyes widen in stunned surprise. Gu Weilon politely greeted Duke Ing. The person standing before her was Ing Wu's father, the leader of the highest noble family in the Imperial Federation, Duke Ing. He asked coldly, "How is Ing Wu?" Gu Weilon quickly replied, "I have finished treating Commander Ying's wound. For now, there is nothing to worry about." Also, she hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell the truth. Last night, because the wound got infected, Commander Ing developed a fever, and his sensitivity period was triggered for the first time. Duke Ing quickly grasped the main point. "You were with him all night?" Gu Weilon lowered her eyes, answering with some anxiety, "Yes." Hearing this, Duke Ing immediately narrowed his hawk-like eyes. Then he sternly reminded Gu Weilon, "Special Assistant Gu, I hope you can keep the matter of you helping him through his sensitivity period a secret." Gu Weilon said, "Duke Ing, Adjutant Gao, and the others know very well that I was the only one who entered Commander Ying's rest cabin last night. I'm afraid it's not possible for me to hide it alone." At this point, Gu Weilon hesitated. Duke Ing continued, "You can rest assured about that. I will have someone handle this matter properly. I just asked Professor Bai Luo. After a demon who has differentiated into a human sobers up, they will forget what happened during their sensitivity period. Special Assistant Gu should understand this point, right? Of course, a good doctor like you couldn't possibly not know this. That's also why you dared to give yourself to him." Hearing Duke Ing say this, she sadly lowered her eyes and replied, "I understand." After the warning, he turned to leave. "Let's leave it at that. You may go back to your work." Gu Weilon thought to herself, "Just pretend nothing happened. That would be for the best for everyone." The next morning, Ing Wu sat up, one hand propped on the bed, the other massaging his aching head as he wondered, "Why don't I have any impression of what happened last night? If I'm not mistaken, judging by my body's reaction, my sensitivity period must have been triggered, and it seems I had intimate contact with someone. The important thing is, who was the person who helped me through my sensitivity period?" Ing Wu quickly connected with Adjutant Gao to inquire about the situation. "Hello, Adjutant Gao, who entered my rest cabin yesterday." Seeing Ing Wu's serious face, Adjutant Gao hurriedly waved his hands. "What person?" "I don't know either. I was dealing with the frontline matters all yesterday. You should try asking someone else." Adjutant Gao's answer angered Ing Wu for not getting an answer, and he immediately hung up. Ing Wu put his feet on the floor, preparing to get out of bed. He went out to the kitchen and took a water pitcher to pour. A full glass. The sound of the water trickling into the glass was pleasant. Then Ing Wu quickly drank all the water in the glass in one go. Suddenly, a pair of boots appeared at the door along with the sound of footsteps. The newcomer was Gu Weilon. In her hands, she held a change of clothes for Ing Wu. As soon as she saw him, her face immediately flushed with shyness. The drops of water that had spilled from the glass lingered on his chest, creating a very attractive and seductive scene. Gu Weilon tried to restrain herself and looked away, thinking to herself, "Don't think about what happened last night. Nothing happened last night." She walked over to him and gently asked, "Is the commander feeling better?" But he was the same as always. He emotionlessly took the clothes she brought and replied coldly, "Just a minor flesh wound." Gu Weilon skillfully helped Ing Wu get dressed. As she adjusted his collar, she reminded him, "You still need to change the dressing regularly. After you finish breakfast in a bit, I will change it again for the commander." Her hand, which was tying his tie, was suddenly grabbed by him. While Gu Weilon was stunned and didn't understand what was happening, Ing Wu continued, "Special Assistant Gu, find the woman who was with me last night for me." After he finished speaking, she was even more surprised, her heart in turmoil. "I have to find myself?" However, on the surface, she was frozen, not knowing how to respond. Seeing her silence, Ing Wu wondered, what? Special Assistant Gu doesn't agree. She deliberately avoided his gaze and replied respectfully, "I wouldn't dare." "Then go investigate." Then he ordered her to continue tying his tie. At this moment, Gu Weilon was racking her brain for a way to lie to Ing Wu. "If it's no one but me, how am I supposed to investigate? Also, does this brat think I'm an all-purpose assistant? Why does he give me everything to do?" Thinking of this, She was so angry that she imagined herself strangling him with the tie. But on the outside, she didn't dare to do it. She still had to tie the tie for that detestable man, even though she was cursing in her heart. It would be better if he just died. A few days later, outside Hellstar, Imperial Federation. At this moment, Gu Weilon was reporting to Ing Wu. Commander Ing, the data file for the meeting with the Federation President has been sent to your computer. Also, the spaceship is estimated to arrive at the intended location in 10 minutes. The control screen displayed a notification. The Foreign Minister of the Imperial Federation Council will meet with Foreign Minister Ma Ta at Luo Palace on the 13th to hold talks. The international planetary war may be about to begin. Ing Wu just closed his eyes and indifferently hummed in acknowledgement. Less than a minute later, he unconsciously brought his hand to his mouth. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with anger. Just a few seconds later, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to endure. Gu Weilon saw his series of strange actions and became very worried. Why is this guy's mood suddenly so bad? It's better not to provoke him at this time. She had deliberately tried to ignore him, but Ing Wu's hand wouldn't stay still, fumbling around, searching for something. Then he frowned at her and asked, "You didn't prepare any candy today?" At this moment, Gu Weilon suddenly remembered. That's right, his habits really never change. He has loved eating this type of lozenge since he was a child, and it must be peach-flavored. But after last night, I might have discovered another meaning. Ing Wu likes to eat lozenges. Aside from the fact that he likes sweets, perhaps the main reason is that he suffers from the symptom of adolescent oral fixation period. That's why he needs lozenges to control himself when the symptom acts up. Gu Weilon smiled and replied, "I have some in my coat pocket, but I'm sorry it's not convenient for me to get it right now. Let me switch to autopilot mode." Gu Weilon's previous sentence was cut short because she was surprised when Ing Wu suddenly approached her. Gu Weilon blushed as she looked at him and thought to herself, why is he suddenly? Ing Wu's hand unhesitatingly reached into Gu Weilon's pocket. She closed her eyes tightly, her heart in turmoil. Although it's nothing, but we spent a night together last night, I really can't be as calm as before. At this moment, Ing Wu noticed her ears, which were bright red with shyness. She is. He leisurely took the candy out of her pocket and asked a question that ruined the ambiguous atmosphere. "Special Assistant Gu, what are you nervous about?" Gu Weilon nervously tightened her grip on the controls, lowered her head, and replied, "Nothing." Then she quickly and knowingly backed away. Ing Wu found it strange and kept staring at her. Of course, Gu Weilon could also feel his fiery gaze on her, so her cheeks turned as red as a ripe tomato. She deliberately waited for a moment, then dared to glance over and saw that he was still in the same position. In her heart, she wondered, why is he still staring? Ing Wu slowly unwrapped the candy he had taken from her. Then he slowly put the candy in his mouth. She looked at his detestable face while he was sound asleep and shook her head in exasperation. "Gu Weilon, hurry up and forget about last night." After finishing her work for the day, Gu Weilon did some calculations, and it was finally her turn for a day off. Gu Weilon opened the control panel and wrote a leave request. She had already instructed Adjutant Gao on a few things to pay attention to in Commander Ying's daily work, ensuring that everything could run normally after she took her leave. After everything was prepared, she could confidently fly her personal aircraft back to City for her vacation. But Gu Weilon had forgotten one single thing, which was to say goodbye to Ing Wu personally. As soon as she arrived, Gu Weilon politely greeted, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Mother Gu immediately helped her with her things, wrapped an arm around her daughter's arm, and said excitedly, "Weilon, I heard you were coming back, so I specially cleaned your room for you." Then Mother Gu led her into the room, proudly pointing to the place she had redecorated, and asked her daughter, "Take a look. Do you like it?" Gu Weilon smiled happily, her eyes crinkling. "I love it." At this moment, Father Gu peeked out from the kitchen and called to Gu Weilon, "Daughter, hurry and wash your hands, then come eat." This time, I didn't let the robots do it. I personally cooked all your favorite dishes. Seeing Father Gu like this, Grandfather Gu found it even more displeasing, lamenting that a man was always wasting time on unnecessary things. Utterly improper. He thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. This son-in-law living alone truly has no prospects. Mother Gu couldn't help but retort, "Dad, can you please not treat Tan Tang so strangely? If you really look down on him, we can move out. Father Gu spoke up, wanting to mediate between the two and save the situation. It's my fault. It's my fault for looking forward to our daughter's return too much. Grandfather Gu was also helpless against his own daughter. You really are. Before he could finish speaking, he was faced with two pairs of cold, sharp eyes from Mother Gu and Gu Weilon. In the end, he had to drop the previous topic. All right, let's eat first. Mother Gu picked up a piece of salmon with sauce for her. Here, Weilon, try this. Father Gu competed with his wife to put food in his daughter's bowl. Daughter, try this dish. You'll definitely like it. Gu Weilon looked apologetically at her heaping bowl of rice. At this moment, Grandfather Gu suddenly called her name, Weilon. That little marquis of the Fu family is named Fu Changlu. Do you still remember him? While trying to eat, Gu Weilon replied to her grandfather, I remember. What's wrong, grandfather? She recalled having briefly glanced at the documents about the noble families of the capital planet and had a slight impression of this name. Grandfather Gu continued, it's rare for you to be on leave this time. Tomorrow, make some time to have a meal with him. As for the location, grandfather will have someone arrange it. This statement from her grandfather made Gu Weilon cough. Cough, cough. Feeling she was being a bit impolite, she quickly took a napkin to wipe her mouth and asked, Grandfather, are you trying to set me up on a blind date? Grandfather Gu calmly replied while sipping his water. It's just a meal. If you could take it a step further to cultivate the relationship, that would be even better. Hearing this, Mother Gu, who was beside her, whispered to her, Vivi, you don't have to force yourself. If you feel you're not compatible with that little marquis, just let it go. Gu Weilon replied awkwardly, I know. She thought to herself, how could I possibly be in the mood for romance right now? At this moment, in Ying's residence, Yingwu retied the belt of his bathrobe and slowly walked down the stairs. After seeing the service robot, he asked, Where is Special Assistant Gu? The robot quickly explained, Greetings, Commander. Assistant Gu Weilon is currently on leave for a period of 3 days. Yingwu sat down at the table and continued coldly. So for the next 3 days, I don't have a special assistant anymore. At this, he flew into a rage, so angry that both his hands trembled. As arranged by both families, Gu Weilon was now sitting at a dining table with her blind date. It was none other than Fu Changlu, the little marquis of the Fu family. He got straight to the point. You were also arranged to come here by your family, right? Seeing how direct he was, Gu Weilon didn't hide it either and replied with a smile. It seems you are too. Fu Changlu brushed that aside, then amicably introduced himself and extended his hand to get to know her. Well, let's not mind our families. Let's be friends first. My name is Fu Changlu. She returned his handshake and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Gu Weilon. Just as she finished speaking, the voice of a waiter from the side rang out. Is that Miss Gu? Miss Gu, please take a moment to check your planetary phone. Hearing the waiter say this, Gu Weilon was stunned for a moment. A planetary phone? As soon as she opened it, she immediately discovered she had missed 39 calls from Commander Ing because she had accidentally left it on Do Not Disturb mode. At this moment, she became alarmed and worried. Did something happen at the military headquarters? Gu Weilon immediately called Yingwu back. While waiting for the call to connect, she took the opportunity to apologize for her impoliteness to Fu Changlu. Excuse me, I need to take this call. As soon as the call connected, Yingwu immediately bombarded her with questions. Where did you put the watch I wore last time I went to the 4th planet? Hearing this, Gu Weilon was so exasperated she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought to herself, just for a watch, was it necessary to make so many calls? Gu Weilon cleared her throat and answered, Sir, it's in the second drawer of the nightstand by your bed. Sure enough, after receiving the answer he wanted, Yingwu unhesitatingly hung up the phone. She turned to Fu Changlu in embarrassment and said, I'm so sorry. But it seemed he didn't mind such minor details much, so he quickly waved it off. It's all right, let's continue. Just as Fu Changlu finished speaking, her watch vibrated again with a notification, making the two of them look at each other awkwardly. Gu Weilon quickly answered the call. Commander, is there anything else? Hearing this, Yingwu immediately sensed something was wrong. Are you being impatient? Put on the spot by Yingwu, Gu Weilon became anxious, and her reply became jumbled. No, I just wanted to say that there are actually many other styles in the dressing room. Yingwu immediately retorted, Special Assistant Gu, I am looking for the watch I wore when I went to the 4th planet. Feeling she had misspoken, She quickly covered her face with her hand, but still tried to answer all of Ing Wu's questions. Yes, sir. Then I will tell Adjutant Gao about the watch's location in a bit. Can I ask Adjutant Gao to go there and look for it? Ing Wu continued with his difficult behavior. Who gave you permission to let other people in my house? Hearing this, her heart skipped a beat and her cheeks flushed slightly. Don't say things that are so easily misunderstood. Gu Weilan thought cautiously. Ahem, Gu Weilan, this is just the strong territorial awareness of a demon who has differentiated into a human. He's like this because of his instinct to protect his territory. Don't overthink it. She carefully explained the reason to him. The thing is, sir, I'm in Anqing right now and can't return immediately. Ing Wu irritably pushed his hair back, then decided to put on his glasses. He said something that shocked Gu Weilan. I'm already in Anqing, here to pick you up, until she heard the engine sound of the warship outside. Gu Weilan still couldn't believe her ears and let out a stunned huh. Her whole body seemed frozen, stuck to the table, and oh, it can't be. Her eyes widened, and her mouth hung open in surprise. Outside, people were also in a panic when they saw the warship in the sky. My God, what major event has happened? Why is a warship here? Mommy, I'm scared. A familiar figure descended amidst the lights from the warship's bay. That person was none other than the tyrannical, domineering Ing Wu. Seeing this scene, Gu Weilan had to ask herself, is Ing Wu out of his mind? Ing Wu quickly walked to the table where Gu Weilan and Fu Qinglu were sitting. Fu Qinglu silently sized up the newcomer. Seeing Gu Weilan sitting, eating, and chatting with another man, Ing Wu furrowed his brows in displeasure. Then he stared intently at Fu Qinglu, making him feel uncomfortable. However, Ing Wu didn't pay him much mind and turned to order Gu Weilan bluntly. Let's go. She turned to him awkwardly and whispered, Commander, I have an appointment. At this point, Fu Qinglu spoke up to help Gu Weilan. Sir, as far as I know, Miss Gu is currently on leave. Ing Wu glanced at him coldly and said seriously, It seems you are unaware of the special nature of our work. Emergency situation, leave is canceled. Hearing this strange rule for the first time, Fu Qinglu didn't know how to respond and could only watch in silence as Ing Wu grabbed his own blind date's hand and pulled her away. Even Gu Weilan was surprised by Ing Wu's action. He's holding my hand. Without a word, he tightened his grip on her hand and pulled her away from the table, not even bothering to say a single word of farewell to Fu Qinglu. At this moment, Gu Weilan recalled the day Ing Wu's sensitive period acted up, how sweet and clingy he was, making her blush at how cute she found him. Feeling too embarrassed, she consciously erased that sweet memory, not wanting to remember it. After returning to Ing Wu's castle in the Empire Federation, Gu Weilan said to Ing Wu, I'll go find that watch, and quickly pushed open the door to his room. Ing Wu gave a cold, letting her enter his room. Gu Weilan walked to the nightstand drawer and gently opened it. She found the watch lying there obediently. She was furious inside, just as I thought. She turned around, holding the watch, and questioned him. It was in the drawer I told the commander about. Who would have thought? Ing Wu casually took the watch and even feigned innocence, replying, I opened it and looked but didn't see it. Assistant Gu must have hidden it too well. In her mind, she was now imagining herself beating him until he was bruised and bleeding. This bastard, he wouldn't even lift a finger to look for something, and now he was blaming her? Gu Weilan tried to suppress her anger and asked gently, I will be more careful in the future. Does the commander have any other arrangements? Hearing this, Ing Wu remained silent. Gu Weilan pouted in annoyance, waiting for him to give her an answer. Suddenly, he flashed a cunning smile. Then he opened the schedule panel to inform her. The Federation president wants to open a transit station on Planet Sitten. I have to go to Planet Sitten for a business trip. He turned to look at her and emphasized, so you have to come with me. Gu Weilan protested indignantly, but I'm still on leave. Ing Wu took a teacup from the service robot and asked again in a deep voice, Leave. After taking a sip, he put the teacup down because the phone kept ringing incessantly. Beep, beep, beep. Ing Wu casually sat down and coldly asked the person on the other end of the line, What is it? Duke Ying's face appeared on the screen, and he questioned angrily. The Planetary Aviation Bureau just detected your warship entering the Anqing area. Is this true or false? He didn't intend to be long-winded, replying concisely, It's true. Hearing his son's words, Duke Ying became even angrier shouting, "I need a reasonable explanation." Ingwu took the opportunity to set a condition. "Didn't you also have everyone in the military hide the matter of my sensitive period for me? On the contrary, I want to know what kind of woman was with me that night, to be able to receive such thorough concealment from Duking." Put on the spot, Duking brushed it off that don't change the subject. "That was just an unimportant woman, so you don't need to be distracted by this small matter." The unimportant woman, Gu Weilan, was also getting a headache from his difficult son. After hearing this, Ingwu just said, "Oh." Duking became even angrier. "I have no way to talk properly with a rebellious son like you." Gu Weilan sighed to herself. "Oh no, trouble is brewing." Just then, Ingwu also glanced over at her, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. He was clearly the one in the wrong. So how did he have the nerve to look at her? Ingwu suddenly shot her a look and asked, "Don't want to listen?" This attitude again reminded her of his clingy and adorable appearance on the day his sensitive period acted up, making her face flush with embarrassment. But she quickly pushed aside those silly thoughts. Cuteness was all an illusion. The insufferable boss in front of her was the real Ingwu. He quickly said to his father, "If there's an issue, come to me." "Why are you looking for her?" "I'm hanging up." Assistant Gu doesn't want to take the call. Gu Weilan breathed a sigh of relief. At least he has some conscience. Less than a minute later, the phone on her watch rang again. Beep beep. Gu Weilan looked at him and said, "Duke Ing is calling." Ingwu said magnanimously, "Give it here, I'll hang up for you." She pouted at his detestable face and thought to herself, "Are you trying to get me killed faster?" As soon as the call connected, he unleashed a tirade. "Assistant Gu, I initially chose you to be by Ingwu's side because I valued your work ability. I hope you can be responsible for your work. What kind of job did you do this time, huh?" Gu Weilan didn't have time to argue with Duking. "I will do my best," Gu Weilan promised him. Duking said with a headache, "It's not about trying your best. It's about making him work normally." "What on earth were you thinking?" Gu Weilan stammered awkwardly. Glancing over and seeing Ingwu casually sipping tea made her even angrier. "How am I supposed to know what that guy is thinking?" Duke Ing said sternly, "I hope this won't happen a second time." After saying that, he hung up with a click. Only then could Gu Weilan breathe a sigh of relief. Just as she glanced over, she saw an infuriating sight. She said angrily, "Commander Ing, you can still smile?" He spoke casually without a hint of guilt. "I've implicated you." Of course, Gu Weilan wasn't foolish enough not to sense it, and said sarcastically, "I couldn't tell that Commander Ing was sincerely apologizing to me at all." Ingwu smiled cunningly. "Is that so? What would be considered sincere?" Gu Weilan held out her hand with a condition, at least a pay raise. She placed her hand on the armrest of the chair, leaned close to him, and said, "Being called back to work by the commander during my leave, asking for a raise isn't too much to ask, is it?" Ingwu narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Before Assistant Gu went on leave, are you sure you completed all the tasks I assigned you?" Gu Weilan replied confidently, "Of course." Ingwu said with interest, "Oh, then Assistant Gu, tell me, have you found the woman I told you to investigate?" Gu Weilan thought in confusion. "Seriously, weren't we talking about a raise? How did we suddenly get back to the topic of the sensitive period?" Ingwu said smugly, "It seems Assistant Gu has not yet completed her work." Gu Weilan hurriedly tried to explain. "No, Commander Ing, listen to me." Who would have thought Ingwu would raise his index finger to signal her to stop? Then he decisively negotiated with Gu Weilan. "How about this? I'll give Assistant Gu a chance to redeem herself. You go on the business trip to Sitten with me now, and after we return, we'll discuss the raise." Gu Weilan was still a little hesitant and didn't dare to make a decision. Ingwu understood what she was worried about and assured her, "Don't worry, Assistant Gu won't be at a disadvantage." A moment later, Mother Gu found out and called to check on her. She couldn't bear to be apart from her daughter after just seeing her for a short while. "Vivi, why did you go back to the military headquarters right after starting your leave? Weren't you supposed to have 3 days off?" Gu Weilan comforted her mother. "Mom, there's an urgent matter at the military headquarters. I have to go back to handle it. Once it's done, I'll make time to come back to you and Dad." After saying that, she felt a pang of guilt, although she was a bit embarrassed to say it, but what he offered was really a lot. Mother Gu wiped her tears. All right then, remember to take a longer leave next time. Gu Weilan smiled and replied, yes, I know. Mother Gu quickly set a condition. Next time you come back, you have to go shopping with me. Next time you come back, Dad is waiting to teach you how to cook to try his latest research results. Yes. Next time you come back, Grandfather still wants to beat you at a few games of chess. Yes. Gu Weilan hurriedly said goodbye to her mother. I have to get to work, Mom. Mom and Dad, take care of your health and yourselves. See you next time. I love you both. After saying goodbye, she pressed the button to end the call. As soon as she turned around, she was startled by Yingwu's appearance. He looked at her and said sarcastically, Assistant Gu really knows how to sweet-talk people. Hearing this, Gu Weilan was bewildered, not knowing why he would suddenly say that. Yingwu gave an unreadable smile and continued. Let's go. She quickly called him back. Commander Ying, wait a moment. She then probed. I want to know how you knew my location in the restaurant today. Yingwu replied nonchalantly. I had Ji Now look it up. Gu Weilan frowned and said, in the future, the commander is not allowed to abuse his privileges to investigate my personal whereabouts again. Yingwu sighed as he adjusted his hair. He negotiated with her. Let's each take a step back. If Assistant Gu guarantees she will answer my calls from now on, I will agree to your terms. Their hands brushed against each other. Yingwu pulled her hand closer to him and looked at her intently, saying, Deal. In the Duanjiang River Guest House, Planet Sitten, Gu Weilan opened the control panel to check. She went outside, holding a red seed. She looked at it and thought to herself, a demon who has differentiated into a human needs to periodically consume devil fruit to replenish the crystal energy inside their body. Luckily, the soil here can also grow it. Gu Weilan continued to open the control panel to report. Confirm the surroundings are safe. You can rest assured. It is now 9 o'clock. The bathroom's heating mode has been activated. The commander can complete his bath on time. She returned to the bathroom to check the temperature. Okay, the water temperature is just right. She used her own hand to test the water temperature for him. Yingwu, who was behind her, saw this action and called out to her, Assistant Gu. Gu Weilan turned around with a start. You're right on time. I was just about to inform you that you can take your bath now. At this moment, Yingwu no longer had the mind to pay attention to her words. His attention was focused on her slender waist and long, fair legs. To prevent himself from being impolite, Yingwu cleared his throat and said to Gu Weilan, You, Assistant Gu, please stand up first. His attitude made her feel a bit strange Then he hurriedly shooed her out. All right, you can go now. Good night. Gu Weilan stared blankly at the door that slammed shut in front of her and wondered blankly, what's wrong with him now? So moody and unpredictable. She went back to her room, changed her clothes, and flopped onto the bed, sighing, I'm dead tired. Finally, I can lie down and sleep. She had barely closed her eyes for a few seconds when a loud knocking sound came from outside. Gu Weilan glanced at the door, annoyed. She went to open the door in her sexy pajamas and questioned irritably, Who is it? It turned out the person outside was Yingwu. He hugged a pillow tightly and tattled, Assistant Gu, there's a bug in my room. Gu Weilan was speechless, not knowing what to say to him, thinking to herself, in the middle of the night, just for this? He ran over here to lecture me. She suddenly realized, wait a minute. Yingwu's hands gripped the pillow tightly. Could it be that he's the one who's scared? At this moment, his whole body trembled. Gu Weilan asked Yingwu, where is the bug? While hugging the pillow tightly, he used one hand to point toward his bed, over there, 10 centimeters to the right of the headboard. Having located it, Gu Weilan quickly walked over. She swatted it with a towel with a smack, squashing the bug inside. Then she calmly threw it into the trash can without a trace of fear. She yawned and announced to him, It's done. It's dead. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Who knew that before she could leave? Yingwu grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her back. Gu Weilan turned back to look at him, stunned. She wondered curiously, what does this guy want to do now? What met her eyes was Yingwu's pitiful, pouting expression. He stared at her with pleading eyes, making her heart soften, not knowing what to do. Seeing her silence, his gaze became even more intense. Only then did she gently ask, Is the commander still very scared? But to maintain his dignity, Yingwu quickly retracted that look and replied coldly, No. Gu Weilan sighed wearily to herself. He's really a handful. I'm so sleepy. Having no other choice, she could only push him away and take the blame herself. All right. I'm the one who's scared, okay? She pointed to the bed and said, You lie down. I'll watch over you. That was all he was waiting for. Yingwu quickly climbed into bed, pulled the blanket up to his chin, and replied, okay. Under his watchful gaze, Gu Wei-lan could only sigh, thinking to herself, he's my boss, I can only indulge him. Ingwu lay on the bed, while Gu Wei-lan sat on the sofa with her arms crossed. The wind from outside blew the curtains in the room, creating a beautiful scene. At this moment, Gu Wei-lan, being too tired, had fallen asleep on the chair. Of course, Ingwu was no exception. He had fallen asleep even before her out of fear. Because she was sleeping so soundly, her body swayed and tilted to one side. Luckily, before her head could hit the armrest, Ingwu caught it. It was unclear whether it was an illusion, but the look in his eyes as he gazed at Gu Wei-lan was somewhat affectionate. Then Ingwu wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Gently, he pulled her into his arms and then lifted her up. He carefully placed her on the bed, even thoughtfully tucking her in. Then he fell asleep on the edge of the bed while watching over his little girl. While they slept, their hands seemed to have some kind of connection, drawn to each other. The next morning, when the sun cast its first rays through the window, only then did Gu Wei-lan wake up with a start. What met her eyes was a note left by Ingwu. I'm going to the site. You don't need to follow me. Go find the local medical rescue team to sort out the documents. Pick me up this afternoon when I get off work. As she read the note he left, she wondered, he left a note and just went? In the past, he always took me with him wherever he went. Why is it different this time? Also, why am I on the bed? Could it be that I sleepwalked last night and pulled Ingwu off the bed, and now he's holding a grudge? Gu Wei-lan tiredly brushed aside all her jumbled thoughts. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. It's rare to get a break. I couldn't ask for it. Time passes quickly when you're lazing around. In the blink of an eye, half a day had gone by. Gu Wei-lan thought today would pass by very peacefully, but she never expected to meet someone she didn't expect. Knock, knock, knock. A steady knocking sound came from the door. As soon as she turned her head to look, she exclaimed in surprise, "Senior, Song-Ming Zhe." Gu Wei-lan Sr. from military school quickly replied, "I heard the station chief say someone from the first planet was here. It turns out it's you, Wei-lan." He handed her a document and said, "This document is for you. You might need it." Gu Wei-lan took it and replied happily, "Thank you, Senior." This was the only document I was missing. Finally, the material documents for the medical equipment have all been collected. Song-Ming Zhe then invited her for a drink. "If the work is done, then let's go downstairs for coffee. It's rare for us to meet. I missed you too." Gu Wei-lan immediately agreed. "Yes, it just so happens I have a few things about medical technology one need to discuss with you." With her senior's company, Gu Wei-lan spent an afternoon full of academic exchange. Unconsciously, it was already time to pick up Ingwu from work. After finishing the conversation, Gu Wei-lan got in the car and said goodbye to Song-Ming Zhe, "Senior, I have to go pick up my superior now. When the supplies from the first planet arrive, I'll let you know." Song-Ming Zhe also showed concern, carefully reminding her, "Okay, the roads here aren't very good. Be careful on your way." Her car drove smoothly on the road leading to the sea. After a while, Gu Wei-lan got out of the car. She glanced around, looking for Ingwu's figure. "Where is he?" She quickly found his location. Commander Ing is over there. He was holding something in his hand, his eyes focused, looking extremely concentrated. However, his clothes and limbs were covered in mud. Seeing this, she frowned. These clothes are so dirty. As if sensing something, Ingwu glanced around. Then he handed the device he was holding to the staff member next to him. "Take this." Ingwu walked quickly over to Gu Wei-lan and pretended to ask, "What did you get here?" Gu Wei-lan replied politely, "I just arrived not long ago." "Are you finished with your work, Commander?" He casually grunted and then asked, "Did you bring candy?" "Yes." She immediately put her hand in her pocket to find the candy. Gu Wei-lan handed him a lollipop. Ingwu reached out to take it, but realized his hands were too dirty. So he said, "I'll go wash." But before he could finish, she asked, "Do you need me to unwrap it for you?" Ingwu remained silent. Gu Wei-lan also said nothing, waiting for his decision. A moment later, he put his hands in his pockets and answered. Gu Wei-lan carefully unwrapped the candy and held it out in front of Ingwu. Unexpectedly, Ingwu didn't take it with his hand, but instead leaned down to take it directly with his mouth. He slowly took the candy into his mouth. As he did, Gu Wei-lan's hand accidentally brushed against Ingwu's lips. Gu Wei-lan was startled and quickly pulled her hand back. Ingwu immediately noticed her flustered action. Gu Wei-lan blushed, quickly turned her back to him, and said, "Let's go then." Her heart pounded. Thump, thump. It wouldn't stop, making her feel too shy to be near him. Ingwoo was even more bewildered, not understanding what was wrong with her to cause such a strong reaction. Just as she was about to open the car door to get in, he raised his hand to block the door, preventing her from opening it. Gu Weilon turned back and asked, "What is it, Commander?" Unexpectedly, their positions made her even more uncomfortable. Her face and Ingwoo's were now so close they could hear each other's breathing. Gu Weilon anxiously pressed her hands against the car to keep her balance. Ingwoo leaned close to her neck and sniffed for a moment. Then he took the candy out of his mouth and asked probingly, "Assistant Gu, what did you go today?" But she didn't answer his question, instead staring at the candy and thinking to herself, "I didn't expect that a sweet peach flavor could also attract people like that." Ingwoo hated it when people lost focus while talking to him, and he narrowed his eyes in anger, zoning out. Gu Weilon knew she had been rude, hurriedly pushed him away, and replied, "Ahem, I just went to the hospital." Ingwoo wouldn't back down, immediately retorting, "To the hospital? Why do you smell like coffee and have had physical contact with another man?" Hit a nerve. She was startled. A miscalculation. I forgot his sense of smell is different from a normal person's. Gu Weilon had no choice but to stammer out the truth. I met a senior who used to work at the hospital. After finishing work, we had coffee and chatted for a while. In the middle of it, some coffee spilled, so he helped me wipe it off. She was about to say more, but thought she shouldn't reveal too much and stopped. "Never mind. These things don't need to be reported to you, right?" After hearing this, Ingwoo showed no emotion, just put the candy back in his mouth and gave coldom. Then he left her standing there, stunned, and got into the car by himself. Only when the car door slammed shut did she come to her senses. Is he angry? As she walked to open her car door, she thought distractedly, "Why? That's right, he must be suffering and working hard at the construction site, while an assistant like me is out drinking coffee with someone else. It's right to be angry. Besides, he's possessive. I'm his assistant, but I have another man's scent on me, which is also an offense to him. From now on, I should avoid these mistakes during work hours," she told herself while fastening her seatbelt. Then she glanced at the back seat, but seeing his pouting, angry face, she thought to herself, the commander being angry is also kind of cute. Thinking this, she immediately felt cheerful, her guilt lessening somewhat. 2 hours later, when the two of them arrived, the sky was already dark. Gu Weilon stretched to relax her muscles, finally done with work. She took a cigarette out of its pack. Then she flicked a lighter and lit it. She stood alone, smoking in the night, her sad eyes gazing into the distance. Gu Weilon brought the cigarette to her lips and took a long drag, thinking to herself, he's probably asleep. At this moment, the curtains in Ingwoo's room were drawn, tightly shut without a sound. Gu Weilon thought sadly to herself, why do I feel so strangely troubled today? Above, Ingwoo was secretly parting the curtains to watch her figure. As if feeling his burning gaze, Gu Weilon looked up. Seeing her look up, Ingwoo froze for a few seconds. Then he hurriedly closed the curtains and turned his back to the window. A moment later, Gu Weilon heard footsteps and looked over. She panicked and hid the cigarette behind her back, greeting him Commander. Ingwoo deliberately reminded her, I remember Assistant Gu didn't use to smoke. Gu Weilon confessed, it's just that I didn't smoke in front of you before, Commander. Ingwoo then probed why. She didn't hesitate to speak her mind. Isn't it because you don't like it, Commander? She thought to herself, isn't that a common trait of everyone in the military department? Ingwoo turned his face away and replied, it's not that I don't like it. Hearing this, Gu Weilon blushed and froze for a moment. Gu Weilon and Ingwoo didn't know what to say. The two just stared at each other in silence. Then, being the less thick-skinned one, Ingwoo decided to break the silence first. He gave a fake cough. Ahem, come to the mining site with me tomorrow. After saying that, he quickly left, showing no reluctance to leave, leaving Gu Weilon to stare blankly at his retreating back. After he was out of sight, she wondered why did he say those things. Early the next morning, at the monitoring station, Gu Weilon slowly poured water from a kettle into a cup. Meanwhile, Ingwoo sat beside her, staring intently at the computer screen. Gu Weilon was sad, looking down and thinking to herself, so he just told me to come here to pour water? Thinking this, she opened her mouth to suggest, Commander, how about I go down and help? Unexpectedly, Ingwoo blurted out a silly question. What if I get thirsty later? However, this question left Gu Weilon speechless, and she could only curse inwardly as he drank drank water, let you die of thirst. At this moment, the diplomatic officer of Planet Sifo came in to report to Ing-Wu. Commander, the basic construction of the transit station is proceeding very smoothly. If we continue at this pace, I believe Planet Sifo can open the first transit station with other planets. Ing-Wu nodded slightly upon hearing this. Very good. After receiving Ing-Wu's praise, the diplomatic officer obsequiously tried to curry favor. Commander Ing, we're finishing early today. Would you like to have a little get-together tonight? Gu Weilon knew the commander didn't like crowds and was just about to politely decline, I'm sorry, but she was cut off by Ing-Wu. He immediately agreed without hesitation. Okay. Hearing this, Gu Weilon paused. She wondered to herself, I don't know where he got the interest from today. The lights in the VIP room of the class hotel were still on. A while later, when the party was over, Ing-Wu and Gu Weilon went down to the parking garage together. Although Gu Weilon was very worried about him, she only dared to observe and think to herself, he drank so much just now. Is he still okay? I don't dare to ask him directly. Recalling the situation earlier, Ing-Wu didn't refuse anyone. Commander, I'll toast you. We'll toast you too. His glass was refilled as soon as it was empty, until Gu Weilon couldn't watch anymore and stood up to stop them, like a mother hen protecting her chick. The commander can't drink anymore, please understand. Only then did Ing-Wu show a sly smile, as if his goal had been achieved. She watched his retreating figure and thought to herself, he can find a parking spot, so it seems he's not drunk. Half an hour later, the two of them returned to their residence. It was already pitch dark, with countless stars shining in the sky. Gu Weilon unfastened her seatbelt and said to Ing-Wu, Commander, we're here. Let's get out of the car. He said nothing, just calmly stared at her. Gu Weilon thought he was signaling for her to open the car door, so she quickly leaned over towards the door next to him. She sighed inwardly, yes, this young master. If you don't want to open the door, I'll do it. The expression on her face immediately revealed her panic. Why has he turned into his demon form? Unexpectedly, before she could even touch the door handle, his love tail suddenly appeared and wrapped around her hand. Ing-Wu quickly pulled her close and hugged her waist tightly. The pair of horns, a symbol of his sensitive period, had reappeared on his head. Gu Weilon was still so surprised her mouth was agape. Stammering, Commander, before she could say anything, her arm was pulled forcefully by him. Then Ing-Wu pressed Gu Weilon against the other side of the car, causing her to cry out in pain. Gu Weilon blushed and said gently to Ing-Wu, let me go. At this moment, he panted in response. Wait a moment. She looked at him with concern and said, You, let go of your tail first. As she spoke, she looked at the tail wrapped tightly around her waist from behind. Ing-Wu followed her gaze and wondered. Why? She irritably warned him, Commander, if you keep this up, I'll report you to the Federation. Hearing this, he obediently withdrew his tail from her waist. Only then could Gu Weilon relax a little. Fortunately, he's still obedient. The two of them got out of the car at the same time. Gu Weilon deliberately ran faster, as if trying to escape from this place. As she was about to escape, she thought, sobering up medicine. Where's the sobering up medicine? He must be drunk to be acting like this. However, Gu Weilon hadn't taken more than a few steps before she saw Ing-Wu standing in front of her, blocking her way. Assistant Gu, where are you going? Gu Weilon replied curtly, not daring to look him in the eye, to get sobering up medicine. Ing-Wu reacted quickly and immediately grabbed her wrist. Gu Weilon turned back to look at him blankly. The distance between their bodies gradually narrowed. Ing-Wu looked at her and said with certainty, I'm not. The seemingly romantic atmosphere was suddenly broken by an ill-timed, tactless burp that ruined the mood. Ing-Wu's face turned pale with embarrassment, while Gu Weilon immediately pulled her hand back, looking at him with a hint of disdain. The smell of alcohol from the burp was so strong, yet he still said he was not drunk. Medicine. Ing-Wu looked impatiently at Gu Weilon's constantly moving back. A moment later, he couldn't stand it anymore and pulled her hand. Up. Gu Weilon turned back to look at him blankly. Ing-Wu pulled Gu Weilon's wrist and placed it on his chest. He seriously explained to her, according to the results of my brain scan, it's because just now in the car, Assistant Gu's distance from me was too close. Touching me will cause my brain to release more dopamine than usual. Gu Weilon felt that Ing-Wu was increasingly saying abnormal things. What nonsense is this guy spouting now? She handed him the open bottle of medicine and questioned him. Am I the doctor, or are you the doctor? Who listens to whom? Ingwu was stunned for a moment, then snatched the bottle from her hand. He picked it up and gulped it down like water. Ingwu looked at her with affectionate eyes. Assistant Gu. Gu Weilon raised her hand to stop him from saying anything more. She said bluntly, "Stop. The commander can go back to his room to rest now. We still have to work tomorrow." Even though Gu Weilon had said everything she could, Ingwu shamelessly asked again, "What about me? You're the one who made my tail come out. You can't just abandon it like this." She wearily massaged her aching head and explained, "When the medicine takes effect, the commander will calm down. Then you'll return to your original form." Does Assistant Gu mean that I'm not calm right now? Gu Weilon cursed in her heart. Am I wrong? But on the surface, she still had to endure, patiently explaining, "What I mean is, after you sober up, the commander will be fine." Ingwu pulled her close to him, whispering, "You still don't believe that I'm not drunk." She thought angrily to herself, "I can't listen anymore. Why does he make less sense the more he talks?" After thinking, she forcefully pushed him away. Then she backed away towards the door. "Commander, please come in." Ingwu deliberately put on a pitiful expression, but failed to attract her attention. He then angrily sulked and went inside. Before entering, his tail brushed against Gu Weilon's hand. Then he slammed the door shut, leaving her outside, embarrassed, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She looked at her palm, curiously. "What's going on?" "It suddenly feels itchy." After returning to her room, Gu Weilon kept drinking water as if she were about to die of thirst. She was wearing a sexy two-piece dress with a white robe over it, tilting her head back to take large gulps of water. Only after finishing a third of the bottle did she put it down, sighing in relief. Phew, finally calmed down. Unexpectedly, she hadn't been comfortable for long when the phone rang again. Toot, toot, toot. It turned out to be Duke Ing calling to inquire about the situation. Assistant Gu. "How is Ingwu doing on planet Sifo?" Gu Weilon replied calmly. "Under the commander's development, the progress of the transit station is very smooth. Please rest assured, Duke." He nodded. "That's good. This time the president sent the boy to planet Sifo on business, mainly to train his character. Sometimes Ingwu works very independently. When you and the boy come back, remember to advise him to visit the mansion." After hearing this, Gu Weilon thought to herself, "I don't think Ingwu will listen to what I say. Ingwu is the superior, and I'm just a special assistant by his side." Although she thought so, she still replied calmly, "I understand, Your Grace." "Good." Then he hung up. Gu Weilon dismissed it. "Forget it. I'll deal with it later." Gu Weilon prepared to relax. Finally, "I can go to sleep. Today was another day of trivial matters." Unexpectedly, just as she lay down, a knock came at the door. Gu Weilon angrily jumped out of bed and went to the door. "I really think Ingwu is doing this on purpose. Otherwise, why does he always come and bother me every time I'm about to go to sleep?" She shouted in a fiery rage, "Commander Ing, do you really not care about your assistant's life or death? Why are you—" She trailed off when she saw his appearance. Ingwu looked pitiful and innocent, hugging a pillow tightly. His eyes were teary as he looked into her room. Then he whispered to Gu Weilon, "Vivi, I missed you." She recalled the situation from earlier and thought to herself, wasn't Ingwu still normal just now? Why is he suddenly like last night? Ingwu began to sob, his tears welling up as if about to flow into a river. Sobi sobi. Even his cute little tail was trembling. Vivi, sobi sobi. Ingwu hugged the pillow tightly, covering his face and continuing to sob, and she didn't even care about me right away. Gu Weilon rested her hand on her forehead and sighed. "Haze, no sleep tonight." Gu Weilon gently pushed Ingwu's hand away and gently negotiated with him. "Ingwu, can I go back to your room first?" The horns on his head immediately drooped. Then he started to tear up and whimper, looking pitiful. He whispered to her, "I don't want to sleep alone." Gu Weilon observed his attitude and thought to herself, under normal circumstances, a demon in its sensitive period must receive stable appeasement. Otherwise, the demon will completely lose its human reason and be overwhelmed by the demon within. But now he's in this situation. Thinking of this, she sighed in a difficult position. Haze, forget it. Gu Weilon reluctantly pointed in her room and said to him, "Come in." While she was having a headache about what to do next, a sly expression of achieving his goal appeared on Ingwu's face. By the time Gu Weilon glanced over, she saw that Ingwu had already climbed onto the bed on his own, obediently adjusting the pillows and blankets. He even carefully placed 2 pillows side by side. He was so meticulous that he pulled the blanket up to his neck. Seeing that Gu Weilon wasn't getting into bed, he stared at her and even enthusiastically patted the spot next to him and called out, "Vivi, come here, let's go to sleep." Gu Weilon closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and decided to coax this guy to sleep first, then report this sudden situation to the Federation. She gently lay down on the bed. The next second, Ingwu unexpectedly pounced, hugging her waist from behind with a flushed face. Then he quickly tried to take off Gu Weilon's clothes, leaving her so surprised her mouth was agape. He pulled her closer to his body and affectionately called, "Vivi, I missed you." As he spoke, Ingwu took the opportunity to slip his hand inside her nightgown. Of course, Gu Weilon was still sober enough to pull his hand away. Then she questioned, "Didn't you want to go to sleep? What are you doing?" Ingwu continued to hug her tightly and nuzzled his head into her shoulder, acting cute. "I want to hug Vivi." This time she was really angry, raising her voice to warn him, "Ingwu, if you keep this up, I won't want you anymore." Ingwu was immediately frightened, quickly backing away, sniffling and hoping she would soften. Seeing that Gu Weilon had no reaction, he had to give up and lie down obediently. Only then did she lie down next to him, gently pulling up the blanket. She reminded him one more time, "You can only hug me to sleep, nothing else." Although she allowed him to hug her, Ingwu still put on a pitiful and innocent expression. He even shamelessly complained, "Vivi, why aren't you hugging me anymore?" Gu Weilon blushed and thought to herself, "Stop calling me by my nickname. I can't take it anymore." She pushed him away forcefully and shouted, "Go to sleep now." Gu Weilon closed her eyes and thought to herself, "Go to sleep now. When I wake up tomorrow morning, maybe Ingwu will have recovered his senses like last time." The next morning, when the sun was high in the sky, a nightingale sang sweetly outside the window. Hearing the sound, Gu Weilon was startled awake. She turned to see Ingwu still sleeping soundly and worried. "Oh no, I woke up late. If Ingwu has regained his senses and finds out that he and I slept in the same bed, how should I explain to him what happened last night?" While she was racking her brain for an excuse, Ingwu's warm voice sounded out. "Vivi," he cupped her face with both hands. He pulled her body close to his and whispered, "Good morning." He even shamelessly continued, "Can I kiss you on the lips?" Then he looked at her with heart-meltingly cute eyes. She blushed in this situation, then suddenly realized something important, which was that Ingwu hadn't woken up yet. Gu Weilon sighed inwardly. "Oh no, this time is not like last time." He hugged her tightly and nuzzled his head against her shoulder, looking very content, while Gu Weilon, on the contrary, was worried because her superior had a real problem. Ingwu leaned close to her neck, about to lick it, and although his desire was rising intensely, reason still held Gu Weilon back. She said firmly, no. But Ingwu deliberately ignored her words and bit her neck. At this moment, Gu Weilon was stunned and thought to herself, "Is he marking his territory?" Seeing that the situation was not good, she pushed him away and called out, "Ingwu." He put on a pitiful expression again, pretending to be innocent and calling her name Vivi. Gu Weilon closed her eyes, not knowing how to handle the situation next. She pulled his arm away, cleared her throat, and warned him seriously, "You get off me right now." Seeing her angry face, Ingwu could only say "oh," and obediently moved to the end of the bed, sitting there and staring at her. Gu Weilon continued to order, "Go back to your room, wash your face, then change your clothes." After speaking, a thought occurred to her. He seems to be quite obedient today. Seeing her attitude soften, the tip of his tail perked up again. Ingwu looked obedient and asked politely, "What about Vivi?" She was about to answer. She reached out to smooth down the stray lock of his hair, but suddenly stopped. Unexpectedly, a second later, she suddenly got out of bed, slapped her left hand with her right hand that had just been about to play with his hair, and chanted in her heart, "Must resist, must resist." Then she replied coldly, "I'm going to make breakfast." She ignored Ingwu, who was bewildered and didn't understand what was happening. While making breakfast, Gu Weilon took the opportunity to call Professor Bai Luo to report Ingwu's situation. "Professor Bai Luo, that's what happened yesterday. Please take a look at the situation." Professor Bai Luo calmly inquired, "Did Commander Ing have a relationship with you this time?" This question made her a little embarrassed. Ahem, no. Professor Bai Luo reminded her, "Weilon, you need to tell me in detail about yesterday's situation." Gu Weilon was embarrassed and hesitated to say, Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, Ingwu suddenly appeared behind her, hugging her small waist tightly. He rested his head on her shoulder and whispered, "Vivi, who are you calling?" This sentence made even the experienced Professor by Luo blush and flee. "Waylon, let's talk later when it's more convenient for you." After saying that, he immediately hung up and ran away. Only then did Gu Weilon turn around and say to Ingwu, "Ingwu, stand up." Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, her eyes met Ingwu's pitiful, teary-eyed face. It made her heart pound, thump, thump, clearly audible. She turned back to the front in embarrassment, trying to calm down and act cold. "I'm making breakfast." Then she woke herself up. "Gu Weilon, be sober. Don't be mesmerized by him." Ingwu didn't sense her shyness, only expressing his dissatisfaction. "I heard you talking to someone else." Gu Weilon placed a glass of milk on the table and casually replied, "I was just asking Professor Bai Luo some questions about work, brother." She was about to say more when she stopped abruptly, realizing her thoughts were no longer the same as before. What am I explaining to him for? Wanting to correct her mistake, she immediately pointed outside the kitchen and ordered Ingwu, "You go out first," even though he was clinging to her very tightly. As expected of a patient in a susceptibility period, Ingwu's whiny nature immediately flared up. "But why can't I stay with Vivi?" Though Gu Weilon did not hesitate to retort, "Why can't you?" Ingwu replied weakly, "I'll be so uncomfortable I could die." The tears in his eyes looked like they could spill out at any moment. She coldly retorted, "You can't be so uncomfortable you could die." "Yes, you can." Gu Weilon put her hands on her hips and warned, "If you keep talking nonsense, your breakfast will be gone." Hearing this, Ingwu was too scared to say anything more. Seeing this, Gu Weilon softened again. She carried the breakfast tray out and called after him, "Let's go together, okay?" Which made Ingwu instantly happy. He then excitedly ran after her, unable to control his wagging tail. She set 2 servings on the table for them and said to Ingwu, "Eat up." Gu Weilon looked at him and thought to herself, "Before, during this time, I would use breakfast time to report the work schedule to him. But today." But when she saw his innocent expression, the way he excitedly drank his milk, this thought of hers immediately vanished. Forget it. Let the universe be destroyed. He happily held the glass of milk and sipped it. His tail kept wagging up and down like a child enjoying a delicious treat. After finishing, he even licked his hands clean. Only then did Gu Weilon realize with a headache, now that he's like this, how can the research continue? Ingwu quickly noticed her sad expression. He came closer, caressed her cheek, and called her name. "Vivi, are you unhappy?" Their faces were close to each other. Just a little more, and their lips would meet. Gu Weilon awkwardly turned her face away to avoid Ingwu's gaze and hummed perfunctorily. Suddenly, he pulled his hand back as if determined to do something. "Vivi, wait for me." After saying that, Ingwu immediately ran off, not giving Gu Weilon a chance to stop him. "Wait." Looking at his receding back, she thought to herself, "Forget it. I'll take this opportunity to contact Professor Bai Luo for a bit. To prevent him from hearing the voice when he comes back, I'll wear headphones." As soon as the call connected, Gu Weilon hurriedly reported the situation to Professor Bai Luo. "Professor," continuing on our previous topic, although this time the susceptibility period is very similar to the last one, this time he is basically very obedient to me. Basically, I don't let him do anything excessive. He will stop. Professor Bai Luo heard this and replied, "If there is no intercourse, then it is not a susceptibility period." Only then did Gu Weilon become bewildered. That's right, if it really was a susceptibility period, Ingwu wouldn't be able to control himself from touching me. Just as she thought of this, Ingwu's cute and slightly excited voice suddenly rang out, "Vivi, I'm back." She turned to look at him. "You're back?" She casually adjusted her headphones so he wouldn't notice. "Professor, please wait a moment." Professor Bai Luo, with tears in his eyes, lamented with a heavy heart, "I have to witness their public display of affection again." When Gu Weilon turned to look at him again, she was startled. He was covered in sweat, with leaves still in his hair, holding a basket of devil fruits and looking at her with a smile. Ingwu approached, held a devil fruit to her mouth, and said, "For Vivi, the fruit that I like to eat the most." His tail was even poised behind him to prevent her from backing away to refuse. They looked at each other affectionately, blushing shyly. The surroundings were so quiet that the sound of a heart thumping non-stop, could be heard. Gu Weilon stood her ground, turning her face away and gently refusing. "Ahem, I'm full from breakfast. I'm not hungry." Although Ingwu was sad, he didn't force her. "All right then." Then he obediently sat down at the table, placed the fruit basket on it, and looked at her with expectant eyes. Then I'll work with Vivi. He even went so far as to eat a devil fruit while gazing at her. Gu Weilon was made shy by someone's intense gaze. Stop looking. Why haven't you left yet? At this moment, Professor Bai Luo suddenly spoke up. That's right, Weilon. Quickly check the results of the devil fruit index from Sipu. It's very likely that the devil fruit is causing the soil and water to not be compatible. Hearing the professor, she had a realization. Right? Ingwu, sensitive to Gu Weilon's emotional change, asked her with concern, "What's wrong, Vivi? Do you need my help with anything?" Gu Weilon seized the opportunity and said with a smile, "Ingwu, I suddenly feel like eating again." Ingwu said without hesitation, "Vivi, I will give you the sweetest devil fruit to eat." She quickly took the devil fruit from his hand and calmly replied, "Thank you." His incessantly wagging tail clearly showed his indescribable joy. Gu Weilon savored it bit by bit and exclaimed, "So sweet." She brazenly continued in a coquettish manner, "Ingwu, I still want to eat more. Can you give me your whole basket of devil fruits?" She was worried in her heart. What if there's a problem with this fruit? It's better not to let him eat anymore. Ingwu asked quizzically, "Vivi wants to take them all?" Gu Weilon answered without hesitation, "Yes. Are you willing to give them to me?" Without waiting for the next second, Ingwu immediately picked up the fruit basket and handed it to her, affirming resolutely, "Of course." Gu Weilon had already taken the whole basket, but she wouldn't even spare the one in his hand. She pointed at it and said, "There's more." Ingwu realized she wanted the fruit in his hand. This time he hesitated a little, saying with a pout, "I only have half a fruit left." But Gu Weilon was determined to see the act through. She pretended to raise her hand to wipe away tears, saying pitifully, "You won't even give me half a fruit." Ingwu looked at the devil fruit one last time with longing. Then he decisively handed it to her, for Vivi. Gu Weilon took it, picked up the basket of devil fruits, and instructed him, "Be good, I'm going to the kitchen to handle these." As soon as she entered the kitchen, she held a fruit up to scan on the electronic watch. Beep. 2 words appeared on the screen. Scanning. After carefully observing the analysis chart, Gu Weilon came to a conclusion. It's true, the devil fruits grown on this planet Sipu really do have lower data than normal fruits. She quickly informed Professor Bai Luo, "I've sent the data to you, Professor. I guess the commander ate non-standard devil fruits here." This led to the crystal energy in his body becoming chaotic, which is why the susceptibility period reaction occurred. Professor Bai Luo agreed. That's probably it. Weilon, pay attention. The commander's current condition is extremely dangerous. He could start panting at any moment. You must hold on to him first. Just as the professor finished speaking, Ingwu's black shoes appeared at the door, along with his coquettish voice calling her name. "Vivi." Gu Weilon wearily rubbed her head. "Speak of the devil." His handsome face showed extreme sadness, and his eyes were already welling up with tears. She quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong?" and thought to herself, "He must be sad because I took his devil fruits." Who would have thought he would run over with his arms outstretched, wanted her to hug him, and sobbed, "Darling, we've been apart for 5 minutes, no hugs." Hearing this, Gu Weilon helplessly massaged her aching forehead. All this for such a small thing? Ingwu continued to sob pitifully. "Because of work, Vivi doesn't care about me anymore." He even grabbed his own tail to torment it. "I feel so wronged." He even bit his own tail to hide his crying, trying to win her sympathy. Gu Weilon couldn't bear to watch and squatted down, thinking to herself, "This is so against the rules. It proves his cuteness is effective." Gu Weilon tried to take a deep breath to calm herself. "Gu Weilon, calm down. This is just the state of a demon when it becomes frenzied. You have to handle it quickly. I absolutely cannot let this guy fall into a state of despair. Otherwise, the entire company will be destroyed." Thinking this, she pulled his tail away. Then she hugged him tightly to help him calm down. She patted his back comfortingly. "It's okay, I was wrong." Ingwu's face was covered in tears. Does Vivi really know where she went wrong? Gu Weilon was uncomfortable, but didn't dare to let him go. "This is so uncomfortable. I can barely breathe." She blushed and said shyly, "I shouldn't have buried myself in work and ignored you." Gu Weilon was so embarrassed, she felt ashamed of herself, saying this feels so cringy. Receiving concern from the other person, Ingwu hugged her even tighter. "Sob, sob. That's great, Vivi. Gu Weilon thought to herself. Why does this situation feel like a concubine who has just gone through a 5-minute anxious wait, alone in her room, finally getting a response? She even imagined herself dressed as an emperor, and him dressed as a concubine, clinging to her hand and crying, "Your Majesty, you haven't favored this concubine for 5 minutes." But she quickly dismissed the thought. What kind of nonsense am I thinking? Delete. She continued to coax him. "Good Ing-woo, don't cry anymore." Gu Weilon hugged him tightly, sighed, and thought to herself, "Before Ing-woo returns to his normal state, it seems I really can't leave him alone." Suddenly, Ing-woo called her name, "Vivi." She immediately replied, "Huh? What's wrong?" Who would have thought that at this moment, the phone would ring continuously? The caller was Duking. Gu Weilon thought worriedly, "It's Duking. Why is he calling me at a time like this?" She hurriedly let go of him to check her phone, not noticing that he was looking at her very angrily. Ing-woo immediately reached out and hung up on Duking, scaring her so much that her face turned pale. Ing-woo held her face, pulled her close, and whispered, "Vivi, I won't allow your eyes to leave me ever again." Gu Weilon was a loss for words. But now her mind was in a mess. What should I do? I can imagine Duking's furious face after being hung up on. She gathered all her courage to tell the truth. "Ing-woo, that was your father calling just now." Hanu didn't even care. "Whatever, I only need Vivi." Being confessed to so directly made Gu Weilon really embarrassed. This time, not only did her face turn red, but her whole body turned red. She couldn't help but admit, "I've really fallen for this line, damn it." Duke Ing persistently called again, the ringtone blaring non-stop, toot toot toot. It made Ing-woo annoyed and want to reach out and turn it off. She quickly grabbed his wrist. "I can't let him act so recklessly anymore. Whatever." Gu Weilon gently placed a passionate kiss on his lips, surprising Ing-woo so much that his eyes widened. After the kiss ended, she coaxed him, "Ing-woo, be a little good, okay?" This time he didn't reply, as he still couldn't compose himself. Ing-woo touched his lips and thought happily, "I was kissed proactively by my favorite Vivi." Then he continued to pull her body closer to his and looked at her passionately. "I want a kiss." Gu Weilon resolutely put her hand up between their lips. Then she pleaded, "Duking might really have something important. Wait for me for a few minutes, okay?" Ing-woo held her hand, rubbing it against his cheek, and asked probingly, "Will Vivi kiss me again later?" Gu Weilon cleared her throat in embarrassment, then regained her composure and replied, okay." Ing-woo looked at her with teary eyes, full of longing. Then, "Vivi, you have to be quick." Gu Weilon couldn't refuse. She could only sigh in frustration. Ing-woo is too clingy during his susceptibility period. With Ing-woo's permission, Gu Weilon immediately called Duking back. As soon as the call connected, she had to listen to a barrage of scolding from the other end. "Assistant Gu, you've got some nerve. Now you even dare to hang up on the Duke?" Duking's attitude made Ing-woo very indignant. How dare he bully my Vivi? Unconsciously, he pulled her hand to his mouth and sucked each finger clean. Just as Gu Weilon opened her mouth to explain, just now, Ing-woo accidentally bit her. It made her scream in extreme pain. Seeing this, Ing-woo was extremely worried and quickly apologized to her. "Vivi, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bite you so hard. Let me blow on it to make the pain go away. Foo. He focused on doing this for a long time. Occasionally, he would look up to coax her with a few words. "Vivi, don't be angry with me anymore, okay?" He also took her hand and rubbed it against his cheek a few times. Duking heard this voice that was both somewhat familiar and slightly strange and didn't know what to say next. After a moment, unable to bear it any longer, he pretended to cough. Ahem, and asked probingly, "Is Ing-woo with Assistant Gu?" The suspicion in his heart grew. Is this really the son who always opposes me? This is the first time I've seen him like this. Gu Weilon knew she couldn't hide it anymore, sighed, and replied, "Yes." Duke Ing calmly asked, "Did his condition start yesterday?" She replied without hesitation, "That's right." Professor Bai Luo said he hasn't adapted to this planet yet, which is why this happened. He needs to return to his home planet for treatment. As Gu Weilon was speaking, Ing-woo's actions caught her attention again. His little finger gently hooked hers. She thought he was just being a little mischievous, and although she blushed with embarrassment, she tried to continue, but there's still some unfinished work here. Who knew Ing-woo would lose his patience and whine at her, "Vivi, didn't you say I only had to wait a few minutes?" Gu Weilon quickly covered his mouth with her hand, praying silently, "Please, don't cause any more trouble. Duke Ing will kill me. Ingwoo struggled to break free, accidentally making some rather suggestive sounds. Duke Ing was also helpless with his son. He wasn't an oblivious person, so he rubbed his aching forehead and said goodbye to the two of them. I will contact you again later. After saying that, he immediately disconnected the call. Ingwoo took advantage of her inattention to lift her up and sit her on the kitchen counter, his hands holding her waist tightly. Gu Weilon hurriedly tried to calm him down. Ingwoo don't. He started using tears as a pity tactic again. What's wrong? Didn't Vivi agree to kiss me? After saying that, he buried his head in her shoulder and sobbed. Gu Weilon squeezed her eyes shut, raising a hand to massage her aching forehead, sighing internally, I'm gonna go crazy. Ingwoo seized the opportunity, and while she wasn't paying attention, he locked her hands above her head, then gave her a passionate kiss. One of their hands was tightly intertwined, while Ingwoo's other hand gripped Gu Weilon's small waist. The kiss continued to escalate, with charming moans occasionally escaping in between and Suddenly, she regained some rationality, her eyes flying open. No, we can't continue kissing. Gu Weilon pulled her lips away from his and said hurriedly, Ingwoo, wait, which left him a bit dazed, full of longing. He even brazenly whispered to her, Vivi, no more kisses? At this point, her soul felt like it was about to leave her body. So she had to say sternly, Ingwoo, I'm warning you, you'd better be good, otherwise don't blame me if you don't get dinner tonight. Ingwoo refused to give in, determined to confront her. If I don't eat, I don't eat. She narrowed her eyes, using her trump card. Then you don't want to sleep while hugging me later, right? Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue for Ingwoo. Two options appeared in his mind. One was to let Vivi go. The other was not being able to sleep with Vivi. He didn't want to give up either, so it was a very difficult choice. But in the end, Ingwoo decisively let her go. Gu Weilon took the opportunity to quickly jump down. Before she could even stand firm, Ingwoo quickly shouted, Vivi, don't go. Who knew she would point straight at his face and shout, stop, which scared him into standing frozen. This time, Gu Weilon said firmly, go stand in the corner as punishment. This sentence surprised him even more. Ingwoo couldn't handle the shock and burst into loud sobs, tears streaming down his adorable face. Vivi, how could you bear to punish me? The loud cry was so loud it echoed outside the building they were in. Gu Weilon crossed her arms in front of her chest, warning seriously, otherwise you know the consequences yourself. With tears in his eyes, Ingwoo poked his two index fingers together and negotiated with her. Then can I stand at the door as punishment? She couldn't bear to be too hard on him, so she had to nod in agreement. Fine. Finally, Gu Weilon could breathe a sigh of relief. She thought to herself, as long as he doesn't cling to me, it's fine. About 2 minutes after making him stand in punishment, Gu Weilon was busy in the kitchen alone with the basket of devil fruits. She used one fruit to scan the code on the planet's super analysis watch. During the process, she kept feeling an uncomfortable sensation, as if someone was watching her. This feeling is, Gu Weilon secretly glanced behind her to observe. Sure enough, she discovered that Ingwoo was indeed hiding behind the door, secretly observing her actions. In her mind, she kept chanting, Commander, please stop looking, and deliberately ignored him. Then Gu Weilon opened the analysis panel of the devil fruit she had just scanned to study it. However, she couldn't concentrate at all because of the clattering noises Ingwoo was deliberately making from behind. Gu Weilon turned her head and snapped, What's wrong with the commander? At this moment, Ingwoo was both knocking on the door frame and sobbing pitifully for being abandoned. Seeing that she said nothing more, he became even more angry, scratching the door with all his might, which made her gasp and think to herself, have I made him so anxious that he's making animal noises? She had a headache, pondering, should I call him over here? It's true that I can't blame Ingwoo, because he's sick. That's why he's clinging to me like this, but in the end, Ingwoo spoke first, his two fingers poking together pitifully. Darling, when are we going to eat? Wait a little longer. Gu Weilon touched her heart. So cute, I can't take it anymore. Ingwoo couldn't stand it, stomping his feet in protest, but I'm so hungry. I'm really hungry. Seeing him deliberately overacting like this, Gu Weilon was very angry, but still had to suppress it and say calmly, wait for me for another 10 minutes. But in reality, she was thinking, I don't think you're hungry. You just want to kiss. Ingwoo immediately deflated and said, oh. Seeing this, Gu Weilon covered her mouth and laughed, haha. Scene changed to Duke Ying's office. At this moment, he was sitting with his chin in his hand, listening thoughtfully as his assistant reported on work. After speaking in one breath, the assistant next to him concluded, "The above content has been reported." Suddenly, Duke Ing asked a question unrelated to what the assistant had just reported. Does Ingwu normally rely too much on Gu Weilon? The assistant next to him was bewildered and said, "Huh." The assistant scratched his head and tried to explain on Gu Weilon's behalf. Dr. Gu is the ship's medic and Commander Ying's special assistant. In daily life, it's inevitable that he would get used to Dr. Gu's care. Perhaps this can be considered within the normal range. After hearing this, Duke Ing was also a little hesitant. Is that boy simply used to Gu Weilon's care? Ingwu's voice on the phone clearly sounded like the only thing missing was him clinging to Gu Weilon like a wife. In the end, Duke Ing turned around in annoyance, struggling with his thoughts. Humph. So dignified in front of others, but once he gets sick, he has such a shameful appearance. Duke Ing angrily slammed the table, making the assistant next to him jump in fright. He ordered with a serious face, "Immediately send people to Planet Sipu to bring Ingwu back here." The assistant hurriedly complied, "Yes." Over here, Gu Weilon's watch chimed with a notification of a new message. This was a message from Duke Ing, Assistant Gu. "Prepare Ingwu's psychological work files. I have dispatched Battleship Number 1 to Planet Sipu. It will land this afternoon." After reading the notification, Gu Weilon stroked her chin and thought, Ingwu's psychological work files, could it be? She immediately asked back, "Does Duke Ing mean that I don't need to return with the commander?" "What I mean is the commander's current situation. He can't really leave me." Duke Ing read it and replied, "That's why Assistant Gu needs to think of a way to make him leave." After reading this message, Gu Weilon was so angry she could burst. "Really, it makes me want to curse." At this moment, she suddenly remembered that Ingwu was still undergoing his punishment, and she peeked out to secretly observe him. She saw him still standing there pitifully, scratching at the door. Her lips tightened, and she quietly walked towards him. Seeing this, Ingwu's eyes lit up, and he began to act cute, pitifully complaining to her, "Darling, I've had such a hard time waiting for you." Hearing this voice, Gu Weilon's heart felt like it had been shot by Cupid's arrow as she lamented internally. How can he be so cute? She looked at him worriedly. "But this afternoon Duke Ing is sending people to pick Ingwu up. Why do I feel a little lost in my heart?" She happily patted his head and asked, "Didn't you say you were very hungry just now? What do you want to eat for lunch?" Ingwu excitedly made a request. "I want to eat sweets." Gu Weilon agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll make it for you." In her heart, she now had to think about another matter, how to coax Ingwu to get on the spaceship later. Gu Weilon busily prepared the food, and after a while, she called out, "The food is ready. Can you help me get the spoons?" Ingwu was very happy to be asked for help by her, and excitedly ran to do the task immediately. After returning with a bunch of cutlery, he took credit like an innocent child. "Here." Gu Weilon happily patted his head and said, "Thanks." The two of them happily sat down at the table. Gu Weilon spoke first. "Eat up quickly." Ingwu just put a bite in his mouth to enjoy when he had to exclaim, "The food Vivi makes is so delicious." But Gu Weilon's mood at this moment was completely opposite, her face suddenly showing a look of sadness and sorrow. Then she sadly turned to him and said, "Ingwu, I have something to tell you." Before she could say anything, he stuffed a strawberry in her mouth. "Vivi, try this, it's very sweet." Ingwu calmly put the fork he had just used to feed Gu Weilon the strawberry into his mouth and asked, "What is it?" Gu Weilon wiped her mouth with a napkin and stammered, "The thing is, later, a spaceship will come to pick you up, and me too, to go back to the first planet." As expected, Ingwu asked excitedly, "Are we going together?" Gu Weilon felt a great deal of guilt as she dared to answer untruthfully. She was afraid that if she told the truth, he would object. Hearing that, he cheered happily, agreeing without hesitation. "Okay." Not long after, the spaceship quickly arrived at their residence. At this time on Planet Sipu, Ingwu had finished changing his clothes. After seeing Gu Weilon only pulling out her own suitcase, he curiously asked, "Where are Wei Wei's things?" She awkwardly pointed inside and said, "The things are inside, just let me go get them." But he still quickly ran off. "Let me go get them for Wei Wei." Then he strongly hugged one on each side, chirping, let's go home together, leaving Gu Lan not knowing how to stop him. She sighed tiredly, stopping to slowly rub her aching head. Adjutant Gao was bewildered, surprised to see the scene unfolding before his eyes. Before him was the image of Ing Wu happily carrying the luggage like a coolie, but with a face full of happiness, while Gu Lan walked behind, covering her face in embarrassment. He began to question his existence. Is this really Commander Ing? Once inside, Gu Lan hurriedly took his hand and led him away. Let's go to the rest cabin. The automatic sensor system detected their approach and immediately opened the cabin door. She gently pushed him to lie down. He was a little reluctant and asked, "Darling, do we have to rest?" Gu Lan pretended to cough as an excuse to turn her face away, hiding her guilt. Yes, after you wake up, we'll go back to the first planet. Okay. Ing Wu's eyes welled up with tears. Although he didn't want to, he still obediently lay down. I'll listen to Wei Wei then. Seeing this, she thought to herself, I don't know why he's so obedient today. Not even a few seconds later, he forcefully pulled her hand down. She yelped in surprise, "Ing Wu, you." He gently replied, "I want to sleep with Wei Wei." Less than a second later, the two shared a passionate, intense, and lingering kiss. Gu Lan used her last bit of reason to open her eyes. Then she tried to escape his demonic clutches, even as he kept puckering his lips, demanding kisses. All right, that's enough. It seemed her gentle words didn't faze him as he continued to caress her. Gu Lan decisively pushed Ing Wu away, seriously warning, "Go to sleep," which made his tears well up. Sobi. In the end, he had to compromise, obediently lying down and hugging her arm, smiling as he said, "Wei Wei, sleep well," allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The space immediately became quiet. Gradually, only the sound of his breathing echoed throughout the room. Snore, snore, snore. Only then did she cautiously pull his arm off her, her face full of self-reproach. "I'm sorry, Commander." Then she gently placed his hand on the mattress, then left silently, without a sound, while Ing Wu was in a deep sleep, completely unaware. As soon as she was out, the password lock immediately activated. Gu Lan carefully instructed Adjutant Gao, "When the commander arrives, remember to let me know." He calmly nodded. She lowered her eyes, sighing sadly. Then she had no choice but to leave the warship. Gu Lan turned back to look at the dining table, where the plate of cake and glass of milk were still untouched, thinking to herself, it's been less than a day with him. I didn't expect I'd already gotten used to his clinginess. Her eyes became vacant, losing their usual direction and vitality. She closed her eyes, trying to push away all thoughts of him, that it's just because of his illness that he's acting like this. It's not because he likes you. Wei Wei, you need to wake up. Suddenly, the watch on her wrist received a notification for an incoming call. Gu Lan wondered, is Ing Wu calling? Has he already returned to the planet? On the screen, Ing Wu's frantic face appeared. He was forcefully banging on the door, screaming for her. Wei Wei, why can't I find you? Where are you? Adjutant Gao hurriedly held his hand back. Commander, stop. If you keep hitting it, your hands will be injured. In a moment of emotion, she accidentally called his name, Ing Wu. Hearing her voice, Ing Wu's eyes immediately widened, and he paused for a moment. Then tears started streaming down his face. Wei Wei, doesn't Wei Wei want Ing Wu anymore? Ing Wu promises to be good. He sobbed as he spoke haltingly. Adjutant Gao didn't know what to do except try to calm him down. Commander, please calm down. But this time, he was angrily pushed away by him, who shouted, "Get out of the way." A warning appeared on the screen, then it went black. Seeing this, Gu Lan was very worried about him. Ing Wu, could something have happened to him? She tried to reconnect the call, persistently calling over and over again. But all she got was the message, "The call cannot be connected at this time. Please try again later." After a long while, she finally pressed the end call button, no longer trying to call. She told herself, forget it, I'll just wait for news from them, and let out a sigh. 2 hours later, the commander finally arrived safely at the experimental base. As soon as he arrived, Adjutant Gao immediately called to inform her that he's here. The commander has arrived at the experimental base. He's unconscious now, just waiting for Professor Bai to give him a health checkup. Okay, for the next 3 days, Wei Wei always kept her phone's ringer on, afraid of missing any calls from Ing Wu. but in reality, no one called her. These past few days, she was like a soulless person, always thinking about his health. Ingwu, is he okay? This continued until she completed her mission on this planet and returned to the star. One night, she finally met the person she had been dreaming of day and night. She walked out from the headquarters, approaching a spaceship parked nearby. She gently called his name, Ingwu. Then she stealthily peeked inside to scout. Seeing him with his eyes closed, she thought to herself, did Ingwu specially come here to pick me up? She looked at him for a long time, gazing at the handsome face of the man of her dreams. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He seriously asked her, Wei Wei, aren't you going to report on this star survey? Gu Weilan immediately explained, I'm sorry, Commander, it was my oversight. I haven't had time to prepare the report yet, so I couldn't submit it. I'll go back and complete it right away. She had to wake herself up that he's definitely back to normal, so don't expect the sober commander to be patient with me. Ingwu still said to her coldly, get in. Gu Weilan got in, voluntarily sitting in the driver's seat. She smiled and turned to ask him, where would the commander like to go? He didn't even bother to open his eyes to look at her and replied, find a place to eat. This made her feel both annoyed and puzzled. Did he wait outside for so long just to ask me to eat? The two of them went to a luxurious restaurant. They sat in a room with a table full of sumptuous food. To this moment, Gu Weilan still couldn't believe he waited for her just to invite her to eat. Are we really just eating? Out of habit, she said to Ingwu, hurry and help me get the... She had just said this when he asked, puzzled, what did you say? At this moment, Gu Weilan blushed with embarrassment, realizing her impoliteness. Damn it, get rid of this habit. I can't just order my boss around. She squeezed her eyes shut in avoidance. Nothing. Who would have thought that Ingwu would pick up a plate of cake and pass it to her? He placed it in front of her and gently asked, is this it? The romance didn't last long. The very next second, he brought over a plate of shrimp and said to Gu Weilan, peel the shrimp for me. This woke her from her dream. That's right, the cute, clingy Ingwu is completely gone. Don't expect anything anymore. Now, there's only the exploitative commander who oppresses his humble employee. As she thought this, she took her anger out on the shrimp. Just as she finished cursing him in her head, Ingwu pushed a plate of fish towards her and said, here, a fair trade. Gu Weilan, who was peeling shrimp, had to gape in surprise. The fish bones had been completely removed. This still my exploitative boss. While cutting his steak, Ingwu confided, Wei Wei, my father said he has found the woman who was with me that night. As soon as she heard him say that, the piece of fish in her mouth shot out, and she choked violently. After calming down, she took a napkin to wipe her mouth clean, pretending to be calm as she probed. Really? Ingwu didn't hide anything and said frankly, MHM, I've seen the woman's picture. I don't like her. Gu Weilan worried. He surely doesn't remember anything from that night, right? To be sure, she turned to probe him. Commander, you don't remember what happened that night? How do you know what she looks like? Ingwu frowned, saying angrily, I don't know, but I'm sure of one thing. He wants to hide her from me because he wants me to meet another woman. Gu Weilan continued to ask, so what does the commander plan to do? He replied, first, I'll meet that other woman. I'll send you the information. You help me arrange it. Suddenly, she raised her voice and asked, I arrange it? After hearing this, she suddenly felt uneasy a little. Gu Weilan heard this and announced, I'll arrange it. Ingwu said without hesitation, a sentence that made her choke. If not you, then who? Gu Weilan's face darkened as she continued, Commander, I think it would be best if you let someone else do it. Ingwu turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. Why? She replied awkwardly, because I'll be quite busy for the next few days. He got so angry, he shot up, questioning her in an interrogating tone. Assistant Gu, are you kidding me? Although Gu Weilan didn't want to, she could only turn her back to him. What now? I really don't have the courage to work with him anymore. I probably can't continue this job. It's time to go. Scene changed to the La Gong banquet. Inside the castle, the lights were brightly lit, looking extremely magnificent and brilliant. Inside, Gu Weilan was making introductions. This is Commander Ing, and this is Miss Song. Please take your time to get to know each other. Miss Song waited for her to finish before speaking politely. Hello. This made Gu Weilan unable to help but be surprised at as expected of someone from the aristocracy. Just one sentence, one gesture exudes nobility. A single glance is enough to be captivating. She sighed, looking at herself, truly not like someone who spends all day in the military barracks like me. While Miss Song was talking, Ingwu paid no attention to her. His attention was instead on Gu Weilan's sad and dejected face. He was extremely worried, wondering what problem she was facing. Before he could even ask, Gu Weilan spoke first, Well then, I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave. She was just about to turn and go when Ing-woo grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, worry evident on his face. He asked frantically, "Where are you going?" Gu Wei-lan gently replied, "Commander, I have other matters to attend to." Ing-woo refused to let go and set a condition, "But later at the riding school, you have to come with me too." She wondered, "Isn't Miss Song already here?" Of course, Ing-woo was always one step ahead of her. He refused to back down, continuing to nitpick, "But what does it matter if I tell you to stay?" In the end, Gu Wei-lan compromised again. "Forget it, I won't argue with him anymore. Anyway, today is my last day of work, I'll indulge him a little." Who would have thought that before she could even speak, he pulled her away again, leaving Miss Song behind to watch their retreating backs. She lowered her eyes, feeling that something was not right between them. The attendant announced with a bright smile, "Commander, the equestrian attire is ready. Please come in and change." The cheerful look on his face was a complete contrast to the annoyed frown on Ing-woo's face. 30 minutes passed quickly. His slowness made Gu Wei-lan pace back and forth a dozen times outside in her anxiety. What is he doing that's taking so long? Lost in thought, she looked up when she heard sound. At this moment, Ing-woo had changed into equestrian attire. He looked more handsome than usual, giving off a novel feeling that almost made her jaw drop in surprise. He gently walked up to her, cherishing her arm, while she pretended to be calm and asked herself, what is he planning to do now? He had already put the watch back on her wrist. Ing-woo gave Gu Wei-lan one surprise after another. She immediately asked him, isn't this the watch for last time? You went to the trouble of bringing a spaceship to pick me up and made me find it. How come?" Before she could finish, the watch had already slid down to the back of her hand. Seeing this, Ing-woo muttered to himself, "It seems it doesn't fit well." He then raised her arm high, letting the watch slide down near her shoulder. Then he let go of her hand, letting the watch roll down to the back of her hand, and then looked annoyed at the damn watch that dared not to fit her hand. Ing-woo placed one hand on her waist, while the other held her hand up to admire. I S it because my hand is too big." This made her blush with embarrassment. Then she quickly regained her composure and pulled her hand away, questioning, "But why did you put the watch on?" "Me?" Ing-woo replied nonchalantly, "For you to keep it for me." That annoying tone calmed her down. Must be my imagination. She watched his back as he approached the stables. Ing-woo skillfully rode the horse with expertise. Watching this scene, she could only sigh, While she was focused on watching him, someone suddenly called her name, startling her. Assistant Gu. Gu Wei-lan looked over and discovered it was Miss Song. She rested her chin on her hand and said with a smile, "Assistant Gu, you and the commander, don't you have some other kind of relationship?" Gu Wei-lan seriously dismissed it. "Miss Song, you're overthinking things." Of course, Miss Song was a good judge of character. Not a blind person that I asked that so, but I feel the way Assistant Gu looks at the commander isn't like an employee looking at her. "Boss." Gu Wei-lan didn't know how to explain it properly. Fortunately, Miss Song was very tactful that it's okay. "I have no intention of marrying him anyway. Meeting him was just to go through the motions. I don't care what kind of relationship you two have." At this point, Gu Wei-lan also felt more relaxed. She continued, "If I may be so bold as to ask, for what purpose did Miss Song agree with the Duke?" Miss Song put a finger to her lips and winked. "That's my little secret. I can't tell Assistant Gu." Gu Wei-lan also knew her place. She said politely, "Then I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave now." After speaking, she turned and walked straight away. Even so, a sad expression still lingered on her beautiful face. After returning to her residence, Gu Wei-lan changed her clothes, put on a face mask, and leaned back comfortably in her chair to relax. Finally, I can rest. Suddenly, the call notification on her watch rang. Gu Wei-lan glanced at it and thought to herself, a message from the Duke. He must have read my resignation letter by now. As soon as she answered, the Duke questioned her, "Assistant Gu, you want to resign?" Gu Wei-lan calmly took off the mask she was wearing and replied, "I'm only resigning as an assistant. If there's a war, I will still participate as a warship doctor." Duking frowned and shook his head. "I need a valid reason." She didn't hesitate to speak directly. "Duke, haven't you already arranged a marriage partner for the commander? You can't possibly still want me there to handle the commander's sensitive issues, can you? After all, I'm just a special assistant." Hearing her say this, Duking nodded, finding it quite reasonable. That's true. Morally speaking, doing so would indeed put her in a difficult position. He continued, "But he has grown so accustomed to your care. If you resign now, how could he bear to leave you?" After hearing this, Gu Weilun also thought, that's right, he's become too used to me, but it's just a habit. However, she still held firm to her intention. Duke, rest assured, the commander is just too used to me. After a period of my absence, he will naturally get used to it again. I have also recommended a new person for you. I will send you the information to review later. If there is nothing else, I will rest now. After speaking, Gu Weilun hung up without any hesitation. This is great. Finally a long vacation. I can finally take my parents out. She gently took off the watch. Then she stood up and went into the bedroom, unaware that a call from Commander Ing was coming through on the Do Not Disturb mode of the watch she had just removed. Duke Ing looked at the abruptly ended call and said, "It seems Assistant Gu is determined to leave." The Duchess beside him chided, "Isn't it because you're so self-righteous? You don't respect her, so of course she can't endure this grievance." He felt a bit wrong too, but I felt that Ing Wu was too dependent on Weilun. That's why I thought of finding the Song family's daughter to distract him. I didn't expect her to think that way. But all of Duke Ying's explanations were useless in front of the Duchess. She left angrily and resentfully, leaving him with a warning before she went, "If that boy falls into a demonic trance again, we'll see how I settle the score with you." Duke Ying, with tears in his eyes, chased after her. "Honey, don't be angry." It turned out he was just a henpecked husband. The next morning, when the sun was already casting its hot rays on her bottom, Gu Weilun slowly woke up, yawning widely. Although it was more comfortable at home, she was tired from a sleepless night. "This is so frustrating. Why did I keep thinking about Ing Wu all night?" She walked to the water table and picked up the watch. It was then that she was horrified to discover, "You have 230 missed calls from Commander Ing. What is this?" In the end, Gu Weilun finally gathered the courage to call back. "Forget it. I have to face it anyway. Might as well say it directly now." As soon as she pressed call, the other end connected immediately, and his voice came through Assistant Gu. "You're late for work today," which startled her so much she dropped the watch. Who knew he would answer the phone right away? Commander Ing on the other side was still leisurely giving orders. "But because your superior is too merciful, I'll forgive you for being late this time. Now come over here and prepare breakfast for me. I'm very hungry." Gu Weilun had a bad feeling. Could it be that Duke Ing hasn't told the commander? Finally, she gathered her courage and asked, "Commander, hasn't Duke Ing told you that I've already resigned?" Hearing her say that, Ing Wu's hand holding the fork tightened in anger. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Gu Weilun, you dare to resign behind my back?" Gu Weilun immediately retorted, "Commander, I was originally hired by the Duke." Ing Wu asked coldly, "Reason?" Two short words, but filled with killing intent, made her so troubled she was scratching her head. "How can I explain this? Should I say it's because you already have a marriage partner? It's not appropriate for me, as an assistant, to have an intimate relationship with you, and it's no longer suitable for me to be by your side." Seeing no response from her, he changed the question, "If you're not working for me, who are you going to work for?" This question was easier to answer, so Gu Weilun replied without hesitation, "I don't plan to work for you anymore. I don't plan to work for anyone. I'm still a warship doctor, just not your assistant anymore." After hearing this, Ing Wu hung up without another word. Finally, Gu Weilun could feel relieved for having dealt with this difficult obstacle. She lifted her spirits, cheerfully brushing it off. "Forget it. No more overthinking. Mom, let's go on a trip." Her whole family went to Luo Xing together. The first place they went was the shopping center. Gu Weilun bought ice cream for the whole family. While her mother enjoyed it enthusiastically, her father awkwardly refused. Then the mother and daughter took the father to buy new clothes. Then it was her mother's turn. Gu Weilun looked at her mother wearing a pastel green hat and praised, "This hat suits you very well." 1 second, the front of the center was bustling and noisy. The next second, it was in chaos from a warship bombardment. Gu Weilun hurriedly hugged her mother to protect her. She glanced at the rampaging warships in the sky and determined there were invaders. Her mother, though scared, worriedly reminded her daughter, "Wei Wei, your father is still outside." She looked firmly into her mother's eyes and instructed, "Mom, you hide inside now. I'll go outside to find Dad." After arranging for her mother, she calmly drew the specialized gun from her hip. Gu Weilun immediately became professional. She contacted the First Planet to report. "The shopping center on Xingguan needs urgent assistance. Rebel forces are on a rampage." After reporting, she immediately ran outside to find her father. Meanwhile, she was constantly thinking of a countermeasure. "There are too many of these rampaging forces. If this continues, it won't be good. I don't know when reinforcements from the First Planet will arrive." Suddenly, The two warships above her were shot down. Gu Weilan looked up to observe. Have the reinforcements from the first planet arrived? She happily turned to look behind her, searching for help, who knew that what was behind her would make her eyes widen in surprise. It was indeed people from the first planet, but this warship looked so familiar. Just then, the warship door opened. Unexpectedly, the person who stepped out was Ying Wu, the person she had just been rude to. Ying Wu and Gu Weilan faced each other. Only then did she become dazed, finding a flaw. This kind of matter doesn't require a high-ranking commanding officer like him to come here. Suddenly, her father appeared from behind, asking breathlessly, Wei Wei, are you okay? Where's your mother? She quickly replied, I came out to find you. Mom is safe inside the shopping center, Dad. Go find her first. Gu Weilan told herself silently. Whatever, let's deal with the matter at hand first. She said to her father again, I'll stay here to save people. Around Gu Weilan now, everyone was busy treating the injured. Seeing this, her father couldn't say much more. Worry was clearly visible on his wrinkled face, but he could do nothing but instruct his daughter. Then you be careful. After her father left, Gu Weilan immediately went to a nurse, showed her official ID card, and explained, I am a doctor and can help everyone here. The nurse pointed to a patient and said, That's great. We're short-staffed right now. Can you come and check the condition of that man's injuries for us? Who knew that when she went over, Gu Weilan would discover that the man was Fu Cheng, her previous blind date. It's you. Fu Cheng smiled when he saw her and said, I just came to Luo Xing for work. What about Dr. Gu? Although Gu Weilan was focused on bandaging, she still took a moment to answer his question. I brought my parents here to have fun. Suddenly, someone called her name, Dr. Gu. She turned around and found that it was Adjutant Gao. He continued, Dr. Gu, the commanding officer is calling you over. Gu Weilan asked again with suspicion. Now, Adjutant Gao awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Yes. Fu Cheng took the roll of bandage from her hand and said, You go ahead. I can do it myself. Before leaving, Gu Weilan still reminded him one more time, not feeling at ease. Be careful not to touch water. She slowly walked into the warship. In front of her was Ying Wu, sitting and looking at the parameters on the control screen. He didn't turn his face to look at her, but just said in a serious tone, Did you forget that you are still my warship's medic? Gu Weilan replied without emotion, Yes. At this point, Ying Wu swiveled his chair around and casually informed her, I'm injured. Gu Weilan immediately brought the first aid box over, asking with concern, Where is the commander injured? Ying Wu coldly pointed to the first button of his shirt. She looked at the position he pointed to and was a little worried. Chest. Even so, she still quickly knelt at his feet to unbutton his shirt. Seeing Gu Weilan stoop down, Ying Wu quickly lowered his gaze to watch her intently. Gu Weilan was so absorbed in her task that she didn't notice his action. When she took off his shirt, she discovered a wound that was still bleeding on his left chest. Gu Weilan looked up worriedly and asked him, Why is the commander injured? Ying Wu didn't answer her question, but focused on another matter. What is your relationship with the person from just now? Gu Weilan turned to find things in the toolbox to avoid his gaze and answered perfunctorily, a newly met friend. She used a cotton ball soaked in alcohol to disinfect his wound, asking as she worked, Does it hurt? Ying Wu maintained his cold attitude and replied, It doesn't hurt. Then he continued to question, Why would a newly met friend come to Luo Star with you? Gu Weilan didn't want him to misunderstand and hurriedly explained, It was just a coincidence. We didn't come together. Then she suddenly realized, what does this have to do with the commander? Then she focused on her task again, quickly unwrapping a roll of gauze. Then she wrapped her arms around his back, looking as if she was about to hug him, and reminded him in a stern voice, Don't move, let me bandage it. At this moment, their faces were incredibly close. He only needed to lean down to kiss her lips. Perhaps it was this proximity that made Ying Wu blush shyly. Just as Gu Weilan stood on her tiptoes, she got a cramp. She frowned in pain. Ouch, my leg is numb. Then she turned to remind him once more, Commander, please sit still. Unexpectedly, he reached out, wrapped his arm around Gu Weilan's small waist, and pulled her into his lap. She blushed shyly and called out, Commander, but he just held her tightly and said pleadingly, Don't move. I missed you. This sentence made Gu Weilan's heart melt. Although her heart softened, she still had a bit of reason left. After regaining her composure, Gu Weilan couldn't help but wonder upon hearing Ying Wu's words. Why? Ying Wu gently stroked her hair and replied, Because Assistant Gu was not by my side. This time, she was not mesmerized and decisively pushed. him away. She explained awkwardly. Commander, I have to go. My parents are waiting for me. I have to take them back to City safely. Ingwu then gave her an option. Take my warship back. But Gu Weilan just smiled and refused outright. Better not. I wouldn't want to trouble the commander. Then she quickened her pace, as if this place were a demon's cave that she had to leave as quickly as possible. He watched her departing back from behind, remaining silent and not trying to hold her back. Only after Gu Weilan was gone did he turn on his watch to inquire, is there a suitable island to lock someone up? Just a few seconds after he pressed search, the warning system began to sound continuously. Warning, warning. Master, a reminder to you, imprisoning a person is a violation of the law in the Imperial Federation. Warning, warning. Ingwu then changed the question. Then, is there another way, a way to make Assistant Gu stay by my side without breaking the law? The artificial intelligence immediately provided an answer in a few seconds. Based on a master's question, 2 legitimate methods have been found. The first is to increase Gu Weilan's salary. This method is not feasible because what she needs now is not money. The second method is to marry her. Reading this, Ingwu fell into deep thought. Marriage? By now, it was dark, and in the entire apartment complex, only Gu Weilan's apartment was lit. At this moment, she was soaking in the bathtub, saying with satisfaction, "Ah, finally home." Only now did she recall Ingwu's strange attitude this morning. What was wrong with him today? Strange. She gently stepped out of the bathtub, then leisurely put on her bathrobe. After tying the belt, she reached out her hand in a gesture to straighten it for the person opposite her. Only then did she realize with a start, why did I suddenly make this gesture? Gu Weilan slapped her face repeatedly to regain her senses. I must be too tired today. Time to sleep. Go to sleep. Scene changed to the next morning. The sound of an incoming call continuously emanated from the watch. The ringing went on, causing her to frown. When she became so angry, she couldn't stand it anymore. She shot up and answered the call. Hello. Hearing her still sleepy tone mixed with a bit of anger at being woken up, Ingwu asked, Assistant Gu, are you still sleeping? After Gu Weilan realized the caller was Ingwu, she was stunned, and all her sleepiness vanished. She immediately switched to a professional demeanor to speak with him. I just woke up. Is there something the commander needs from me? He nodded and thought to himself. Her just woken up voice is also very cute. Then he turned to answer her question. Yes, last time I asked you to keep my wristwatch. Did you forget to return it? Gu Weilan scratched her head, trying to remember. A watch? I remember leaving on the commander's aircraft. Ingwu adjusted his cuff and immediately denied it. It's not there. Hasn't Assistant Gu just returned to City for a few days? It must have been dropped at Assistant Gu's place. Being suspected by him, Gu Weilan angrily raised her tone. Why on earth would I take the commander's watch home? It's so big I can't even wear it. She stated with certainty, it's definitely not here. At this, Ingwu laughed and changed the subject. Assistant Gu, are you also grumpy when you first wake up? Only then did she realize she had been a bit rude. I'm sorry. He acted magnanimous and even asked kindly. It's all right. Have you found it yet? Assistant Gu? She said without hesitation. Not yet. But as she fumbled in her pocket to search, before she could finish her sentence, she had to correct herself. Found it. It turns out it was in the pocket of the coat she wore yesterday. Ingwu was proud that he had come up with such a brilliant plan, because he was the one who had deliberately put it there. He suppressed his joy and said with a feigned seriousness, All right, I'll come to your house to get it now. Gu Weilan anxiously shouted, Wait, I'm at home in City right now. Ingwu ruffled his hair and replied, I know. Come out to meet me in 5 minutes. 1,000 question marks seemed to run through her head. He's coming to my house. Gu Weilan immediately ran out the door to wait to return Ingwu's watch. The moment she came out, a warship was already waiting outside. It wasn't until Ingwu stepped out of the warship that a dazed Gu Weilan whispered to herself. The commander came here himself? Unexpectedly, he was very sharp and, after hearing her, replied, Yes, Assistant Gu, lead the way. Gu Weilan extended her hand to point the way. Please follow me. While leading the way, she would occasionally glance back to observe his actions. He also felt awkward and blurted out a random sentence. I don't like that the whole garden is full of roses. This left Gu Weilan helpless and speechless. In the end, she could only remind him in a stern voice, This is my house. Whether the commander likes it or not is not important. At this moment, he suddenly stroked his chin thoughtfully, but it's not unacceptable either. Seeing him become increasingly bizarre, Gu Weilan's face went blank as she thought to herself, I don't know what nonsense this person thinks about all day. She placed a pair of slippers at his feet and said politely, "Commander, please change your shoes." Meanwhile, Gu Weilan's parents were hiding behind the door, secretly observing the new arrival. As soon as Ying Wu had changed his slippers, Gu Weilan's mother immediately came over, enthusiastically took his hand, and introduced herself. "I've heard my treasure talk about the commander before. Today, I finally get to meet you." After hearing her, an idea for a new form of address sparked in his mind. Treasure? Gu Weilan could only make an excuse to get her mother away. "Mom, I'm going upstairs to get something." Unexpectedly, Ying Wu chimed in from behind. "As it happens, I have some work to discuss directly with Assistant Gu. Would it be convenient for you to take me to your room?" Before she could make a decision, her parents spoke up in unison. "Weilan, quickly take the leader to your room. Don't delay things." Gu Weilan had no choice but to open her bedroom door for him. Click! As soon as she closed the door, she sighed to herself. Mom and Dad are just causing more trouble. Suddenly, Ying Wu leaned in very close to her and said in a deep, captivating voice, "Treasure." This new address made her face turn as red as a ripe tomato. Embarrassment turned to anger, and she could only shout to warn him, "Don't call me that again." To avoid Ying Wu, she immediately turned away from his gaze and made an excuse. "I'll go get the watch first. The commander can wait here for a moment." Unexpectedly, before she could take a few steps, he grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her back. He gently placed his other hand on her hip, their bodies pressing closely together. Ying Wu looked straight into Gu Weilan's eyes and said seriously, "Assistant Gu, I have something important to discuss with you." The formality in his words made her feel shy, and she just wanted to avoid his gaze. "Let go of me quickly." Ying Wu was also very respectful of her, immediately letting go so she could create some distance from him. "All right." Then he naturally sat down at the desk in her room. He pressed his watch to open a document and casually said to her, "Assistant Gu, take a look at this contract for a moment." Gu Weilan curiously leaned down to look. "What is this?" When she saw the contents of the contract clearly, her eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that what Ying Wu was showing her was a marriage contract. He calmly picked up a teacup, took a sip, and continued, "Assistant Gu, think about it. Marry me." The seriousness he had shown from the beginning indicated that what he was saying was not a joke. But this news was truly too hard to believe. She couldn't help but ask again, "Commander, are you joking with me?" Ying Wu replied seriously, "Do you think I came to your house myself just to joke with you?" Gu Weilan became even more curious. "Then may I ask why?" After hearing her question, he beckoned Gu Weilan closer. "Come here." She approached him without any suspicion. Sure enough, Ying Wu was not to be trusted. Before she even got close, he shot up, closing the distance between them. He gripped her wrist tightly, not letting go. Then he pinned her hand onto the desk behind her, forcing her to place her other hand on his body to keep her balance. Ying Wu brought his face closer and closer to hers, causing Gu Weilan's heart to pound incessantly. She squeezed her eyes shut, her thoughts in a jumble. Is he going to kiss me again? But we're in my house. Unexpectedly, his face turned bright red at that moment, but he only rubbed his face against one side of hers. Then he rested his head on her shoulder and whispered like a pouting child, "Because you're not by my side, I can't live and work normally." Before coming, I asked Professor Bailuo. He said that the demonic crystal inside me has gotten used to your presence, so can you marry me? This abrupt question left Gu Weilan at a loss for how to answer. She thought worriedly to herself, "He's clearly talking romance, but he says it like it's a business matter, as if he's only marrying me because I'm a useful tool." Ying Wu didn't care about her feelings and was only focused on negotiating. "You can propose your conditions as long as they are within my capabilities. Even if they are not within my capabilities, I can still do my best to make assistance." Gu satisfied. Gu Weilan didn't dare to look him in the eye, so she turned her face away to inquire, but isn't the commander in an arranged marriage with Miss Song?" Ying Wu immediately explained, "I am not in an arranged marriage with anyone else." Unexpectedly, she coldly pulled her hand away and refused outright, "But I don't want to marry anyone either, including the commander." Ying Wu was stunned and wanted an answer from Gu Weilan as to why she didn't want to marry him. Gu Weilan answered seriously, "My family is also quite wealthy, although not on par with you upper-class people. We are considered to have a large enterprise and city. I don't want to sell myself just to have a political marriage with you." She thought about her parents' attitude when she told them about this later. They would surely be happy, "Daughter, your parents support you." She became even more frustrated. "My family doesn't lack anything. There's no need to compromise with this guy." As Ying Wu heard her explain all her reasons, a great deal of killing intent immediately radiated from him, although he did not clearly show his emotions. but a sensitive person like Gu Wei-lan, who had been his special assistant, would naturally pick up on it. She immediately made an excuse to slip away. I'll go get the thing for you. As she finished speaking, the door slammed shut. He could only stand silently in the empty, unfamiliar room, lacking the warmth of an important person. In the end, Ingwu still couldn't suppress his emotions and let out a cold snort, biting his lip, then violently ripped the neat tie from his neck, angrily ordering his system, brain, I order you, no matter what method you use, you must bring Gu Wei-lan back here. After speaking, he pressed the execute button on the control screen without hesitation. The anger had not yet subsided from his face. I want to make her only be able to stay by my side for this entire life. As he silently made his decision, he coldly walked out of the room. When Gu Wei-lan returned to the room with the watch and didn't see him, she then walked out to the living room in a daze. She saw her parents sadly holding a plate of pastries they hadn't had a chance to offer their guest, informing her Commander Ng just said he still had business in the military department, so he left first. Her father worriedly inquired, "My dear, what did you two talk about?" I noticed that when Commander Ng left, his expression wasn't very good. Gu Wei-lan smiled and brushed it off. "It's nothing," But before she could finish, her eyes widened. The sound of retching immediately came out. Gu Wei-lan hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Her parents couldn't help but panic, asking anxiously, "My dear, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly sick like this? Is there any medicine in the house? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup?" She quickly suppressed the nausea, slowly replying to reassure her parents, "It's probably my old palate sickness acting up again. I have an appointment to get it checked to the hospital today, right? Mom and Dad, don't worry, it's nothing." Gu Wei-lan quickly walked outside to get ready for her checkup. Just as she walked out of the gate, her head suddenly spun. Before she lost consciousness, she still thought in fear, "Damn it, it's an anesthetic." After thinking that, she fell to the ground and fainted. Scene changed to the first planet. The breeze and cheerful sunlight played gently with the thin curtains. At this moment, Gu Wei-lan slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't until she sat up completely that she realized with a start, this is Ing Wu's bedroom. Gu Wei-lan tried to use her hands to push her body off the bed, but couldn't. Sighing to herself, "Why is my whole body so weak?" The very next second, the door opened, and Ing Wu, wearing a seductive, slit bathrobe, walked into the room, a few drops of water still clinging to his handsome face, rolling down from his soaking wet hair. He walked to the bedside, gallantly leaned down, and kindly asked Gu Wei-lan, "You're awake?" All her frustration was immediately directed at him. "Commander, you were the one who had people tie me up and bring me here, and then you made me inhale anesthetic, right?" All of Gu Wei-lan's suspicions were immediately confirmed by him. "Yes," she asked indignantly. "Do you know that doing this is illegal?" Ing Wu stubbornly stated his reason, "But you won't marry me." He was clearly the one at fault, but he acted as if she was bullying him. His face was just short of being etched with the words, "You won't marry me," along with an extreme, inexpressible resentment. She used her hands to push him away, get away, but unfortunately, because she had just been drugged, her body was now as limp as a noodle. It was hard enough to stand up on her own, let alone resist. Of course, the result was that her wrist was gripped by him, tightly, then pressed down hard on the bed, the two of them embracing. Gu Wei-lan kept trying to reason. "This is not a reason for you to kidnap and drug me. Do you know that I can sue you for breaking the law?" Although threatened by her, Ing Wu still just gently replied with two words, "I know," while his grip on her wrist grew tighter. He lifted her chin, threatening her back. "I can lock Assistant Gu up, sleep until Assistant Gu is pregnant, and by that day, Assistant Gu will not be able to leave me." Gu Wei-lan's eyes became empty. She asked him in fear, "Who gave the commander this idea?" He gently bit the button of her sleeve and changed the subject. "Isn't it you? If you don't want to continue being my assistant, and you don't want to marry me, then I can only break the law." As Ing Wu finished speaking, the button on her sleeve was bitten off by him. The fabric on her arm quickly slid down. Ing Wu cherished her arm and caressed it. "I want your whole body to have the scent of me." "Assistant Gu, your lips look very alluring." Gu Wei-lan was both a little shy and a little scared. Looking at him, Ing Wu gradually lowered himself closer to her until their lips were about to touch each other. Suddenly the sound of Gu Wei-lan retching rang out, ruining his mood. "Retch, retch, cough, cough, cough." She coughed loudly while squirming, wanting to push him away. Ing Wu's face seemed to turn pale. He didn't expect her to have such an extreme reaction, so his face lost all color. Do I make Assistant Gu feel so nauseous that you can't help but vomit in front of me? Gu Weilan looked at Ingwu with worried eyes and thought to herself, if I don't sweet-talk him now, who knows what other scary things he'll do. She continued to maintain that pitiful gaze, her hair disheveled, then closed her eyes to avoid his gaze and turned her face away to say my stomach is not feeling well today. After hearing this, Ingwu silently stared at her without a word. This attitude of his made Gu Weilan think even more, why isn't he talking? Suddenly, he lifted her onto his lap, causing Gu Weilan to cry out in alarm. Ah, Commander Yu. His two hands wrapped around her waist and squeezed her hips tightly, making her unable to help but let out a shy moan. Gu Weilan could only bite her lip lightly to suppress her moan and reassure Ingwu. Don't be like this. Ingwu looked straight into her eyes. If not like this, then how? Gu Weilan thought carefully. Right now the commander is like he's possessed. I have to stabilize his spirit first. In the end, she had to negotiate. I can go back and continue to be your assistant. Ingwu brought his face close to hers and asked, how do I know that Assistant Gu isn't lying to me? Hearing him ask this, Gu Weilan raised her voice in reply, feeling suspected. I could sign a new contract with the commander. That should be enough, right? Ingwu was silent for a moment to think. Gu Weilan continued her ideological work. Commander, I don't want to. Do you really want to force me to have a relationship with you? He was shamed into blushing by her bullied-looking face and turned away. No. What was more surprising was that he proposed a new condition. Then you have to let me lock you up for a bit. Gu Weilan let out a horrified huh. Ingwu immediately took out the handcuffs he had prepared under the bed. He swiftly locked her two hands, as if he had practiced this many times. The two clicks that rang out were also the moment her freedom was restricted. From a moment he finished speaking to when her hands were cuffed. Gu Weilan was so stunned she could only utter one word. You. Ingwu shamelessly introduced. I had them custom-made to Assistant Gu's wrist size. I've never put them on Assistant Gu before. The size is just right. Not feeling assured, he even tried to rotate them around her wrist to see if they were really secure. At this point, Gu Weilan had regained her senses and immediately questioned him. So, Commander, when you put that watch on my wrist that day, you actually already had the idea of imprisoning me, right? Otherwise, how would you know my wrist size so well and even have these terrifying custom-made handcuffs? Just imagining it made her want to give him a few kicks. To vent her anger, Ingwu suddenly picked her up and said, I'm going to print a new contract. Then he gently placed her neatly on the bed and whispered softly in her ear, his gentle words carrying a hint of warning. Assistant Gu, wait for me here. Don't even think about running away. Then Ingwu leisurely walked out. At the same time, the sound of the door slamming shut echoed in the room. Finally, Gu Weilan could let out a sigh of relief. Phew, he's finally gone. She looked at her cuffed hands and decided, in order not to let him go crazy and come up with more ideas, I can only pretend to obey him for this period of time. A moment later, Ingwu returned with a new contract and showed it to her. Assistant Gu, see if there are any problems. If not, then sign it. Gu Weilan sat on the edge of the bed, took the contract he handed her, and read it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes drooped because he noticed Gu Weilan's slightly trembling arm. She still didn't know she was being watched and just pointed to the last clause of the contract and asked, as long as the commander's demonic crystal fluctuates, no matter what, I must return to the commander's side to perform a soothing function? Ingwu calmly affirmed, that's right, this is very important. Gu Weilan thought silently for a moment, but he didn't give her time to hesitate, immediately staring at her and threatening. Assistant Gu doesn't want to? His eyes became murky as if he wanted to eat her. Alive. Gu Weilan could only answer with difficulty. No, I agree. Then she reluctantly signed the contract. While Ingwu was carefully examining the signature, she inquired, so can I go home now? He looked outside, wanting to find a reason for her to stay. It's very late now, but she still said resolutely, I still have to go home. Ingwu silently turned to look at Gu Weilan's determined face, feeling guilty for forcing her. This time he compromised. All right, Ingwu gently unlocked the handcuffs for her. Gu Weilan was just waiting to immediately turn and leave this place without any lingering attachment. Then I'll be going. Unexpectedly, before she could take a few steps, he grabbed her by the wrist and pulled her back, making Gu Weilan scared that he was about to try something. Ingwu pulled her into a tight hug and whispered, Assistant Gu, can I kiss you for a bit? Weilan voiced her displeasure clearly. No. Ingwu, of course, did not let her go because of that attitude. He continued in a low voice. Next, I have to leave Assistant Gu for a whole night. If I can have some intimate contact with Assistant Gu now, it will comfort me a lot. Hearing that, Wei Lan groaned inwardly. Using such a righteous reason to be a rogue, is there no law anymore? Looking at his demeanor, she felt that if she didn't agree, she wouldn't be able to leave today, so she decided not to care anymore. Then Wei Lan sighed and replied, "All right, a kiss on the cheek." But before she was mentally prepared, her neck was grabbed by Ying Wu and pulled closer. In an instant, he had captured Wei Lan's sweet, plump lips. Wei Lan, attacked so suddenly and unprepared, could only weakly push him away. When released, Wei Lan looked at him and said in a low voice, "Commander." She vaguely felt in her heart that this kiss seemed different from before. At this moment, Ying Wu touched her lips again, once again kissing them lightly. Wei Lan let him do as he pleased. After being soothed, Ying Wu was satisfied and started to leave. "I'll take you home." Wei Lan, on the other hand, foolishly touched her lips, standing motionless and looking at Ying Wu. Ying Wu's private jet took off a moment later. At the villa in the evening, Wei Lan sat by the window, looking outside thoughtfully. The whole day felt like a dream. Then she touched her lips again, her face unconsciously blushing. That kiss. Wei Lan, unsure of her feelings, buried her head in the mattress. "Stop thinking about it," Gu Wei Lan. But she had an indescribable feeling. She sat up abruptly and touched her stomach. For the past 2 days, her stomach had felt strange. "I have to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. I hope it's all in my head." Looking at that expression, it was clear she had already guessed most of the reason. The next morning at a large hospital, during the body scan, a moment later, an announcement was heard. "Body scan complete. Test results are being generated. Please wait a moment." Wei Lan looked at her watch and muttered, "It's almost time for work. Tell him to wait for an hour." Wei Lan had messaged Ying Wu, "Commander, I have something to do this afternoon. I can't be with you at the military headquarters. If anything comes up, you can find Deputy Commander Chow. I have already synchronized the project items for him." But as soon as she sent it, Ying Wu called back. After Wei Lan picked up, he immediately asked, "Assistant Gu, what do you have to do this afternoon?" Wei Lan replied, while looking at a report, "Just a small private matter." Ying Wu didn't ask what it was, but asked further, "So will you come to the military headquarters to pick me up in the evening?" Wei Lan naturally heard the threat in his words. She immediately replied cheerfully, yes. Hearing that, Ying Wu was satisfied and laughed heartily good. Wei Lan could only smile helplessly at this patron of hers. Why does he seem more and more bewitching these days? Wei Lan then looked up at the ultrasound machine. Her gaze suddenly froze, her eyebrows knitted unconsciously. From the image and the ultrasound results that appeared, her whole body felt like it had fallen into an abyss. She couldn't believe her eyes. "I'm really pregnant." The next morning, inside the base, Wei Lan's voice could be heard. "What? The commander told me to go." Ying Wu handed a document to Wei Lan and announced, "Assistant Gu, I'm giving you 1 hour to prepare. You're to take Miss Song to this location to sign the contract for this entire estate, and return here immediately after the contract is signed." Wei Lan looked at the file, stunned. So he wants to give her an entire estate? Suddenly, Wei Lan felt a surge of anger, silently cursing in her heart. So Song Mingxi, is that important to him? He got me pregnant, and now I have to go serve someone else. What does he take me for? But thinking that, she sighed again. Forget it. Wei Lan's eyes couldn't hide her sadness. There was nothing to be angry at him for. Ying Wu didn't know anything about it. Then she left decisively. Cut to another scene. Wei Lan had arrived at Song Mingxi's place. She pushed the stack of documents toward her. "If Miss Song has no objections regarding this property, please sign here." Mingxi on the opposite side pushed up her glasses, holding a pen and looking at Wei Lan. "Assistant Gu is really cold today." Then she signed the paper, "But I like it very much." Mingxi lifted the paper and exclaimed happily, "Done." Wei Lan organized the documents and said, "All right, if there's nothing else." But before she could finish her sentence, Mingxi got a phone call. "I see your brother has time to play that love game between a superior and a subordinate. If you're really that busy, then don't come back to see me." That's it. After saying that, Mingxi hung up. Wei Lan was a little surprised to hear that. "Is she talking about me?" Wei Lan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Mingxi chuckled and replied, "Of course." Wei Lan asked again, "Miss Song, aren't you afraid I'll tell the commander?" Mingxi answered without much concern, "It's up to you. If you want to tell him, go ahead. It won't affect me at all." Wei Lan thought again with suspicion, but Ying Wu still thinks she was his first. How should I tell Ying Wu about this? Cut to another scene. Vylon placed the file on Ingwoo's desk. Ingwoo paused his work, looked at her, and asked, "Is it handled properly?" I helped Songmingshi get the estate because she told me the truth. The person who slept with her that night wasn't her. We only have a partnership. Vylon was slightly surprised. So that's how it is? Ingwoo then looked at her. If I'm giving a gift, I can only give it to assistant Gu. The person I want to marry is also only assistant Gu. Perhaps my previous actions caused you some misunderstanding. It's my fault, but after a moment of hesitation, Ingwoo tapped his fingers on the desk. His expression was a bit annoyed as he warned, "Gu Vylon, if you dare to criticize me again, to throw up on me, I won't be so polite with you anymore." Vylon was speechless hearing those words and stared blankly at him. Ingwoo ordered in a cold voice, "You come here." Vylon had a bad feeling. She worried silently. Can he and I really fall in love? This time, I want to give it a try. Thinking that, Vylon walked towards him without hesitation, boldly sitting on Ingwoo's lap. It was clear that Ingwoo was a little surprised by Vylon's action. The atmosphere at this moment was truly indescribable, really hard to put into words. His face went from red to pale, from astonishment to surprise, staring blankly at Vylon. Vylon thought to herself, I had originally prepared to keep my distance from this superior, but the words he just said made me feel. Then Vylon touched Ingwoo's face. It seems Ingwoo is not the person I thought he was. At least, it's not that he doesn't care about my feelings. Then she reached her hand behind his neck, gently taking off his glasses. She called softly in a low voice, "Commander Ing." Ingwoo also couldn't control his broken voice as he called, "Assistant Gu." Vylon mischievously touched his lips, then slid her hand down to Ingwoo's neck. Looking at his expression, it was clear she had stirred him up. The buttons on his collar were also gradually unbuttoned by her one by one. Acting decisively, Vylon grabbed Ingwoo's collar. Vylon asked softly without hesitation, "Do you really want to play an office romance game with me?" The temperature around them could be felt suddenly rising sharply. Vylon was startled when she touched him. So hot. But her attempt to pull her hand back was stopped by Ingwoo. He held her hand tightly. Then he turned Vylon towards the desk, his large hand wrapping around her waist. Ingwoo's deep voice whispered in Vylon's ear, "Assistant Gu, you are seducing me." Vylon used her last bit of reason to retort. It was the commander who started it. Ingwoo didn't waste time retorting, but moved his hand to caress Vylon's waist, burying his face in the crook of her neck. "So do you want to do it with me?" Vylon hesitated for a moment, but before she could answer, she was dazed by the force of Ingwoo's bite. Ingwoo seemed to lock her body into his, greedily savoring every bit. Vylon's mind was a chaotic mess, so ticklish. After a while, Ingwoo finally let go and moved away from that spot. Soon, a red mark appeared on Vylon's neck. Yet Ingwoo stared at it, mesmerized. Without hesitation, he lunged forward again to kiss her deeply on the lips. Acting on instinct, he caressed Vylon's hair, the kiss becoming more and more out of control. Despite this, Vylon managed to hold on to a bit of reason. "This won't do. We can't continue." She used her strength to push Ingwoo away, her eyes avoiding his as she said, "Don't you need to work anymore?" Ingwoo looked at her passionately without reservation. "I'm a bit addicted." Vylon interrupted seriously. "The commander needs to work." It was unclear what Ingwoo was thinking, but he was genuinely a bit intimidated. Looking at Vylon frowning in front of him, he had no choice but to close his eyes and admit defeat. Once again burying his face in her neck. "All right then." Ingwoo seemed to be comforting himself, sniffing the scent on Vylon's body. But then he looked at her seriously and said, "Assistant Gu, did you drink fresh milk?" Vylon asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Ingwoo answered honestly, "You have a very fragrant, milky scent on you." Hearing that, Vylon suddenly blushed with embarrassment, then pushed Ingwoo away. Being pushed away, young Ingwoo felt a bit wronged. "Assistant Gu." Vylon sulkily returned to her desk and warned in a stern voice, "Get to work first." Ingwoo looked at her teasingly. "I'm very excited right now." Vylon put her hands on her hips and said loudly in a corrective tone, "If the commander is not satisfied with me, you can hire another assistant." Ingwoo could only smile helplessly and hand a file to her, "I know." Getting the desired answer, Vylon was willing to leave. A moment later, the door closed. Vylon immediately went to the restroom. She couldn't help but grimace at the red marks in the mirror. She sulkily rebuttoned her shirt, muttering in annoyance, "I can't let my colleagues see this. Who knows what rumors might start?" But then Vylon remembered Ing Woo's words and became worried. "You have a very fragrant, milky scent on you." Remembering this, she hugged herself, her heart in turmoil. "It's true that I feel it swelling. Could it really be because of the onset of lactation?" At the same time, someone called from outside, Assistant Gu. It turned out to be Ing Woo calling. Vylon peeked halfway through the door and asked timidly, "Commander, what is it?" Ing Woo looked in her direction and replied, "I want to drink coffee, and also if Assistant Gu is by my side, my work efficiency will be higher." Vylon replied somewhat helplessly, "Yes," but in her heart, she was already cursing, "Damn it, just because I want to get off work a little earlier." A moment later, a delicious cup of coffee was served. Ing Woo then asked, "Assistant Gu, have you heard the news that His Royal Highness Prince Tan Wen is getting married next month?" Vylon replied calmly, "Of course I know." Ing Woo and Vylon both looked at the screen, on which the prince was saying, "Princess Onla and I are about to become husband and wife. She will be my spouse, my wife." At this point, he spoke up. His Royal Highness Prince Tan Wen said, "Princess Ela will become his spouse, his wife." Vylon was even more confused hearing this. "Is there a problem?" Suddenly, Ingwa looked at Vylon and called out, "Wife." She was a little surprised and wondered in her heart, what is he talking about? Vylon's heart skipped a beat when Ingwu called out again, "Wife, if we get our license and get married in the future, I can call you wife." Saying that, he leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin smugly. "I personally prefer this form of address." Vylon, however, was not very happy. She bowed her head and thought to herself, if someone else said this, I would think they were proposing to me. But the person saying it now is Ingwu. Then it's possible he just wants to change to a different form of address for me. Thinking this, Vylon looked at the stack of documents, her hands and feet busy as she spoke. "I personally don't like it." Ingwu didn't say anything more upon hearing that. Time passed just like that, and soon it was dark. The aircraft also left the base. Vylon then unfastened her seatbelt, but beside her, Ingwu kept staring at her, making her movements unnatural. She asked tentatively, "We've arrived at your house. Is there still something else?" Ingwu said with a calm expression, "Last night before you went home, you kissed me." Vylon was startled and touched her lips, clearly not expecting him to say that. Last night, it was clearly him who insisted on kissing. Why is he getting greedy now, wanting a good night kiss every day? Ingwu beside her didn't wait any longer and leaned towards her. Aiming straight, he kissed her. Vylon could only accept the sudden kiss. After a while, Ingwu finally let go. He looked at the girl before him, an indescribable emotion rising in his heart. Yet Vylon took the initiative to kiss him on the lips, feeling smug. "Humph, if that's the case, I'll take advantage of him a little too." Ingwu, of course, couldn't ask for more and enjoyed it with relish. The two of them were thus immersed in sweetness. Vylon then opened her eyes, her body feeling a bit uncomfortable. "This should be enough. I can barely breathe." She used her strength, but couldn't push the person in front of her away. At this point, she could only resort to her own method, biting Ingwu's lip. Feeling a slight pain, Ingwu finally released her lips. He touched the bite mark on his lip and chuckled lightly. "Assistant Gu, can you not be so fierce next time?" Vylon frowned sulkily and retorted, "Isn't it all your fault?" At the same time, the signal on her hand went off. It was a letter from the Duchess. Cut to another scene. While Vylon was preparing a meal, a young man appeared again and took liberties, wrapping his arms around her waist. Vylon was startled, frowned, and turned to look at him. "Commander." Vylon smiled lightly and added, "It's almost ready. You go sit down first." His eyes clearly showed his displeasure. "Oh, yesterday when I went with you to deal with things, it wasn't like this." That brings us to yesterday, when she received the message. Vylon immediately looked pitiful and begged Ingwu. "The Duchess told me to go deal with it." "Commander, please come with me. The Duke will probably find trouble for me again." Ingwu could only agree. "All right, come pick me up there tomorrow." Back to the present. Vylon put her arm around his shoulder to reassure him. If we don't get ready quickly, we'll be late." Ingwu then placed his hand on her soft lips, preparing to kiss her. But at that moment, Vylon started to feel nauseous, which made young Ingwu furious. His eyes darkened as he asked, "What's wrong?" Vylon pushed him away. Her breath labored as she replied, "It's nothing." Ingwu interrupted unhappily, "How can you take care of me like this when you're throwing up?" Vylon covered her mouth to suppress the nausea and explained, "It's not because of the commander that I'm throwing up." Ingwu didn't let it go and asked again, "Then what is it?" Vylon avoided the question and equivocated, I haven't been feeling well these past few days." Ingwu then became worried, leaning down close to Vylan's stomach. "Not feeling well? I haven't seen you eat anything. Why would you not feel well?" Ingwu restlessly poked her stomach. Vylon was startled and raised her voice to stop him. "You, don't touch there." Ingwu didn't remove his hand and continued his action, asking innocently, "Why can't I touch it?" Vylon raised her hand to block Ingwu's finger. Her annoyed expression showed her anger. "You can't touch it." She carried the plate of food and left. "Let's go eat. We'll go deal with things after we're full." A while later, the two of them arrived at the place. The Duchess, Ingwu's stepmother, was already standing at the gate. She happily welcomed them. "You're here." The Duchess walked quickly towards her and said, "Vylon, let's." But before she could finish her sentence, Ingwu stood in front of her. "Where does the Duchess want to take her?" Seeing his cold attitude, she replied timidly, "I want to take Vylon for a walk in the garden, so as not to disturb the conversation between you and your father." Ingwu replied nonchalantly, "It's no bother at all." The Duke standing nearby heard this and shouted angrily, "Would you die if you didn't have Gu Vylon with you?" Vylon took the opportunity to excuse herself. "Commander, I'm going to pick some devil fruits." With that, Vylon ran off. In the flower garden, the Duchess took Vylan's hand. "Vylon, it's so good that you can be by Ingwu's side to help him. About what happened before, I apologize to you on behalf of the Duke. I hope you won't mind it anymore." Vylon just smiled lightly in agreement, explaining to herself, "Forget it. It's just a story I don't need to care about." The Duchess then asked, "Has Ingwu had any contact with any young ladies from noble families these past 2 days? I just saw that Ingwu has a hickey. It looks very intense." Vylon felt like she had been hit where it hurts, her face turning red. "Is that so?" Then Vylon casually picked a fruit from a nearby plant, at which point the Duchess said, "Vylon, you have to pay attention to Ingwu's influence. After all, he's a commander in the fleet. It won't look good if the subordinates in the army see it." For some reason, as if possessed, Vylon ate the ripe red fruit. Seeing this, the Duchess shouted in surprise, "Vylon, you!" Still not understanding what was happening, she looked at the Duchess, who continued in surprise, "Why did you eat a devil fruit?" Vylon was startled and panicked inwardly. "Right? Normally a normal human like me doesn't need to eat a devil fruit. Could it be because I have a little devil baby now?" Thinking this, she gave a forced smile and looked at the Duchess evasively. I'm tasting it for the commander to see if it's sweet." Hearing this, the Duchess chuckled softly. "It's fine. If you want to eat it, go ahead." But in her heart, a question arose. Assistant Gu has always been an elite, calm, and composed. She has never done anything outside of her work. This time is an exception. I can finally see a bit of normal warmth in her. The Duchess then looked in another direction and called out happily, "Zimion, come here." Vylon also looked curiously in that direction. Before her was Ing Zimion, Ingwu's younger sister, the youngest scientist in the Imperial Federation's Celestial Palace fleet. She walked towards the Duchess and asked with concern, "Mother, have you been well recently?" The Duchess also replied enthusiastically, "I'm very well. Your father and your older brother are still in the living room. Do you need me to take you there?" Zimion looked at Vylon and asked suggestively, "I'll go in a bit. Is this the assistant Gu who is always with my brother?" Vylon also replied politely, "Hello, Miss Ing Z." She pointed behind her and replied, "There's a shooting range back there. May I invite Assistant Gu to come and play with me?" Vylon did not refuse and nodded in agreement. "All right." In her heart, Vylon understood she wants to talk to me in private. A while later, the two of them arrived at the shooting range. Zimion had already prepared a gun, aiming at the target. "Assistant Gu, how much money does my brother give you?" Vylon looked at her, silently confused. This line of thinking is a bit of a leap. Why suddenly bring this up? In the scope, the crosshairs were right in the middle of the target. With a perfect aiming posture, Zimion prepared to fire. The first shot was fired, hitting the edge of the bullseye. Zimion then turned to look at her and said, "I'll give you 10 times that amount, as long as you don't let my brother enter a marriage alliance with Gu Jinsi." It was Vylan's turn. She was confident. She understood in her heart. As expected, she needs something from me. The first shot was fired, and Vylan hit the 10-point ring. Seeing this, Zimion couldn't help but be surprised. "She's that good?" After shooting, Vylan turned to look at her. "May I ask why?" Zimion replied calmly, "Song Jinsi is my girlfriend." As if hearing something shocking, Vylan involuntarily dropped her weapon, staring blankly at Zimion. Her eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing. Song Jin-si is about to have a marriage alliance with Ing-woo, but she's the girlfriend of Ing-woo's sister. Is this family that chaotic? Vylon touched her forehead and spoke. I see. I can't get involved in this matter. Zeon continued without much concern. But my brother can get involved, can't he? Vylon picked up the gun and added, regarding the two of you, I suggest you ask Miss Song yourself. As for the commander, he has only met Miss Song twice. Their relationship is normal. Zeon looked surprised upon hearing this. Then she said hesitantly, thank you. At the same time, the butler arrived, his voice hurried. Miss Gu, I've finally found you. He continued agitatedly. Young Master Ing-woo is looking for you urgently. He's piloting the ship now. You should go and see. Vylon immediately put down the gun, turned, and prepared to leave. All right, I know. I'm going there now. She was a little worried in her heart. What does he want to do now? Then she looked back at Zeon and said, excuse me, I'll be going first. Cut to another scene on the aircraft. Ing-woo was typing something. Vylon then approached. Vylon walked over and explained with a slight smile. I was just called to the shooting range by Zeon. I didn't intentionally not look for the commander. But Ing-woo remained motionless, clearly sulking. She hasn't come to see me in a long time. She doesn't care about me. She hasn't come to see me in a long time. She doesn't care about me. She doesn't care about me. Vylon looked at the sulking puppy who was ignoring her and felt annoyed, but still maintained a smile and tilted her head to look at him. She had to resort to her final move, taking out a devil fruit to entice him. I just picked a lot of devil fruits. Does the commander want to try some? It was clear that Ing-woo had been invaded by the scent of the devil fruit. He stopped pretending and wrapped his arms around Vylan's waist. You ate a devil fruit. Vylon replied calmly. I ate one while picking them. Yet Ing-woo leaned close to Vylan's lips and said softly, then let me have a taste. He didn't hesitate to kiss her, his hands tightening around Vylon. That kiss deepened, and the surrounding scene was filled with an ambiguous sound. After a while, when Ing-woo released her lips, she turned away, a little embarrassed. The commander will be having dinner with his family now. In 2 hours, you have to attend an important meeting at the command headquarters. Ing-woo, holding the devil fruit, nodded in agreement. Ing-woo didn't hesitate to take a bite, then looked at Vylon with a sulky expression. This doesn't help sweeten the mouth. Time passed just like that. Luckily, she met Ing-woo, who took her to a meeting at the command headquarters after dinner. After a period of nothing happening, the special day finally arrived. According to the schedule, Ing-woo would go to Banlinton once every few years to visit his mother who was confined on the island, and today was the day of the visit. A while later at the nursing home, Ing-woo and Vylon approached a woman. That was Ing-woo's birth mother, Zhu-ji. Although she had aged, her face still retained the beauty of her youth. When she saw them, she looked over and spoke. You're here. Vylon politely handed a file to her. Greeting. Madam, this is what Duking asked me to bring to you. Zhu-ji, however, stared intently at Vylan's stomach. Seeing that gaze, Vylon felt a bit intimidated. Why is Madam staring at me like that? She won't see anything, will she? Ing-woo stepped in front of Vylon, his cold eyes glancing at Zhu-ji. His face was grim, his voice devoid of emotion as he warned. Don't look at my person. Zhu-ji bowed her head and chuckled softly. Assistant Gu has lost quite a bit of weight. Vylon immediately replied. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, madam. For some reason, Ing-woo looked at her. Vylon added, Madam, I'll go back to the institute to pack my luggage first. You two can talk. Zhu-ji frowned slightly and continued. Just let him go. You stay with me. Vylon replied timidly. There's no need, madam. I should be the one to go. Zhu-ji stood up and asked sternly. You don't even know how to pack your own luggage? Hearing this, Ing-woo could only remain silent, tacitly agreeing. Vylon, seeing the tense atmosphere, waved her hands to mediate. Madam is still here. His pride wounded, Ing-woo immediately snatched the suitcase. Then he held out his hand to Vylon and said, Keys. Vylon didn't understand what was happening. Okay. Then she handed him the keys. No unexpectedly and happily pulled the suitcase away to put it away, leaving Vylon looking at him, not understanding what was happening. Truckco then spoke. Are you not feeling well lately? Vylon smiled hesitantly. I'm just a little unwell. I've made you worry, Auntie. In her heart, she was secretly praying, hoping a million times that Annie wouldn't see through anything. But as soon as she finished speaking, Vylon covered her nose and a chew. Seeing this, Truckco took a cloak and draped it over her shoulders. Vylon looked at her, slightly confused. Auntie, there's no need. You'll get cold too. Then she sat in the nearby wheelchair. The wind is strong here. You can help me back to rest now. Vylon immediately walked over and replied, yes. A moment later, No also saw the two of them approaching. Vylon tilted her head and looked at her. Annie, what would you like to eat for dinner? I'm getting ready to take a walk around the island in a bit to buy some things to cook. But Truck Co replied with annoyance, just let the people in the sanatorium do these things. Truck Co then looked at No and said in a cold voice, Assistant Gu is here to help, not to be your nanny. No didn't see the problem and asked indifferently, Gu Vylon is my assistant. Why can't she do a little thing like this? But he still took over the task of pushing the wheelchair from her, adding with annoyance, besides, Mom, don't call her my exclusive special assistant anymore. At this moment, Truck Co pressed a button on the chair, and his action of pushing the wheelchair came to a halt. She turned back to look at him, annoyed, and shouted loudly, I can go by myself, I don't need you. And so, Truck Co controlled the chair herself and left. No just watched her retreating back indifferently. Her temper is still as strange as ever. But just as he finished the sentence, he unceremoniously pulled her closer to him. His predatory gaze swept over Vylon, his hand wrapped tightly around her waist, and he uttered in a low voice, Thinner? No then put his other hand around her waist. Vylon was a little hesitant, her expression avoidant as she spoke. Commander, mind your image. No then said, It must be because you resigned, so you couldn't eat or sleep well during that time. Vylon disdainfully pinched No's hand and pushed it away. Let go of me. The young No, feeling sorry for himself, clenched his hand. I have to fatten her up a bit. I can't let her be this thin. Vylon pointed in another direction and said, Look, there's a patch of land in the garden where strawberries are grown. Over there. Before them were fresh red strawberries. No raised a question. Are these strawberries planted by the workers? Vylon walked over and gently picked one. Yes, and he probably planted them herself in her spare time. I just asked her, and she said we could pick them if we wanted to eat. No stood beside her, watching her with fascination. No suddenly moved closer to Vylon. Assistant Gu, I want to steal. Vylon turned back with a happy smile. Then let me teach the commander. Vylon honestly handed the tools to No, whose expression at that moment could only be described as instant regret. The two of them began their task. Vylon slowly instructed, First, loosen the soil. No's two hands continuously followed her instructions. Like this should be fine. However, the strawberry plant was tilted, yet No was satisfied. Poor Vylon, the instructor, was speechless and didn't know what to say. She could only laugh helplessly. Commander, the strawberry you planted is so crooked, it's too unsightly. No looked at her with an indifferent gaze. Who says so? Vylon enthusiastically added, Take a look. However, No's action beside her made her stop. No pressed her against the corner of the wall again. Vylon frowned slightly. Commander. No bit her neck without hesitation. Startled, she exclaimed, Commander, what are you trying to do? Her eyes showed surprise. Why the sudden kiss? On No's side, he still didn't stop his actions. Vylon's hand was held tightly, completely unable to escape. Vylon could only plead helplessly. Commander, please don't do this. How could No listen? His actions became even bolder. Vylon's hand was gripped tightly by him. Only after leaving a few kiss marks on her body did he finally let go. It wasn't unsightly at all. He clearly knew how to plant them. Vylon sulked and pouted to herself. All right, feelings have turned into strawberries planted on my neck. So childish. No poked Vylon's cheek and asked calmly, Do you need me to pat it? Are you angry? Vylon swatted his hand away in annoyance. Don't touch me. The oblivious No asked again. Is Assistant Gu angry again? Vylon was clearly annoyed, but still said, I'm not. But when No walked away, she asked again, dissatisfied. Hey, where are you going? No didn't answer, just bent down and picked a strawberry. Like a machine, he approached Vylon. Seeing No take hold of her chin, she snapped resentfully. What are you doing? But No put the strawberry into Vylon's mouth. She could only passively chew it. Finally, No leaned down and asked suggestively, Is it sweet? Vylon answered awkwardly. It's sweet. But looking at his attitude, Vylon was a little confused. But then they both looked at each other and laughed loudly. Not angry anymore. A while later, Vylon, holding some strawberries, went to knock on the door of Truck Co's room. Vylon called out from outside. Annie, No just picked some strawberries and told me to bring them to you. Truck Co immediately opened the door, wearing a cloak. I don't want them. Come in and sit down. Vylon also quickly stepped inside, saying warmly, "Then I'll be intruding." As she stepped inside, the first thing she saw surprised her. That's the president. In the photo was a picture of the president and a young truck company. Truck Co. had already placed the photo face down and said, "Assistant Gu, please sit." Vylon smiled lightly and nodded. Yes." She also sat next to her, then asked in a low voice, "Assistant Gu, do you know why I am imprisoned on this island?" Vylon answered without hesitation, "The files say you committed murder." Truck Co. just replied calmly, "Then No should have locked me in a prison. I was imprisoned on this island because I was pregnant." Hearing this, Vylon couldn't hide her surprise and unconsciously touched her own stomach. Truck Co. looked at Vylon with concern. "Did No force you?" She looked back at her, thinking to herself, "I don't know how much Annie knows. I have to find a way to get through this." Truck Co. added, "Assistant Gu, do you think that as his biological mother, I wouldn't know if he has entered a heat cycle?" Vylon replied hesitantly, "It's not that. That time the commander went in a heat for the first time, I just happened to be with him." As she said this, she panicked inwardly. Auntie is being so direct, it seems I can't fool her. Thinking of this, she lowered her head and added, "Dukung over there blocked the news, so the commander doesn't know about this." Truck Co. was not surprised at all, which was very in line with the style of this president. Vylon suddenly understood. His Excellency the President. So Duke Ung blocking the news was also an order from His Excellency the President. Suddenly, Truck Co. turned and took Vylon's hand. "I just want to remind you of something. Some things are not as simple as you think. If you have things you can't control, it's best to reconsider." Then she asked again, "By the way, Assistant Gu, you saw it just now. Don't you find my relationship with your president strange?" Vylon smiled and replied, "If Annie doesn't want to talk about it, I won't be nosy." About it. Truck Co. lowered her head and continued, "There's nothing I don't want to talk about. I'm just a tool that he has deceived to this day." Vylon asked in surprise, "Does the commander know about this?" Truck Co. chuckled softly. "What do you think?" Vylon couldn't hide her suspicion. "So, Auntie, you were deprived of your freedom ever since you gave birth to No, and it was all because of No. No wonder you don't want to see No if No knew the truth." But just then, No suddenly opened the door from outside and walked in. "We're going back to the first star?" His expression was serious as he continued, "Planet U-47 has been invaded. We must return quickly to handle it." Hearing this, Vylon quickly stood up. "Annie, we'll be leaving now." Truck Co. pulled her arm back. "Wait." She placed something in her hand and said, "Wear this. You can use one when you feel unwell." She took it, turned around, and replied, "Thank you, Annie." Truck Co. looked over at No. "Assistant Gu hasn't been well lately. Don't take her to the front lines this time." No remained silent, but it was clear he had taken her words to heart. A moment later, their aircraft took off from the island. Vylon sat in her seat and announced, "We have another half hour until we reach the first star. The dispatch team has already set up defenses. The situation is under control." No, sucking on a candy beside her, spoke up, "That woman is very concerned about Assistant Gu this time." Vylon sighed and replied, "Commander, that auntie is your biological mother." Suddenly, No rushed towards her and asked, "Assistant Gu, are you really unwell?" Vylon replied, startled, "I'm fine." No looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Then he suddenly lifted Vylon up, making her jump. "What's wrong?" He teased her, touching her chin. "Her face is red, her mouth too." Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't resist and kissed her. Then he finally continued, "Also very sweet." Vylon blushed at his words. She struggled with all her might, her eyes avoiding his. "I'm not." Vylon tried to break free. "All right, I get it, let go of me." No actually let her go. Then he pointed to his high collar tie and said, "Assistant Gu, you've crooked my tie. Fix it for me." Vylon sighed helplessly and adjusted it for him. No looked at her seriously. "I just checked. The trouble on planet U-47 this time isn't major. I can be back in 3 days." Vylon asked, confused, "The commander doesn't need me to go with you this time?" No put on a helpless expression. "Yeah, otherwise that woman will see it and say I'm mistreating Assistant Gu." Vylon raised an eyebrow and continued. Auntie was clearly joking. He then moved closer to her. "Let's not mention her anymore. It's bad luck. As for Assistant Gu, you have to be good and eat properly at home. I'll check when I get back." Vylon replied, a little shyly, Okay. But inwardly, she grumbled a little. "Since when did the commander become so much like my mother?" No suddenly pulled her close and bit her cheek. He looked at her with a threatening tone. "Did you hear me, Assistant Gu?" Vylon felt a little unwilling, and at the same time, Ung No's expression became complicated. Vylon actually took the initiative to pull his collar and kiss him deeply. She bit his lower lip hard without hesitation. Then she touched both sides of his face and said, "I also hope the commander pays attention to his safety on the front lines. When you return, I will also check if you have any injuries." Ung No's heart bloomed as he took her hand. "I know." He greedily kissed Vylon's lips again. "To be managed by you, I am completely willing." A moment later, Vylon stood below, waving goodbye to him. "Remember to be safe. I'll wait for you to come back." After the aircraft took off, Vylon yawned widely. "Why have I been so exhausted lately? What's wrong with me?" After that, Vylon returned home and fell into a deep sleep. But at that moment, Ung No called. Vylon suddenly woke up. "Ah, how did I fall asleep like this?" Then she pressed the screen to answer. On the other side, Ung No said calmly, "Assistant Gu, look at my face." Vylon rubbed her eyes and replied, "Oh, okay." But when she looked at the screen, Ung No suddenly froze. Vylon asked out of habit, "Commander, are you on your way back yet?" But his expression was a little strange at this moment. His eyes averted, he said softly in a low voice, "I want to kiss Assistant Gu." Vylon sensed something was wrong and waved her hand. "Hey, I'm hanging up." But Ung No touched his chin and leaned his head out of the screen. "Assistant Gu, do you want to see me?" Vylon said, confused, "Aren't I seeing you right now?" But then she froze and exclaimed, "This is?" On the other side, Ung No's little tail had appeared from who knows when. It lightly touched Vylon's nose. The extremely inviting action made her shiver slightly. Who could resist this? Truly too much desire. Vylon suddenly came to her senses and said loudly, "Commander, why did your tail suddenly pop out?" Ung No said calmly, "I just saw Assistant Gu. I couldn't control it, so it had to come out, right?" As he spoke, he rested his chin on his hand and invited in a low voice, "It misses Assistant Gu very much too." Needless to say, Vylon immediately hung up. A huge storm was raging in her heart. If she hadn't hung up quickly, she didn't know what other abnormal things she would have had to hear. At the same time, someone called from outside the door, "Assistant Gu, I am Chief Secretary Lin. Is it convenient for you to come with me to the La Palace for a trip?" Vylon asked cautiously, "Does His Excellency the President want to see me for something?" The person outside replied, "That's right, I hope you have the time." A while later at the La Palace, after Vylon arrived, the president got straight to the point. "I heard that 2 days ago, Assistant Gu and the commander went to the Inter Island to visit his mother." Vylon quickly replied, "Yes." He added, "I called you here today because I heard that the data shows Ung No has become increasingly inseparable from Assistant Gu. Is that so?" Vylon answered without hesitation, "Your Excellency, the President, the reason the commander is used to being by my side is because the incubus crystal in his body is very dependent on my aura." The President looked at her and asked further, "Professor Bailuo also told me this point. It was because you helped him resolve his first sensitive period that he became dependent on you." Seeing his attitude, Vylon secretly guessed, could the president's expression mean he thinks I did all this on purpose? Thinking this, she frowned and spoke up. "That time, the commander was injured first. It wasn't my premeditated plot. If Your Excellency, the President, doesn't believe me, you can send someone to the military department to investigate." He opened a data file and said, "Assistant Gu, that's not what I meant. You'll understand when you see this document. This is the document about Ung No's lost memories before he entered the military department." Vylon was suddenly surprised. "This is?" The president explained. "Among the 3,259 memory fragments Ung No lost that year, 2,971 of them are related to you." His expression became serious again. "Assistant Gu, do you know what method the military used back then to make Ung No lose 2,971 memory fragments related to you?" Vylon frowned and replied, "No, I don't know." Looking at the data sheet, Vylon couldn't help but be shocked. "I only ever knew that a part of his past memories was erased, but I never knew so many of them were related to me." Then she pressed the arrow on the side. Other small panels appeared, surrounding her. However, the video that played on the screen made Vylon freeze. Ung No was locked tightly in a chair, screaming in sharp pain. The president then looked at her probingly. "The military's methods are very cruel. An ordinary person couldn't bear it. It's a gradually increasing pain to completely erase the memories related to the name Gu Vylon from Ung No." Vylon couldn't control her emotions and questioned him. "Why on earth did you have to erase those memories?" He replied calmly, "Because before erasing the memories, the military conducted many surveys with Ung No, in which 200 surveys proved that as long as the name Gu Vailon was mentioned, Ung No would say without hesitation, "Let her go, I can die in her place." At this point, the president's brow furrowed slightly. When tied up, he would give up everything without resistance to die for Gu Vailon. I always thought that erasing his memory was as simple as the literal meaning. Moreover, he endured waves of cruel punishment that an ordinary person could not bear. At this moment, Vailan's tears fell uncontrollably. 2,971 memory fragments. Ung No endured 2,971 instances of pain just to forget me. Her mood plummeted into a deep pit. Her body trembled involuntarily. The president said again, "You also find it very surprising, very meaningless, don't you? But that's the truth." That kid's obsession at that time was both absurd and laughable. Assistant Gu, I hope you can understand. What the Empire Federation needs is not a commander with a fatal weakness. He has a great responsibility. Assistant Gu should understand this better than anyone. This is also the reason why I don't want you and him to have any relationship outside of work. Vailon asked back without hesitation. But on what grounds do you do this? The president seemed to have heard a joke, pushing up his glasses and continuing. On what grounds? Because I am the president of the Empire Federation. Because Ung No can protect the differentiated people of the star system, the strongest in the Empire Alliance. Vailon was unyielding in her heart. He's just treating Ung No as a tool, yet he says it so righteously. Just like how he imprisoned Ung No's mother on an island to give birth. He was just using her. Thinking this, Vailon said, "Aren't you afraid I'll tell the commander?" The president replied calmly, "I heard that Assistant Gu's father isn't in city during his promotion period. Assistant Gu is a smart person and can surely weigh the pros and cons. Before calling you here, I spoke with the director of the research base. If Ung No becomes too dependent on you, we just need to try having someone else resolve his next sensitive period, and he will become dependent on that person instead. So I had the military put a drug to induce a sensitive period in his food, and I've arranged for a woman to be in his lounge. When Ung No returns tomorrow, Assistant Gu can work with him as before." Hearing this, Vailon could only leave with a gloomy cloud around her. If the president has nothing else, I'll be leaving. She also understood what had just happened. No wonder not long ago, when Ung No was talking to her, he was fine one moment and his tail popped out the next. It turns out he was drugged. After leaving the president's office, Vailon rushed back to the base. She anxiously called Ung No. "Ung No, I'm begging you, please pick up the phone." But Ung No didn't answer. Vailon became even more anxious. I have to stop him. I can't let something like this happen to him. But because she was running too fast, her stomach hurt a little. Vailan's whole body trembled, sweat pouring down nonstop. It hurt so much. But at that moment, someone called, "Dr. Gu, where are you? Please come to the command center quickly. It's been detected that the commander is very seriously injured." Hearing this, Vailon couldn't hide her worried expression. She ignored the pain and rushed to the door. "I know. I'm coming right away. Ung No, you must wait for me." A while later, Vailon arrived at the unit. A person from a base looked at Vailon anxiously. "The cabin door only has your and the commanding officer's fingerprints, so we could only call you here." "Here." She opened the cabin door. A girl sent by the president, covered in wounds, ran out screaming. "Help! Save me!" Vailon asked in surprise. "What happened?" The girl hugged her thigh and cried loudly. "The commander wouldn't let me get close. When I got close, he electrocuted me, and he wouldn't even let me breathe heavily, telling me to get out, saying my breath smelled. Boo-hoo." Vailon helped her to the man next to them and instructed, "Take her to get her wounds treated first. Let me go in and see." He replied with some concern, "Yes." After saying that, Vailon also stepped inside. As she entered, the door closed at the same time. The cabin was in a complete mess. Then she looked towards the bed on the side. Ung No was curled up on the bed. His tail and horns had already appeared. There was also a monitoring cuff on his leg. His heart was pounding pitifully, and he was growling in discomfort. Vailon cautiously approached him and called out softly, "Ung No." As soon as he heard her voice, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ung No aggrievedly bit his tail until it bled. His eyes filled with tears as he looked at Vailon. Vailon urgently touched Ung No's tail, let go. He then grabbed Vailan's hand and pulled her closer. In a flash, she was lying underneath him on the bed. Ung No's tears streamed down his face as he called out in a choked voice, "Baby." He couldn't hold back and kissed her on the lips. "You finally came." Vailon was taken by surprise, her whole body dazed. "Commanding officer." Then, with her last bit of rationality, Vylon patted Ung No's back. Ung No, you get up first. Ung No held her hand tightly. His voice choked with grievance as he replied, "No." Then he put on a pitiful look, but his hands locked her in place. "Baby can't leave me." Vylon replied helplessly, "Ung No, you're injured. Let go first. Let me bandage your wound, okay?" He's so clingy. But Ung No grabbed Vylan's leg. He didn't want to let go. Vylan's face turned red from his action. Ung No kissed her inner thigh from below, relentlessly marking his territory. "I have to lock baby by my side. I won't let baby leave again." A moment later, Vylon suddenly covered her stomach and shouted, "Ung No, you can't." Having his business interrupted, Ung No became even more aggrieved. "Why can't I? Baby won't make me comfortable. Baby doesn't like me anymore." After saying that, Ung No slid off the bed, bit his little tail tightly, and cried even more heartbreakingly. However, he bit it until it left a tooth mark, then looked at Vylon and said in a choked voice, "It hurts, baby." Vylan's heart ached as she lifted the little tail. "Why are you hurting yourself like this?" But then she saw Ung No just kept crying. So she sat beside him, stroking his head to comfort him. "I'm not leaving. Can you stop crying?" Being comforted, Ung No stretched his arms towards Vylon, whining coquettishly, "Hug." Then Vylon stood up and pointed to the first aid kit not far away. "I'm going down to get the first aid kit. I'll be right back with you after I get it, okay?" Being ignored, Ung No felt aggrieved, staying in the same position, clearly not happy. But what could he do? She was already gone. The young man could only reluctantly accept. "Okay." Vylon secretly glanced at the person behind her and grumbled to herself, "With this posture, it seems if I try to escape, he'll catch me alive right away." Vylon opened the first aid kit and said, "I'll adjust the dosage a bit. Wait for me for another 2 minutes." A moment later, Vylon finished finding the medicine, but when she turned back, she suddenly froze. Behind her, Ung No had a pitiful expression, holding his injured little tail. Vylon walked over and took his hand. "Ung No, let go of your tail. I'll help you treat the wound." Ung No pursed his lips, his tail wrapping around Vylan's hand. Vylan's heart ached as she touched it. "I'll disinfect the wound for you first. It might hurt a little." But with just the first drop of medicine, Ung No screamed in discomfort. My tail hurts so much, it hurts so much." Ung No immediately pulled his tail back. "Baby, I'm going to die from the pain." Vylon immediately gave him a piece of candy and comforted him in a low voice. "It doesn't hurt. Don't talk nonsense." "Ung No, if you want to bite something again, tell me. You're not allowed to bite your own tail anymore, and you're not allowed to take off the bandage, you know?" Yet, at this point, she frowned at him. "It was very difficult for me to bandage it for you. It was very hard work." Soon, the little tail was bandaged into a super eye-catching heart shape. Ung No couldn't help but hug it. "I like it." Then he moved closer to hug Vylon. She gently stroked his hair and added, "Come here. Let me see how your horn is injured." But at this moment, Ung No's face moved closer to a soft place. Viewers are prohibited. He immediately hugged her waist tightly. He rubbed his face against her, his little tail wagging back and forth in excitement. Vylon, still not understanding, looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Ung No said shyly, "Baby, I want to." However, Vylon seriously rejected him. "I already told you, no." But she was moved by the image of the handsome man in front of her. "Ah, he looks so cute." Vylon couldn't help but move closer. "Don't be angry anymore. I'm really not comfortable right now. I can't do that." Then Vylon kissed his lips as a gesture of comfort. Ung No then lowered his head, looking aggrieved. "Fine then." Vylon then helped him sit on the bed. "Ung No, we should leave here first. This place has been destroyed, and many parts are damaged. It'll be very dangerous if we stay here." Ung No clung to her and hugged her. "I don't want to." "Baby, you're tricking me again." Vylon looked helplessly at the big baby sulking below and lamented, "Kada. So he still remembers that I left him last time." Thinking this, she patted Ung No's back. This time is not like last time. At the same time, the federal president called. Vylon felt annoyed and raised her hand. It's better to turn it off. But Vylan's hand slipped and answered the call. She cursed silently in her head. Damn it. As soon as the call connected, the president on the other side called out loudly, "Gu Vylon." Ung No immediately looked annoyed. "Get lost. You're not allowed to call my baby." With that, Ung No decisively hung up. Vylon, beside him, worried silently that it's over. After Ung No's sensitive period ends, I'm afraid the federal president will hold me accountable. Seeing Ung No turn his face away in a huff, Vylon called out hesitantly, "Ung No, do you know who just called?" "Who it was?" she probed, tilting her head and asking softly. "Last time was my fault. I'm sorry, don't be angry. Yet he avoided her, using his tail to block her. Vailon frowned, and her voice became serious. Are you really going to ignore me? No maintained his attitude, and although he seemed reluctant, he resolutely turned his face away. She didn't bother staying either and decisively turned to leave. If you're going to ignore me, then I'm leaving. Immediately after, No used his small tail to wrap around Vailon. Without warning, No pulled Vailon towards him. He hugged her aggrievedly and complained. Hateful. Tears were already streaming down his face as he choked out. Baby is so hateful. Vailon, not yet understanding what was happening, looked at him hesitantly. I haven't even said anything, and he's already like this. Then she spoke reassuringly, be good. I'm not going anywhere. Don't cry anymore, okay? No didn't answer this time, just lowered his head and began to act. He aggrievedly nuzzled against Vailon. Vailon frowned, looking at the person below her. That action had touched her heart, but she still restrained herself and said, your claws, let go. Truly inexperienced person, No found a soft place to rest his hand and even replied with delight, but this place smells so good, I want to bite it. Vailon decisively pushed him away, and she reminded him seriously, no, we can't stay in here forever. You've broken so many things in this place, don't you know? But he just stared at her with a look of worldly resentment. Vailon thought to herself, I usually talk to him like this, but if it doesn't work, I'll have to try another way. Thinking this, she said, I'm not like you. I'm just an ordinary person. If we continue to stay here, I could be in danger at any moment. No immediately fell for the trap, saying worriedly, what? Baby will be in danger. He immediately switched to inspection mode, scanning everything in the room. A moment later, No covered his face in alarm and, this place is indeed too dangerous. Then he looked over at Vailon. Why, baby is so soft and fragile. She can't stay in such a dangerous place. No didn't say much, walking straight towards her. In one swift motion, he lifted Vailon up, startling her with the action. I knew he would worry about my safety and agree to leave with me, but who knew he would be this tense? Then she spoke awkwardly, wait, I haven't gotten the first aid kit yet. Hearing this, No conveniently grabbed the first aid kit. It was unclear what he was thinking. He just gently put her down. He then switched to a different carrying style. At this moment, Vailon worried silently. Oh no, this is the military command center. If No carries me out like this, someone will definitely see his strange appearance during his sensitive period. She then called out, No. He calmly asked back, what's wrong, baby? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Vailon looked at him worriedly, and it's not that. Can you hide your horns and tail first? No clearly didn't understand and pointed to himself. But why? Vailon explained further, it's too conspicuous. Can you try to see if you can retract your horns and tail? No also had his own thoughts. I have to admit, I'm also a bit possessive. I really don't want anyone else to see No in this form. No also concentrated. He closed his eyes and tried to control his body, but it was all in vain. He looked at Vailon pitifully. Baby, I can't control them from coming out right now. I can't hide them, boo-hoo. Then he proudly lifted her up again, his childish soul silently gloating. Holding my fragrant, soft baby, I wish I could show her off 360 degrees. How could I possibly hide this? Vailon was clearly uncomfortable and coughed dryly a few times. Then let me call Adjutant Chow and give him some instructions. How could No give up so easily? He immediately replied, no, I don't agree. Vailon had no choice but to use her ultimate move, pulling No down for a kiss. And so, the young man was defeated. He put Vailon down. She rewarded him by patting his head. No couldn't believe his eyes, his face unable to hide his excitement. Baby kissed me on her own initiative again. No was obedient. Wait for me to handle a few things and it'll be done. Adjutant Chow, relay the order now. Prohibit all personnel from passing through the area from the main ship to the landing platform. Other matters will be discussed later. The man outside coordinated and replied, yes, your subordinate will carry it out immediately. Their aircraft was also approaching and had probably landed by now. Vailon spoke helplessly. No, it's okay, it's very safe here. You don't need to carry me anymore. No suddenly became agitated, and I want to hold my baby. Vailon anxiously reassured him that you're injured. Your wound might open up again. You can't carry me anymore. But No turned his face away in a huff, his mind full of obsession. Can't carry her anymore, can't carry her anymore. The more the big baby thought about it, the more unconvinced he became, slapping his tail hard on the floor. Vylon came up from behind and pulled his hand. No. Yet he ignored her, no longer paying attention to his soft little baby. Vylon took his thumb again and admitted her mistake in a small voice that I was wrong. No was once again swayed. His tail was already pointing to the sky, but he still stubbornly said, "What are you doing?" Vylon pulled No towards the table and added, "To check your tail to see if it's hurting again." At this, No offered his cute little tail to Vylon with both hands, his heart soaring. "My baby still cares about me." Vylon looked it over and assessed. "Luckily, it's not bleeding anymore. Next time, don't get yourself hurt, okay?" No stared at her intently, his innocent face continuing, "Baby cares about me so much, I'll like you the most." How could Vylon resist the cute person in front of her? She could only cough a few times to compose herself. Anyone can see it. This affection is about to overflow. No asked happily, "So, can you stay with me?" Vylon stood up, turned around, and replied, "I have to go to the second floor." She also assessed him herself. Such an innocent and straightforward confession with no technical substance whatsoever. It's a wonder he could even think of it. Upon arriving, Vylon said, "Go take a bath. Go take off your clothes." She gave a serious instruction that be careful not to get your tail wet. At that moment, another call came in. Seeing her go outside to take the call, No was clearly not happy, his eyebrows knitting together. On Vylon's side, the person on the other end of the line said clearly, "After No's sensitive period is over, tell him to come see me at the La Palace." Vylon just remained silent and said nothing more. When she heard No call, "Baby, baby," Vylon immediately threw down the communication device and ran towards him. "Wait a moment, I'm coming right now." Arriving, Vylon asked worriedly what's wrong. No sat naked in the tub, pitifully holding his small tail and choking out, "My tail got wet, it hurts so much, so much." Vylon paid no mind to that, and just worriedly touched the small tail to observe it. "Didn't I tell you not to get your tail wet? Does it hurt like this?" Vylon, annoyed, asked again, "I'm asking if it hurts." But what answered her was No's pink, love-filled gaze. No took Vylon's hand again. Sensing danger, she said hesitantly, "What's wrong with you?" No, for some reason, asked, "Baby, are you in pain?" She frowned in confusion. "I'm not in pain. What is he trying to do now?" No stubbornly hugged her and nuzzled against her. "In no way. It's baby who's in pain." Then he brought his lips close to Vylon's. "I want to blow on it for baby." Once again, Vylon fell into the young No's trap, only able to make sounds of resistance. She was held tightly against him just like that. Vylon managed to speak up. "All right, the water is getting cold." No pressed his cheek against her neck and replied, "It's not cold." Vylon hesitantly added, "After we finish washing up, we can go to the bedroom and sleep while cuddling." No immediately obeyed, his mind filled with thoughts of the scene to follow. Finish washing, cuddle to sleep, cuddle cuddle. Then he said, "Baby, wait for me. I'll be very quick." Vylon helplessly shielded herself from the water, splashed by the excited young man. Isn't saying it like this a bit much? Before long, No had finished his bath and was pulling Vylon, rushing back to the room. While No was happily looking at his carefully bandaged little tail, Vylon on her side was hesitantly looking at the medicine tube in her hand. Then she turned to look at No. No was staring lovingly at his little tail, thinking to himself, "I must take good care of the bandage." Vylon looked at him in a daze, unable to believe it. He carefully remembered everything I said. She happily took a tube of medicine, approached No, and said, "Drink this." No immediately took it, closed his eyes, and drank it all in one go. Then he tilted the tube down, indicating it was empty. Then he tossed it into a corner. Without another word, No hugged Vylon and laid her on the bed. "We can cuddle and rest now." She didn't resist either, lying still to let No hold her. Time passed just like that. The two of them lay on the bed and fell asleep. Vylon then asked probingly, No, are you asleep yet?" In a daze, No said in a small voice, "Baby, don't leave." Vylon frowned slightly. How can he be so clingy? She hugged him tightly and revealed a secret. No, did you know you have a little succubus baby in your belly?" Vylon took his hand and repeated, "I wonder if it will be as clingy as you." She worriedly placed No's hand on her own belly. "But I don't dare tell you. I don't dare bet on what your attitude will be towards the child when you're lucid." Thinking this, Vylon said cheerfully, "But don't worry, I will definitely protect our child." The next morning, Vylon was woken by the sunlight shining in her eyes, but she was surprised to find herself lying neatly on top of No. Vylon smiled lightly, her face unable to hide her happiness. Looking at the face before her, Vylon couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful face. She happily touched the tip of his nose. The communication device beside them signaled at the same time that there's a message. Vylon gently and carefully got out of bed. Only when she was outside did she answer the call. "Hello, Mom? What's wrong?" The other side spoke urgently. "Vi. Something happened to your grandpa. On the way back to City, he collided with another aircraft." Hearing this, Vylon rushed out. "I'll be right back." That morning, the sun shone brightly. Vylon's communication device notified her again. When she answered, the other side asked urgently, "Assistant Gu, where are you now?" Vylon replied, "I'm currently at the General Hospital in City." He called me Assistant Gu, so he must be lucid again. When she got home, Vylon opened the door tentatively. "Mom, Dad, how's Grandpa?" Father Gu supported Mother Gu and replied, "He just got out of surgery. The doctor said he's fine. Don't worry too much. Your mother was just frightened." Vylon went to the bedside and observed her grandfather for a long time. Thank goodness, he wasn't seriously injured. Then she turned to comfort Mother Gu. "Mom, Grandpa is fine. Don't worry too much." Father Gu, beside them, also added, "That's right. Even if you don't trust the doctor, you should trust our daughter." At this, Mother Gu wiped her tears. At the same time, No called. Vylon immediately left the room. "Mom, Dad, I'm stepping out to take a call. It's been less than 10 minutes. Did something happen?" When she answered, the other side said concisely, "Come down and get me." Below, No's aircraft was already parked neatly on the tarmac. Vylon stood inside and asked hesitantly, "Commander, you came to City?" Unsure of her emotions, Vylon just said, "Wait for me. I'm coming down now." A moment later, Vylon had arrived. When she went inside and looked at No, Vylon silently assessed him. He hasn't even changed his clothes. He must have rushed here as soon as he woke up. No, with a serious and indifferent expression, looked at her and asked, "Assistant Gu, my sensitive period acted up yesterday." Vylon frowned in disbelief and assessed him again. No pulled Vylon closer and continued, "But I have checked my body." He anxiously handed her a report. "This is the basic examination report of my body. The data in it proves that I did not have relations with anyone yesterday." Vylon hesitated, thinking to herself, "So he rushed to find me as soon as he woke up because he was afraid I would misunderstand that he had been with someone else last night." Seeing her silence, No explained hastily, "Assistant Gu still doesn't believe me." Vylon smiled lightly and replied, "I believe you." No seemed to swallow gratefully. He pulled her towards him again, probing in a soft voice. "Then can you take me home now?" Vylon replied awkwardly, "My grandpa." No leaned on Vylon's shoulder and added, "I will have the best doctor come over, so you can rest assured." Vylon frowned and thought to herself, "He seems very insecure." She gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. "All right, let me go tell my parents." A while later, No was sound asleep in Vylon's arms. Seeing this, she looked at him gently. "You let your tail out because you're too comfortable, right?" The small tail had already appeared in front of Vylon. It swayed back and forth. Vylon didn't hesitate to grab the small tail. She touched it with amusement. So soft. Suddenly, No woke up and asked Assistant Gu, "What are you doing?" His face couldn't hide his amusement as he looked up at her. Vylon replied hesitantly, "Commander, you're awake." No raised his head again and said teasingly, "Assistant Gu, my horns are also very beautiful." Vylon suppressed her emotions and coughed lightly a few times. "The warship is about to land at the military department. Commander, please get ready." But No had already moved closer to Vylon. He deftly unfastened her seatbelt. Then he lifted her onto his lap. Vylon struggled uncomfortably and apologized. "I didn't mean to touch your tail and wake you up." No laughed with amusement and pulled Vylon closer. "It's fine. My tail is very beautiful. It's unavoidable that Assistant Gu would be attracted to it. Besides, right now, only with Assistant Gu's encouragement can I hide my succubus features." At that, No took her hand and whispered, "Come on, Assistant Gu, have a feel." Vylon helplessly grabbed the two horns inside. After going around in such a big circle, "It turns out this is what you were waiting for." No below enjoyed it and hugged Vylon. He wagged his tail with amusement, clearly very satisfied. But at that moment, the announcement sounded again, arriving at the command center. Hearing this, Vylon seriously pushed No away. "Commander, we've arrived." No looked at the screen and made a sound of annoyance. Then he followed Vylon out. At the door, No asked again, Assistant Gu, do you want to come inside with me? Vylon thought to herself, at a time like this, it's better if I don't embarrass the federal president. Thinking this, she smiled and replied, it's not very appropriate for me to go in right now. Can I take a walk outside and wait for the commander? No could only agree. All right. Then the two of them went their separate ways. While on her walk, Vylon heard a voice. Are you angry with me? She curiously parted the leaves to look through. It was Ming Shi and Zimian. Ming Shi crossed her arms unhappily and said, I'm just disappointed that the marriage alliance with your brother didn't work out. Can I be? Don't you not care about me? Zimian patiently stroked her hair to comfort her. Wait until the project I'm working on is over. I'll take a month off to be with you. Don't do things like this anymore. Ming Shi maintained her cold attitude and retorted, is that so? Then you can just not care. But before she could say more, Zimian kissed her forcefully. I do care. Soon, Ming Shi was overwhelmed by the kiss. She wrapped her arms around Zimian's neck, and the two of them became entangled. Seeing the scene, Vylon covered her face in embarrassment, but it was too captivating, so she had to peek through her fingers. Oh my God, so bold, starting like this in broad daylight. Are they afraid others won't see? Suddenly, a wave of nausea hit her, and she couldn't help but make a retching sound. Why am I having morning sickness at a time like this? Vylon rushed to the restroom as the waves of nausea continued. After a while, Vylon felt better. She looked at herself worriedly in the mirror. Why is the morning sickness so severe this time? She then noticed the person next to her. Ming Shi. She was calmly reapplying her lipstick. Assistant Gu, do you need me to take you to the hospital? Vylon replied hesitantly, thank you, but there's no need. Ming Shi got straight to the point. Assistant Gu, you saw everything just now. As far as I know, Assistant Gu has had quite a bit of contact with the young family. Is it possible for you not to mention what you saw earlier? Vylon replied without hesitation, Miss Tong, rest assured, I won't meddle in things that don't concern me. Ming Shi was clearly not convinced by Vylon's words. After a moment, she chuckled lightly. Can I be sure you'll do as you say? Vylon didn't bother to argue. Turning to leave, I won't speak of your business. I hope you won't speak of mine either. The scene changes as the aircraft takes off. No worriedly touched Vylon's face. Assistant Gu, are you not feeling well? Vylon held his hand reassuringly. No, I'm just a little tired. Commander, may I sleep for a while? No immediately agreed, all right. And so he happily watched his little treasure sleep. But then his attention was drawn to Vylon's stomach. No tentatively reached his hand towards her belly. Then he gently touched it, but the action was immediately blocked by Vylon. No looked at her, confused. Assistant Gu, it's a little swollen here. What's going on? Vylon's heart pounded. She said reassuringly, on the way to pick up the commander, I drank a lot of water. It's nothing. But then she suddenly realized, wait, this doesn't seem to be the way back to the command center. Vylon looked at the map. The aircraft was on its way to the young residence. She said with some unease, Commander, are we not going back to the military department? No replied calmly, take me home and handle some matters first. Vylon, tired, silently cursed the capitalist. Fine, I'll take him home first and then go back to work overtime. A while later, the two arrived at the residence. Vylon, walking behind, said, I've brought you home, so I'll be leaving now. She worried inwardly. Oh no, the sleepiness is starting again. I have to get back to work quickly. But not even a second later, Vylon's body collapsed. Luckily, No caught her. No gave an order in a stern tone. From now on, follow my command. I'm going to the study to work. Assistant Gu, go to sleep. Vylon asked in disbelief. I'm going to sleep? He agreed. Assistant Gu, rest assured, you'll be paid for sleeping too. Without hesitation, Vylon happily scampered upstairs. Thank you, Commander. No then started his work. It could be said that he was truly focused on his work. Just 10 minutes later, No put down the documents. He tiredly rubbed his head and sighed in frustration. In a second, No had tucked the documents under his arm. He went straight upstairs, his destination clear. It turned out that his cure for fatigue was to work while looking at Vylon. A subordinate entered at this moment to report, Master, I noticed the bedroom door is not closed. Should I help you close it? No was clearly angry and snapped back. No need. Get back to your charging room. Hearing this, the subordinate bowed and replied, Yes, Master. After those words, the little subordinate was kicked out by No. 10 minutes later, No entered Vylon's room again. He placed the computer on the table and stood looking at her for a long time. Seeing Vylon before him, he smiled with satisfaction. As if re-energized, Ung No worked with gusto. Vylon happened to wake up at that moment. I haven't slept this well in a long time. What's that sound? Out of habit, she looked to the side. Vylon asked, confused, Commander, weren't you working in the study? Why did you come here? Ung No replied calmly, the study wasn't very comfortable, so I moved to another place to work. With that attitude, Vylon clearly didn't believe his words. Huh? Why isn't the study comfortable? Is it comfortable to work in the room where I'm sleeping? Ung No on the side asked again, Assistant Gu, prepare yourself for the next 2 days. This Thursday, you will attend Prince Pu Yuan's engagement banquet. Vylon rubbed her eyes and replied, all right, I will help you prepare some suitable gifts for Prince Pu Yuan. Ung No added, Assistant Gu, all male guests attending the engagement banquet must bring a female companion. Hearing this, Vylon was slightly startled, her sleepiness vanishing completely. Looking at Ung No frowning unhappily with his hands on his hips, his attitude made it impossible to refuse. His face was written with the words, everyone else is bringing a female companion. I want one too. Vylon, still not understanding his intention, asked again, does the commander want me to find a female companion for you, or do you want me to go with you? Ung No smiled smugly and interrupted, no need, I've already found someone. Vylon immediately replied, all right. She added in her heart, so he already has someone chosen in his heart. Vylon couldn't hold back and stood up to leave, her expression a little unhappy. Commander, it's getting late. I'll be going now. What am I getting my hopes up for? On the day of the engagement banquet, Vylon went from the residence towards the Fikir. As soon as she entered, she called out softly, Ung No. Ung No looked fresh and vibrant today, incredibly attractive. His voice was deep as he spoke. Assistant Gu, go to the lounge and change. Ung No looked at her indulgently and added, my female companion to the banquet must be the most beautiful one. Vylon turned back to look at Ung No, a little annoyed. Does he think I'm not worthy of being his special assistant if I wear a military uniform to the engagement ceremony? As the Fikir departed for the party, Vylon looked at herself in the mirror with a sigh. Vylon, in a simple yet exquisite dress, was surprised. Wow, this is magnificent. Then Vylon peeked out from behind the door and said to Ung No, Commander, I your companion for tonight? When Ung No saw Vylon's appearance, he froze, his eyes unable to hide his enchantment. Seeing he didn't react, Vylon hesitantly asked again, Commander? Ung No immediately grabbed her, answering in a low voice, yes, let's go, my girlfriend. Hearing that, Vylon shyly tucked her hair and lowered her head. The two quickly sat down. Ung No then turned to look at her assistant Ko. When we get married later, you have to wear a wedding dress too. Vylon awkwardly replied, but I don't want to marry the commander. But Ung No paid no mind to her words and added, you don't know how beautiful you look in a wedding dress. At this, Vylon helplessly thought to herself, does he even know what he's saying? So she resolutely turned in another direction. But when she heard Ung No call, come here, Vylon instinctively obeyed, yes. But before she could get her bearings, a large figure loomed over. Ung No enveloped her and said in a low voice, let's go. Their hands clasped like they were at the altar. Ung No guided Vylon down each step, and as she walked, she replied, thank you, Commander. Then he smoothly had her link her arm with his. Vylon hesitantly tried to pull her hand back. Commander, this isn't very appropriate. Ung No kept holding Vylon's hand and spoke, you are my companion for tonight. Not holding hands would be the bad thing. Seeing the two of them enter, everyone murmured in admiration. Isn't that the commander? Who is the girlfriend next to him? So beautiful. They match well, don't they? As Ung No went with her to greet the guests, a curious one asked with a smile, Commander, and this is? Ung No held her hand and smiled lightly. This is my companion for tonight. Vylon sighed inwardly. It's just one sentence, but I've heard it so many times tonight. A while later, Vylon snuck away from the party. She sighed tiredly. It's a good thing the president called Ung No away. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the Duke approached with a haughty expression. Ung No invited you, didn't he? Vylon maintained her attitude and said, what if he didn't? The Duke annoyedly questioned, Ung No is in the wrong, and you're indulging him. Do you know what day it is today? Vylon impatiently replied, sir, instead of asking me, why don't you go ask the commander? The Duke was rendered speechless, frustratedly loosened his tie. Forget it, go on. Remember to watch over Ung No carefully. Vylon then said, Lord Duke, I want to request a 2-month long-term leave. Hearing that, the Duke hastily spoke up, tell me, if you need money, I can help, but Ung No can't be without you right now. Vylon replied decisively, I don't need money, I just want to rest. Then she stood before him and added, I will prepare enough suppressant for the commander for emergencies. This way the commander's condition will be fine. No had arrived at some point, and it was unclear what he had heard. The Duke's voice grew louder as he spoke. Assistant Ko, for you to suddenly want such a long leave, there must be a reason. Whatever it is, just say it. I can find someone to solve it for you. Assistant Company. Hearing this, Vailon felt no gratitude, silently lamenting, I want to, but with a child in my belly, what am I supposed to do? How? The Duke added, I have no authority over this matter, unless No voluntarily gives you leave. In truth, the Duke was also a bit helpless. The last time Ko Vailon left for a few days, No almost turned the world upside down. I don't dare to make the decision. Then he acted as if nothing was wrong, coughed lightly a few times to cover his hesitation. All right, if there's nothing else, you should go back to the party. Don't keep No waiting. Vailon looked at him with dissatisfaction. If No could agree, I wouldn't be talking to you. Vailon then returned to the party. As soon as she entered, someone approached to talk to her. Hello, may I have this dance? Vailon tactfully refused. Thank you, but I'm already with someone. The person stubbornly extended his hand in invitation. It's just one dance. Don't be so tense. But before he could take the beautiful lady's hand, his hand was grabbed by No, and just a small amount of force made him scream out in pain. He hadn't even seen the person's face clearly, but dared to glare and shout loudly. Who? However, when he saw the killing intent emanating from No, he couldn't hide his fear. He immediately bowed his head and begged for forgiveness. Miss Ko, I'm sorry for being offensive just now. After he left, Vailon looked at No and said, Thank you, Commander. This party won't be ending for a long time, will it? No asked with concern. You really want to leave? Vailon shyly replied, I'm sleepy. No said with a deep, intense gaze, the ball is about to start. It was clear he was getting jealous, his expression stubborn as he wanted to ask her to dance. Vailon annoyedly rubbed her forehead. I don't know how to dance. But No had already wrapped his arm around Vailon's waist. She was startled and followed his steps, Commander. No led her step by step, saying gently, I'll teach you. Everyone around them saw the two and sighed in admiration. Wow, look, they're truly a perfect match. When the dance ended, No said with satisfaction, Let's go, I'll take you. Vailon hesitantly walked behind No. Then she bravely said, Commander, I want to request a 2-month leave. No surprisingly agreed. All right. Vailon testingly held up 2 fingers and said again, Commander, I want to request a 2-month leave. No turned back to look at her and replied, I heard you. Vailon, a little unaccustomed, replied, Yes, thank you, Commander. Inwardly, she couldn't help but marvel. Was it that simple? No placed a pillow on the bed and looked at her. You said you were sleepy, so lie down and sleep for a while. Vailon lay down, putting everything aside, whatever in short. It's good that he agreed. With that mindset, Vailon peacefully fell asleep. A while later, Vailon was awakened by a light shining in her eyes. Have we arrived? Why does it feel like I slept for a long time? Then she looked at the door outside. Where is this? Vailon uncomfortably touched her forehead and heard a clinking sound. Looking at the iron shackle on her hand, she was horrified. Then she buried her head in the pillow, reprimanding herself. No wonder he agreed to my condition so readily. Does this guy have some kind of abnormal hobby? Why did he chain me up? At that moment, the door opened, and No calmly walked in. Without much self-reproach, he took her hand. Assistant Ko, you're being deliberate. When Vailon saw him enter, she said hesitantly, I want to drink some water. No instead thought, there it is again. Why isn't she angry? Thinking this, No lifted Vailon's chin. He coaxingly said, Here, open your mouth. Vailon obediently opened her mouth. But in reality, she felt so wrong she wanted to cry. As if she were a baby, it was so humiliating, feeling like she was being treated like a child. The milk No was giving her dribbled from Vailon's mouth. No touched her collarbone, chiding in a low voice, Assistant Ko, you don't even know how to drink water? At this moment, Vailon's communication device showed a notification. It clearly stated there was no signal source. Vailon thought with annoyance, the signal is being blocked again this time. Vailon, clearly displeased, frowned at No. Commander, I understand you need my companionship, but living with people is not the same as war between planets. No replied with amusement, You're finally angry. He seemed to have a strange thought. It's better than you paying me no mind. Vailon tried to suppress her emotions and added, You can seize everything on the battlefield, but in dealing with people, If you want something and others don't agree, you can't just unscrupulously take it. At this moment, No's small tail was also revealed, twitching slightly. He continued without expression, "You don't want to? So Assistant Ko really doesn't want to stay by my side." Saying that, he grabbed Violan's hand. He unsparingly pulled her in by the waist. He pressed his face into the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling Violan's scent bit by bit. Then he slid down to the hollow of her shoulder, biting it lightly. Violan at this moment grabbed his tie. No looked up at her smugly. Assistant Ko was the one who was disobedient first. "I've already told Galoa to cook." Saying that, he bent down and bit again, making Violan's whole body tremble slightly. Violan resisted, kicking No hard in the chest. "The food Galoa cooks is terrible." Then she added, "I want the commander to cook." Hearing that, he asked without hesitation, "What does Assistant Ko want to eat?" Violan frowned and replied, "Something light." But as soon as she spoke, a passionate kiss landed on her lips. No laid her down on the bed, gently covered her with a blanket, and instructed, "Assistant Ko, wait for me to come back." Violan gripped the blanket tightly, helplessly complaining to herself. He agreed so quickly. Does he really know how to cook? Half an hour later, No walked in wearing a pink apron and carrying a tray of food. Seeing this, Violan was a little moved. This is really too much. Such a contrast. No continued his actions, placing the tray on the table. He calmly picked up the large bowl, posturing to feed his little one. But Violan spoke up awkwardly, "I can do it myself." Yet, what answered her was a loving glare from No. At this point, Violan could only eat resentfully. "If this guy thinks of some other method, it will be troublesome. I'll endure for now." After the first bite, Violan looked at him and asked, "Galoa made this, right?" No took another spoonful from the bowl and replied, "My attempt was a failure, so I threw it away." One can imagine the terrible scene of No in the kitchen. Violan frowned and swallowed large mouthfuls. "I'm pregnant now. I can't joke around with my own body." No wiped the food from her lips and added, "I won't fail next time." At this, Violan hastily spoke up, "I cook better, let me go." No caught on, immediately moving closer to Violan. "Assistant Ko, don't even think about it." At the same time, someone called. No replied curtly, "Not free right now." He was only free to feed Violan. But the main character was not very happy. "I really can't see how he's not free right now." No asked the person on the other end, "Is it very urgent?" Violan took the opportunity to whisper to him, "I can eat by myself. You can go do your work." However, No held her hand tightly and replied to the other side, "Send it over now." After hanging up, No lifted Violan onto his lap. And so, the young man happily reviewed his work while feeding his little one. Violan, of course, felt uncomfortable and said, "Commander, don't you think if you let me go and eat by myself and you focus on your work, the efficiency would be higher?" But No touched his ear, sheepishly reminding her, "Assistant Ko, I haven't hung up yet." At this, the eavesdropping crowd got an earful, while Violan couldn't cover her mouth in time. "It's over. This is so embarrassing. What will those subordinates think of the relationship between me and him?" Now, Violan didn't say much, pulling No's tie and warning in a low voice, "Hang up for me right now." But the young man liked that look. He really liked her appearance when she bristled like a wild cat. So beautiful. No remained motionless, looking at Violan. Then he obediently said to the other side, hanging up. Violan then added, "I'm full. Doesn't the commander have urgent business to attend to? Go do it. Don't worry about me." No stubbornly put another spoonful in Violan's mouth. "Assistant Ko, you're not full yet. I can do two things at once." Violan stopped his action. "Let me eat by myself, or I'll handle the documents. You choose one." Unexpectedly, he pointed to the work and replied, "Then I'll hand the work over to assistant company." And so, Violan had to handle work while eating. No sat contentedly, feeding her spoonful after spoonful. After 10 minutes, the work was finally done and sent to the subordinates. Violan wiped the sweat from her forehead, finally done. No, from behind, laughed with amusement. "It seems Assistant Ko really liked being fed by me." Violan was startled. "I was just focused on work. How could I have noticed how much food he put in my mouth?" "What?" No kissed her hair. "Be good." Then he took Violan's hand again. He looked at her passionately without hiding it. "Assistant Ko, I really like having you by my side." Violan frowned and disagreed in her response. "Commander, how long are you going to keep me like this? Restricting personal safety is illegal, don't you?" No, Ung No calmly replied, but Assistant Ko is very safe with me. Besides, while you're here, you can think carefully about whether you still want to leave me or not. In short, the root of all this is that you want to take leave, want to leave me. Vylon disgustedly kicked him hard and yelled loudly. Get lost. Ung No, still not much affected, leaned back. It seems Assistant Ko has yet to see my cruel methods. She calmly repeated, Oh, what cruel methods? Right after those words, Ung No sat up and pressed close to Vylon. He put on a tense expression, indicating, Are you scared now? Seeing this, she showed open disdain. Can you talk properly without trying to act cute? Ung No touched Vylon's shin and added, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to do it again, no matter how much Assistant Ko begs, I won't feed you a single spoonful of rice. Vylon replied, coolly, I know. Can the commander go out now? I'm sleepy now. Ung No felt his pride was wounded. He froze and thought, what? She's not even scared of me. Ung No tried to act angry, growling to mark his territory. This is my bedroom. Ung No thought confidently. Now she knows how scary I am, right? However, Vylon showed no fear at all and replied bleakly, but I'm used to sleeping alone. You should go out. Ung No felt as if he'd been kicked. His little soul screamed, I can't even threaten her. At the same time, someone called, and Ung No answered the phone. The other side immediately said, Come down and open the door. Downstairs was Truck Ko. She was waiting outside the door, looking at the communication device. She said once more, hand over Assistant Company. Truck Ko then looked at Ung No and asked, Where's Assistant Ko? He asked back with some impatience, What are you looking for her for? Ung No's mother said, It was I who suggested that Assistant Ko take a 2-month long-term leave. Hearing that, Ung No asked unhappily, Ko Vylon is my special assistant. Who are you to contact her behind my back? His mother then explained, Because after giving birth to you that year, I contracted an incurable disease. Now the old illness has relapsed, and only Assistant Ko can treat me. I don't trust those people at the experiment center. Hearing this, Ung No fell into deep thought. The reason she resents me so much is because she was forced to give birth to me under the research of that experiment center. Ung No turned away. He uttered a sentence, Unless Assistant Ko herself agrees, otherwise I won't agree either. His mother, hearing this, was overjoyed and immediately replied, Okay, then go ask her if she agrees to help me. Ung No went to another room. He spoke to the person inside. That woman told me that you requested leave because you have to treat her illness. Ko Vylon immediately affirmed, That's right. She thought, It seems Annie has explained for me. Ung No approached the girl's body. He expressed, Then what about me, Assistant Ko? You know very well that I can't go a single day without you. Seeing this, she thought worriedly, Does he really not know that these words absolutely cannot be said so casually? He really knows how to talk, doesn't he? His face fell as he mumbled, If Assistant Ko leaves me for 2 months, I will die. She's just taking you away like that. She really doesn't care about whether I live or die. Ko Vylon soothingly caressed Ung No's face. She whispered, I care. Don't talk such nonsense. Ung No took her wrist. He whispered, It's only you. Assistant Ko should be happier, her mouth not stopping as she persuaded him. Besides, Annie is not that kind of person. How could Auntie ignore whether you live or die? Besides, I'm only going for 2 months. After all, Ko Vylon asked softly, So, shall we go downstairs? He immediately agreed. All right then, let's go downstairs together. The two of them held hands and went downstairs together. Ung No's mother handed him a piece of paper and instructed, For the next 2 months, I will be living in the outer capital to recuperate. The specific address is on this paper. I'll have to trouble Assistant Ko to take care of me during this time. Ko Vylon replied politely, Yes. She didn't forget to add, during the recuperation period, Commander Ung can visit Assistant Ko once a week. But he bargained with his mother, at most, once a day. His mother started to get angry. She instructed, 3 days. If you bargain again, then don't come at all. Hearing that, Ung No turned his face away sulkily, making Ko Vylon have to helplessly coax him. Come on, be good for now. Ung's mother started to move the wheelchair herself. She turned back to instruct her, Assistant Ko, come out in 5 minutes. Ko Vylon fawningly hugged Ung No's waist from behind. She coaxed, Come on, Commander, it's only 2 months and you get to visit. She kept whispering by his shoulder things like you get to visit me. Ung No turned around and hugged Ko Vylon's waist, pulling her close to him. Without saying a word, only acting, Ung No placed a light but lingering, passionate kiss on Ko Vylon's lips. Ko Vylon was very surprised at first, but then gradually closed her eyes to enjoy this sweet kiss from him. Time passed, and the two remained in that position. Outside, someone was anxious and impatient. No's mother wondered, "It's been 20 minutes. Why hasn't she come out yet?" On the second day, it was said that he could only visit Ko Vai-lan once every 3 days. But early the next morning, someone couldn't stand it anymore. At the house in the suburbs, an uninvited guest was welcomed. Ko Vai-lan sat on a chair, gently rubbing her cheek. She mumbled, "I'm really getting more and more sleepy." These days, No's mother was pushed in by a servant. She instructed, "The pregnancy period of Ma from the second month to the waiting to give birth stage will be very difficult. So you must always be mentally prepared. Quickly drink this nutritional solution." Ko Vai-lan happily took the glass of nutritional milk and asked curiously, "So Annie took me away from the commander because you were worried about me?" The commander's mother just nodded kindly. She smiled gently at her. A modern vehicle appeared in the sky. Both of them looked up at the sky. No's mother looked towards it with some disbelief. The spaceship stopped. The door opened. From inside the spaceship, No, in a neat Western suit, approached. Ko Vai-lan looked up and asked curiously, "Why did you come here so early?" No's mother was a bit reproachful. She said, "I believe I did not allow the commander to come here outside of the stipulated visiting hours." No moved his lips to explain, "This morning I had a mission that passed by here, so I conveniently stopped by to see Assistant Ko for a moment." Not convenient to reproach further. No's mother pushed her wheelchair back to her room. She said that she was dizzy, so she would go rest first, leaving space for the young couple. No, filled with so much longing, immediately pulled Ko Vai-lan into a tight embrace. The hug contained all the feelings of the young man for the girl he loved, all expressed by No. She gently rubbed his shoulder and spoke. "No, I'm not very comfortable. Please let me go." No said unhappily, "Assistant Ko, later I still have to go to the second star for a meeting." Ko Vai-lan was still blushing from the hug just now. She whispered back, "But the commander just said his mission was just passing by here." No replied, "Currently Assistant Ko is on the first star. I want to go from the first star to the second star for a meeting. Isn't that on the way?" Ko Vai-lan was startled to hear that. She thought, does that mean going from one star system to another is called on the way? No rubbed her chin. Ko Vai-lan saw this and asked shyly, "Is the commander trying to kiss me?" He mumbled, "After I get to the second star, I won't be able to see Assistant Ko for a whole day." No expressed, "I want to have closer contact, more intimacy with Assistant Ko. Only then can I be comforted for the whole day." This time, the initiative belonged to Ko Vai-lan. She lunged forward and actively kissed No's moving lips. The image of a young man and woman embracing in the middle of a flower garden was heart-melting. Ko Vai-lan gently pushed No's shoulder away. She whispered and asked, "Is it better now?" No's cheeks were slightly flushed, but he still shamelessly said, "Why do I still feel like it's not enough?" Though the two of them kissed passionately like that. After the phone notification rang loudly, the two reluctantly separated a little. Ko Vai-lan ran after him worriedly to ask, "What happened?" He explained, "It's just that an external enemy has appeared near the 2-star region. I have to go on an expedition there immediately." Thinking of something, No's face became deep and sad. He turned to say to her, "The journey, including the round trip, I will have to be away from Assistant Ko for at least half a month." Ko Vai-lan went to comfort him and console. "Half a month is not very long." No lifted her chin and said unhappily, "Assistant Ko is not me, so you can't possibly understand how much I need you." Ko Vai-lan gently coaxed him, "But right now the commander needs to go on an expedition, so you should leave quickly." No placed a light, lingering kiss on Ko Vai-lan's forehead. He instructed, "Wait for me to come back." After she went inside the house, No's mother was sitting and painting. She calmly asked, "Has No left already?" Ko Vai-lan replied softly, "Yes." She instructed, "Next time he comes over, don't let him misbehave. The more you spoil him like that, the more he'll take advantage." Ko Vai-lan replied shyly, "Yes." A week later, without No's disturbance, Truck Can went to La Kung again. Ko Vai-lan had a period of free time that she hadn't had in a long time. The gentle and beautiful girl sat on a swing in the flower garden, reading a book softly. The footsteps of a man appeared in her line of sight. A figure in a neat Western suit gradually appeared before her. No gently looked at the image before him. Isn't this the figure he had always been waiting for? That is the person he longed for day after day and night. No did not rush over, but stood there, meticulously observing that beautiful figure. The lovely Ko Vai-lan sat on the swing, reading a book. As if realizing something, she looked up and noticed someone was nearby. Seeing that it was No approaching, Ko Vai-lan wondered, why is he back already? Isn't there still a week to go? Ko Vai-lan was wearing a comfortable outfit that revealed her pregnant belly. She shyly used a jacket to cover her belly while her mouth probed. Commander, why are you back several days early? No replied, because the campaign ended early, so I came back. Ko Vai-lan stood up and approached him. She crossed her arms and mumbled, is that so? Noticing her unusual behavior, No pulled Colorado Virgin Islands lawn close and probed. Assistant Ko, what are you trying to hide? Ko Vai-lan stammered an explanation. I'm not, don't look at me like that. No still wasn't immediately convinced. He bent down to observe Ko Vai-lan's body from head to toe. He asked suspiciously, Assistant Ko, are you hiding something from me? Ko Vai-lan still tried to hide it. No placed his hand on the other person's abdomen, startling Ko Vai-lan. He smiled and asked, then why is this part bulging? She tried her best to make an excuse, her mouth stammering that, it's because I've been eating a bit much during this time, so I've just gained some weight. No leaned in closer, his mouth reminding her, or perhaps Assistant Ko, you should try another reason. Ko Vai-lan stubbornly insisted it was all true. He continued, then tell me why there are no signs of weight gain anywhere else, only in this one spot. Is it? Ko Vai-lan tried to convince him, because that's just my body type, I only gain weight in this one place. Knowing that continuing to ask would yield no results, No grabbed Ko Vai-lan's hand and pulled her away. She asked worriedly, what are you planning to do? No retorted, didn't Assistant Ko say you've just gained weight? He narrowed his eyes and turned back to warn, then let me take you to a doctor for a checkup and we'll know right away. Ko Vai-lan immediately snatched her hand back. She reacted strongly, saying loudly that I will definitely not go anywhere. No became even more certain of his thoughts. He moved closer to probe. In that case, Assistant Ko, are you pregnant, is that right? Ko Vai-lan didn't hide it any longer. She admitted to No, it's true, I am pregnant. No gently touched her shoulder. He asked softly, whose is it? Since when? Was it from the last time I asked you if you were pregnant? Is that right? Ko Vai-lan pushed his hand away. She said firmly, this has nothing to do with you, Commander. At all. No stubbornly grabbed Ko Vai-lan's wrist again. He said in a low, threatening voice to this Assistant Ko, before I went on the expedition to the 2 star sector, you took the initiative to kiss me. No asked angrily. Now you say this has nothing to do with me. What do you take me for? Ko Vai-lan was uncomfortable with her shoulder being held. She cried out softly, ow, it hurts. Seeing this, No became flustered and pulled his hand back. Ko Vai-lan lowered her gaze. She whispered sadly, the commander was merely attached to the scent on my body. That's why you kept clinging to me without letting go. It was the commander who insisted on seeking me out. I just had a momentary lapse of judgment and made such a mistake. No was so angry he laughed and asked back, Assistant Ko, you dare to see me as just a mistake? It seems I've been too good to you. Assistant Ko, I have. He angrily rushed towards Ko Vai-lan. Then No swept her up into his arms, to Ko Vai-lan's utter shock and confusion. A robot ran over to block his path. It issued a warning, danger, danger. Commander, do not enter this place. No angrily ordered it to get lost. Ko Vai-lan smiled to reassure the other girl. I'm fine. You should go back to your work first. She thought worriedly. No is still angry right now. It's best to just go along with him. No carried her into the house. His face darkened as he placed Ko Vai-lan down on a soft seat. His face remained just as gloomy. No slowly took out a short roll of cloth. No tied Ko Vai-lan's hands loop by loop. Then he tied the other end of the cloth strip to a corner of the bed. No then gave Ko Vai-lan a choice. Assistant Ko, do you want to tell me the name of that man yourself? Or do you want me to investigate this matter myself? Huh? Ko Vai-lan maintained her silence, not opening her mouth to say anything. No seemed to understand. He bent down angrily and said, fine, fine, you've decided not to say anything? He brought up several information panels. No declared, then I will investigate for myself who that lover is. Ko Vai-lan spoke up in discontent. The relationship between me and the commander is only that of a superior and a subordinate. The commander has no right to use his authority to investigate my private affairs like this. He stubbornly declared, I'll use my authority just like this. Assistant Ko, what can you do? After a moment, Ko Vai-lan felt nauseous and uncomfortable. She had difficulty calling out to No, her mouth saying, "Commander, I want to vomit. I feel so nauseous." When Ung No heard this, anger was clearly visible on his face. Ung No growled Ko Vailan's name and thought, not only is there a child in her belly from God knows which bastard, but now she's having morning sickness in front of me? This is a clear display of disrespect. Ko Vailan gently shook his arm, her voice pleading softly, "Please, untie me." Although Ung No was angry, he could only sigh. He untied the cloth strip that was binding Ko Vailan's hands. Ung No carried Ko Vailan into the bathroom. After she finished vomiting, Ko Vailan cupped her hands to catch water from the faucet. Ung No still stood calmly behind, waiting for Ko Vailan. She looked up and let out a long sigh. Ko Vailan thought, "Why do I feel like I have no strength at all like this?" Ko Vailan lifted her foot. Her steps were unsteady. Ung No immediately supported Ko Vailan's body and told her to be careful. Ung No had Ko Vailan sit on his lap. She shyly turned to him and said in a small voice, "I've finished vomiting." He looked at her dotingly, taking out a handkerchief to wipe Ko Vailan's mouth. Ko Vailan suddenly felt guilty. She turned and whispered, "Commander, I didn't mean to be so weak." Every time Ung No heard about this, he got annoyed. He reminded her, "I already know it's because you're pregnant. You don't need to keep telling me the reason." Ung No picked Ko Vailan up and added, "I'm very curious. Assistant Ko has been by my side for 2 years. Especially in the last 6 months. You've barely had any vacation time. I just had someone at the military bureau check, and in the last 6 months, Assistant Ko's longest vacation was 4 months ago. That time, Assistant Ko took 6 days off." Ung No still asked with suspicion, "Who on earth did Assistant Ko get pregnant with, and when? Was it at that time?" Ung No sighed. He asked again, "If you won't say yes or no, then that's fine." He affirmed, "I will find out eventually." Ung No carried Ko Vailan and placed her back on the soft bed. Outside, someone's hand knocked on the door and burst in. Ung No's mother rushed inside. She asked urgently, "Assistant Ko, are you all right?" Ung No's mother wheeled herself into the room and saw Ung No was also inside. She angrily shouted at Ung No, "If you already know everything, then let the girl have some time to rest. And you, get out of my room now." Ung No unhappily pressed his lips together tightly. Ko Vailan sat up. She thought gratefully, "Is Annie helping me out of this situation?" Ung No turned to look at Ko Vailan again. She also looked back at him warily. Ung No said nothing more, walking straight towards the door. Then he slammed the door shut forcefully. She came closer, caressed Ko Vailan's face, and reassured her, "It's okay now. He won't bother you for a while." She replied gratefully, "Yes." On the evening of the 3rd day, Ung No lay on the bed, surrounded by a few pieces of clothing. The crystal has been unstable these past few days. It must be hard to suppress. He writhed on the bed, muttering, Assistant Ko, I want to hear her voice so badly." Ung No brought up the screen and dialed a number. On the other side, Ko Vailan answered the phone while coughing a lot. Ung No observed her from his side of the screen. He asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" Ko Vailan explained, "I probably caught a chill a few days ago. It should be fine." Ung No immediately pressed the button to hang up. He put on his clothes and went outside. The spaceship zipped through the dark night. Before long, Ung No was in Ko Vailan's room. Ko Vailan sat up in astonishment and asked him, "Commander, why are you here?" Ung No walked over and placed his hand on Ko Vailan's forehead. He cursed "damn it" in his heart. He muttered, "Just as I thought." Ko Vailan asked, confused, "What's wrong?" While her head was spinning, Ung No asked her angrily, "Ko Vailan, do you even know you have a fever?" She thought dazedly, "Why do I feel so exhausted? Not like the previous times at all." Ung No raised his hand to touch her forehead. Ko Vailan asked softly, "Is there a problem?" He suppressed his anger to pick her up. Ko Vailan was startled and asked again, "What do you want to do? Why are you doing this?" Ung No explained, "You have a fever. I'm taking you to the hospital now." Ko Vailan immediately struggled. She yelled, "I don't want to go. I'm not going to the hospital. I'm a doctor. I don't need to go." Ung No compromised worriedly. He placed her back on the bed and asked gently, "Then where do you keep your cold medicine?" Ko Vailan stubbornly said, "I don't need to take any medicine. I just need to sleep and I'll be fine." Ung No asked with confusion, "Why not take medicine?" Ko Vailan answered cautiously, "It's because I'm pregnant. Fever-reducing medicine has side effects on the fetus, so it's best not to take it." When Ung No heard this, his face turned black with anger. Ung No stood up straight and reprimanded her. "Ko Vailan, for the sake of giving birth to that lover's child, you don't even care about yourself anymore. Is that it?" Ko Vailan blushed. She offered a different argument. "The commander and I are not husband and wife. Don't talk about lovers and such." If we're talking about a lover, she paused for a moment, then said, if we're talking about a lover, then you're the one. He became furious upon hearing this. No said loudly, could it be that you and that man are husband and wife? He was just taking advantage of the situation. You've been by my side for so long. Can't you count for yourself? The more No spoke, the more furious he became. He kept saying, Ko Vai-lan, you'd better not let me find out who that man is. If I find him, I will definitely break his legs. Ko Vai-lan looked down at No's legs and silently assessed. His legs are really long. She advised No, don't talk like that. Finally, the two of them turned away, both sulking. Although No was angry, he was still worried. He secretly glanced behind him. In the end, unable to leave Ko Vai-lan, No turned back to see her breathing out hot air in discomfort. No slapped his own forehead. He sighed and muttered, I really can't leave you alone. You're really going to be the death of me. So, someone, unable to rest easy, stayed to take care of the person in his heart all night. No grumbled as he took care of her. You really don't know how to take care of yourself at all. He said to her in a soft voice, have a little water. No brought a spoonful of water. Ko Vai-lan moaned softly and replied, I don't need it. No was angry, but also couldn't scold her. In the end, he chose to drink the water himself, but he held the water in his mouth. No kissed her to pass the water. He declared domineeringly, even if you don't want to drink, you have to. No then sat up straight to observe Ko Vai-lan. Her face was still flushed, her whole body beautiful but uncomfortable from the fever. This, No gently wiped Ko Vai-lan's mouth and said to himself, who told you not to drink water obediently? Then he covered Ko with a blanket. Vai-lan. No saw her hand resting on her stomach, as if protecting the baby inside. Ko Vai-lan threw off the blanket. She snapped, I don't need it. No's face darkened at the rejection. He wondered, is she trying to stop me from harming the baby in her womb? His face clearly showed a look of jealousy. No leaned down to negotiate. He said, cover yourself with the blanket, otherwise you'll get cold. Ko Vai-lan put her hand on No's hip. No was also quite surprised when Ko Vai-lan suddenly hugged him. He just sat there, stunned, letting her hug him. Ko Vai-lan's lips moved as she said, I don't need it. No dotingly let her hug him, his hand even gently stroking the head of the person in his arms. The night just enveloped everything like that. On the table were the tissues No used to wipe Ko Vai-lan to bring down her fever. On the bed, he lay gently beside her, watching over her as she slept. When there was a noise, No sat up warily and asked, who is it? His mother approached and requested No to go downstairs. She said, I have to go out for something. It's my fault. I didn't pay attention to Assistant Ko's health. This is all my fault. No was quite surprised. His heart was shaken. This is the first time I've heard her apologize. No said coldly, if you can't even guarantee this, then I can't let Assistant Ko stay here, having to endure this alone time and time again. No's mother defended. This was just a moment of carelessness. It won't happen again. The more No listened, the stranger he felt. He wondered, why is she so different today? And she's being extremely cooperative with me. Ko Vai-lan slowly opened her eyes on the bed. She felt like her headache was gone. The robot girl came over and asked, Master, your body temperature is now 36.7 degrees Celsius. You're finally over the fever. Ko Vai-lan sat up and asked, when did Commander leave? The girl began to list. After the commander hugged Master, gave Master water mouth to mouth, kissed Master, then put a fever-reducing patch on Master's mouth, lulled Master to sleep, and also covered Master with a blanket. 2. Ko Vai-lan waved her hands in embarrassment. She cried out, Okay, that's enough. Don't say anymore. She then received a phone call. Ko Vai-lan said, Yes, Mom. On the other end of the line, Ko Vai-lan's mother asked, Darling daughter, hurry and go outside. Your father and I are in front of the villa where you're staying. Now, Ko Vai-lan was startled to hear that. She asked again, Wait a minute, Mom and Dad are already here? Her mother replied, That's right. Your grandfather's condition is much better lately, and I know you've been busy, so your father and I came to visit you. Hearing that, she held her head and muttered, Mom, it's not convenient for me right now. Ko Vai-lan thought, with their personalities, they have to see me to feel at ease, which means they will see my current condition. Ko Vai-lan looked down at her belly worriedly. I can't hide the fact that I'm pregnant from them anymore. In the end, she decided to tell the truth. Ko Vai-lan said into the phone, Mom, I'm pregnant. Ko's mother on the other end of the line was stunned and repeated, You're pregnant? My dear daughter, you're in a relationship? While Ko's father anxiously asked, Who is the other party? Does he know you're pregnant? Ko Vai-lan answered worriedly. He doesn't know, but thinking about it, does it count as knowing or not? He knows she's pregnant, but doesn't know the child is his. Ko's father came over and instructed worriedly, My dear daughter, contact him right now. Your mother and I will wait at the villa over here for you to come. He added, I need to have a clear talk with him. Ko Vai-lan asked worriedly, Dad, can we not meet that person? Ko's father immediately cut her off. My dear daughter, that's not possible. Listen to me. I have my own way of handling this. Ko Vai-lan sighed helplessly. The maid girl came over and suggested, Master, the commander took care of you all night and hasn't left this place. He's downstairs right now. Do you want to go down and find the commander? Ko Vai-lan hesitated and thought, He's downstairs? Ko Vai-lan peeked from outside the door. She looked at Ung No's back and thought, Have they finished talking? Ung No turned his head and saw her shadow at the door. He walked over and asked, Is there something, Assistant Ko? Ko Vai-lan stammered, Actually, yes. I want to find a commanding officer to ask for a favor. She briefly explained the situation in a low voice. Actually, my parents are coming to visit today, but they don't know who got me pregnant yet. Ko Vai-lan shyly squeezed her eyes shut and said, So, could I ask the commander to pretend to be my fiancé and meet my parents with me? She added worriedly, If the commander doesn't want to, then never mind. Ko Vai-lan scolded herself. What am I doing right now? I must have fried my brain with a fever to ask Ung No to help me with this. Ung No brought his face close to hers. He asked probingly, Assistant Ko, what do you take me for? Ko Vai-lan compromised in a soft voice. It was my fault for not thinking it through. I'll go ask someone else to help with this. Hearing this, Ung No asked angrily, You dare? In the end, he still agreed to go to Ko Vai-lan's villa. As they walked, Ko Vai-lan instructed Ung No, After today, I'll find some time to gently tell my parents that we weren't compatible and broke up. She turned back to say to him, The commander just needs to help me today. Just this once is enough. Ung No replied in a stern voice, I don't want to hear a single word from you right now. He thought to himself, You haven't said a single word I want to hear. Ung No was angry with himself. He grabbed Ko Vai-lan's hand and pulled her along, calculating in his mind. Moreover, this Ko Vai-lan, for a despicable man who won't take responsibility. To protect him and prevent me from finding out, she has gone this far. Ko Vai-lan looked at Ung No. She realized that he seemed to be angry with her. After the two entered the house, Ko's mother gently pulled her shoulder and said, Vai-lan, come upstairs with me first. Ko Vai-lan was startled and said, But that's not very appropriate. Ko's father spoke up. These words are very blunt, but I still want to ask one thing clearly. Is Commander Kwon using his authority as a superior to have an unspoken relationship with my daughter? Ko Vai-lan hadn't gone far. When she heard these words, her face immediately darkened with worry. She turned back and called out, Dad. Ko's mother advised, Darling, let your father and him talk. In the room, Ko's mother asked her worriedly, Darling, why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? Ko Vai-lan felt very guilty. She said, Mom, I'm sorry. Ko's mother immediately comforted her. What are you apologizing for? I just feel heartbroken that you've had no one by your side to take care of you these past few months. That high and mighty commander, do you like him? Ko Vai-lan whispered to her mother, I'm not sure about that. She asked herself if she liked him. At this point, Ko Vai-lan told her mother that she wasn't sure about her feelings. She placed her hand on her belly, feeling the child of the two of them. Her heart was in turmoil as she thought. It seems I've always been forced to accept Ung No's reliance on me, and it was completely unintentional to accept the appearance of this child in my belly. Ko's mother stroked her head and comforted her. It's okay if you're not sure. Let your father sound out this Commander Ung's intentions. If he is sincere and treats you well, your parents will agree. But her father said in a serious tone, But if he's just playing around, let your mother come and take care of you. We absolutely cannot let you suffer even a little bit of hardship. Ko Vai-lan replied happily, Yes. The two went downstairs and saw Ung No still comfortably drinking water. Ko Vai-lan wondered, what did the two of them talk about? There were no drawn swords or guns. On the contrary, they seemed quite harmonious. Ko's father put his arm around her shoulder and said, Darling, are you sure you weren't forced by this commander? And this child is also something you wanted voluntarily, right? She nodded and replied, Yes, to her father. He instructed further, All right, then let's have dinner together in a bit. After eating, you two can go back. Your mother and I have to go home too. Ko Vai-lan was surprised to hear that and let out an oh. Even when she was on the spaceship with Ung No, she still didn't understand and asked again, Wait, why did my father agree to let us go back? She gently approached and asked, Commander, what did you and my father talk about just now? No replied very calmly. Your father and I have already discussed the procedures for our engagement. When Kovailon heard that, she immediately asked in astonishment, Commander, why did you get engaged to me without my permission? No turned back and asked gently, Didn't Assistant Ko want me to pretend to be your fiancé? He said smugly, If we don't get engaged, how can I legitimately be your fiancé? Hearing this, Kovailon could only sigh helplessly. A call came in on No's smartwatch. No put his hand to his ear to listen to the information from the other side. His subordinate reported, Commander, as per your instructions, we have researched and conducted a strict screening. The person said, the data results show that the person of the opposite sex who had the most contact with Dr. Ko seems to be you, sir. Upon returning, No's mother worriedly asked Kovailon, You mean your parents agreed to your engagement with No? Kovailon held her belly. She sighed and replied, It's my fault for not being clear. I originally wanted to not worry my parents, but in the end, this is the result. No's mother asked worriedly, Then what do you mean? The maid outside called out loudly, Madam Truck, His Excellency the President has arrived. No's mother instructed, Assistant Ko, you should leave here first. Let me handle this. Kovailon obediently replied, Yes. Then Kovailon stepped outside. Mr. President looked around and asked, Where's Assistant Ko? No's mother replied, It's nothing. I'll let her go. Mr. President took out a letter and instructed, Hurry and call her down here. He spoke up, I just happened to discover something interesting, and I want to find her to ask about it. No's mother looked at the paper. That paper was a pregnancy report from the examination room of the Military District General Hospital. No's mother, Truck Can, said softly, Please let her go. Mr. President stood up. He asked smugly, Akan, are you begging me? He bent down low and said that this child's identity is too special. The entire nation needs it. However, the greatest tolerance I can give it is not to lock Kovailon in the breeding room of the experimental base. He added further, This proves she has the best environment for gestation. That's ironic. Truck Can shouted angrily, President. At this moment, Kovailon stepped out. She said, Mr. President, there's no need to make things difficult for her. She silently reassured herself. Annie has already done so much for me. I shouldn't drag her down any further. Truck Can worriedly called out Vailan's name. The president smiled brightly and asked Gu Weilon, I thought Assistant Gu had run away for good, not wanting to appear again. She picked up the paper and asked firmly, What do you want to say? He didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. Assistant Gu, you are an intelligent person, so I won't mince words with you. I will arrange a suitable chosen person for you to register your marriage with. To the outside world, he will be your husband. Internally, he will be your subordinate. This way, it won't be considered interfering in your life. When the child in your womb is born, I will arrange for someone to deliver the child to Ingwu. For him, this is the first time he has had relations with a woman during his sensitive period. So let him raise the child and serve the nation. Go! Gu Weilon pressed her lips together tightly. Then she replied forcefully, Mr. President, I cannot agree to your terms. Gu Weilon stepped forward and said frankly, the federal president surely wouldn't think like back then. If Duke Ing were to casually find a woman, would Ingwu believe it? Wouldn't Ingwu investigate these matters thoroughly? The president waved his hand and replied cheerfully, Assistant Gu can rest assured about this matter. I have my own methods. Ingwu's voice rang out. There's no need for Mr. President to concern himself. His voice pulled the president's mood down. Gu Weilon also looked over in surprise. Ingwu stepped forward and declared, I have already found out everything. Ingwu recounted, the whole night was the onset of my sensitive period, and the person with me that entire night was Assistant Gu. Gu Weilon, with mixed emotions, called out Ingwu's name. She wondered to herself why he had suddenly appeared here. Ingwu walked over and gently embraced Gu Weilon. Then he decisively swept her up in his arms, to the astonishment of the two seniors. Ingwu placed her on the swing. He leaned down and instructed his beloved, Wait for me here for a moment. I'll be right back. Gu Weilon probed worriedly, but Mr. President is still so stubborn. Ingwu smiled confidently and said, Just leave this matter to me. Outside, the two sat facing each other. The president inquired, So, Commander Ing already knows everything? What do you plan to do now? Ingwu calmly sipped his tea and replied, Get engaged to Assistant Gu, of course. The president immediately voiced his objection. I do not approve of this marriage. But Ing-woo cut him off. I am merely informing the president of this matter, not trying to negotiate for your opinion. The president angrily slammed the table and stood up. He gave all sorts of reasons to persuade and then threaten him. Is Commander Ing trying to negotiate with me so disruptively? But think about it clearly. If you really want to marry Gu Weilon, I'm afraid the Gu family will not have an easy time in Anqing from now on. Ing-woo smiled and replied, Mr. President, you are mistaken. I'm not negotiating with you. He calmly continued, Since I took office, the army under my command has taken the lives of countless enemies for the Federal Empire every year. The number of times I've been deployed to battle is the highest in the Federal Army. The reason I'm reviewing these matters with you, Mr. President, is in the hope that you will understand a little better. Ing-woo's voice continued, As long as the Federal Empire still needs me to eliminate foreign enemies, you, Mr. President, have no standing to negotiate these matters with me, and even less right to interfere with my freedom of marriage. Ing-woo lightly touched the gun at his hip. His voice continued to ring out. If the president cannot agree, then this is the only way. Seeing the muzzle of the gun before him, a chill ran down his spine. He asserted, If the president does not agree, then you will only have the option of leaving your life behind. Gu Weilon obediently followed Ing-woo's instructions, sitting on the swing, waiting for him to return. When she grew tired and dozed off, her head tilted to one side. A hand reached out to support Gu Weilon's face. Ing-woo walked over and called gently, Assistant Gu. Gu Weilon looked up and said gratefully, Thank you, Commander Ing, for rescuing me and for making up such a lie. She told herself, I can't mess things up during this time. Ing-woo smiled and held out a piece of paper. He advised her not to be so formal. Assistant Gu, take a look at what this is. Gu Weilon raised her eyes to look at the paper Ing-woo had just handed her. Gu Weilon realized, this is all the sealed data from Ing-woo's first sensitive period. He looked at her expression with amusement and spoke softly. Assistant Gu must be very curious how I obtained this sealed document, right? I broke directly into the secret room of the experimental base. Before Gu Weilon's eyes, a scene of Ing-woo smashing the door of the secret lab room appeared. She thought to herself, I thought it was some clever trick to get the people at the experimental base to unlock it, but it turns out this guy just used brute force to solve the problem. Gu Weilon looked away. Ing-woo gently turned her face back to face him. His voice became stern as he asked, So, does Assistant Gu have nothing to say to me? Gu Weilon looked at his face, flustered. She asked herself in confusion, It seems all my previous worries were for nothing. Can I trust him? She spoke with a hint of teasing. Congratulations, Commander, on finding that secret lover. Ing-woo released his hand, sighed, and asked, These past few days, Assistant Gu has been mocking me, teasing me, having a lot of fun, haven't you? Gu Weilon poked her own cheek and replied, Actually, not at all. Ing-woo asked again seriously. Then the child Assistant Gu is pregnant with his mind. She smiled and replied, Of course not. Looking at his face, Gu Weilon suddenly had a thought. He looks so cute when he's serious. I can't help but want to tease him a little. Gu Weilon gently kicked his leg and said with a smile, I'm pregnant with a secret lover's child. Then she added a reminder. I seem to remember the commander once said he wanted to break that secret lover's legs, right? The space seemed to freeze. Ing-woo went from being on the offensive to being speechless. Gu Weilon kicked his leg again, making Ing-woo's face turn even redder. His face flushed as he let out a sharp breath. Ing-woo forcefully grabbed Gu Weilon's leg. His face was sincere as he requested, Go ahead and hit me now. Gu Weilon asked, half doubting, half serious, Are you being serious or not? Yet he said sincerely, Assistant Gu, break my legs now, so I can feel that it's real. Hearing this, she let out a gasp of astonishment. In the end, she didn't understand and thought, Wait, he's so directly and frankly admitting he's the secret lover, which in turn is making me a little flustered. Gu Weilon advised him, How about we keep the legs for now? Ing-woo insisted stubbornly, Then you have to at least hit me once. Gu Weilon held her head, confused. What on earth does the great Commander Ing think about all day? Ing-woo pressed her hand to his cheek and expressed, Assistant Gu, I feel like this isn't real right now. Gu Weilon's heart pounded, and she wondered, Is he nervous right now? Gu Weilon's hand gently caressed Ing-woo's face. She presented him with the hard evidence. But didn't the commander already break into the secret room of the experimental base? You even got the related evidence. So what are you still anxious about? He pointed to himself and declared, I have proof that the child in Assistant Gu's belly is mine. Suddenly, Ingwu leaned down and called, Assistant Gu. Gu Weilon asked him puzzled, Commander, what are you trying to do? He cleared his throat and shyly proposed, Assistant Gu, I want to touch your belly. I hope you can obey your superior's order. Gu Weilon smiled and replied, but I've never seen an assistant who had to show their belly to a superior on command. Only a perverted superior would give such an order. Don't you think so, Commander? Ingwu pouted with jealousy. He looked at Gu Weilon's hands cradling her belly and thought to himself, those two hands get a hold her pregnant belly and our child every day. He said sadly, I've never touched it before. Seeing this expression on Ingwu's face, Gu Weilon immediately felt cheerful, sighing inwardly. His face is just too adorable. Gu Weilon placed his hand on her belly and said with a smile, Go ahead and touch it. Ingwu slowly touched Gu Weilon's belly. He was careful with every movement, as if afraid of making her uncomfortable, each action clearly showing his cherish for Gu Weilon. And the baby, Ingwu kept his hand still until it trembled. He didn't dare to move an inch. Gu Weilon was both touched and surprised, thinking to herself, if I told anyone about this, no one would believe it. A dignified commander being so timid and cowardly. She gently touched his hand and asked, Still can't feel it? The baby is right here. Then she took his hand and guided it down to the baby's position. Ingwu tensed up as he felt it. After a moment, he exclaimed, It's really not bad. Gu Weilon smiled and asked, What do you mean, not bad? Ingwu praised, as expected of Assistant Gu's child. Gu Weilon asked worriedly, The commander is already making such guesses from just a little bit. What if later on? Seeing Ingwu's pouting face, she didn't know what else to say. Ingwu leaned down and pressed his ear to her belly. His every action surprised Gu Weilon even more. She never expected the commander could be so gentle. She stroked his head and asked worriedly, Commander Ing, was the federal president very angry just now? This time, Commander Ing has surely offended the federal president, right? Ingwu looked up and replied, Assistant Gu, you're wrong. It was he who offended me. Gu Weilon slowly thought things over. It was true that no one was more capable of protecting the country than him. It was just that at the time, I didn't dare to bet that Ingwu would offend the president for my sake, which is why I decided to hide it. Thinking this, she said worriedly, but I'm still pregnant, and the president will make things difficult for the baby then. And also, hearing this, Ingwu stood up and said loudly, So you're saying, Assistant Gu, that you deceived me for so long because you were afraid of what would happen if I knew the child's identity. It was because you were afraid the president would make a move, right? Gu Weilon replied, Yes, that was my worry. Ingwu turned away in a sulk. Gu Weilon, confused, asked herself, Is he angry? Is he hinting that he wants me to comfort him? Gu Weilon reached out her hand and called, Commander. She took hold of Ingwu's hand and called softly, Commander. Ingwu maintained his sulky attitude towards her, all because she didn't trust that he would protect her and their child, and even let him become the terrible secret lover. Gu Weilon slipped her arms down. She hugged the man in front of her from behind, whispering soothingly, I was wrong about this. I shouldn't have hidden it from you for so long. Ingwu blushed shyly, his heart rejoicing as he thought, She actually took the initiative to hug me? Ingwu turned to look at her. He pulled Gu Weilon closer and called to her. Come here. Ingwu questioned her. Assistant Gu, you've been by my side for 2 years, yet you still don't trust me? Hearing this, she faltered and turned away. Gu Weilon coaxed him sweetly. I won't be like that next time. Ingwu picked at her words. You still want there to be a next time? With a single familiar motion, Gu Weilon was in Ingwu's arms. Ingwu said slyly, Didn't Assistant Gu really want to deceive me? He smiled and affirmed to Gu Weilon, Right now, I want the entire nation to know about our marriage. Ingwu set her down. Gu Weilon asked, confused, Why did you bring me to the starship? Ingwu explained as if it were the most obvious thing. Now that I know Assistant Gu is pregnant with my child, does Assistant Gu still want to stay here? Gu Weilon smiled and asked him back, Isn't it very nice here? Ingwu pouted again and leaned down to say, Where does that leave me? Your fiancé? Does Assistant Gu want outsiders to laugh at her fiancé? She made an excuse, but I haven't packed my things yet. Ingwu turned in the opposite direction, saying he would go get them for her. Ingwu walked into the villa and ordered the maid, Pack up all of Gu Weilon's things. The maid replied, Yes, sir. Zhu Jin approached and asked, "You want to take Assistant Gu with you?" Ing Wu replied, as if it were obvious, "She is now pregnant with my child." Zhu Jin looked at her son, thinking with a bit of annoyance. "Look at him, his tail is about to stick up to the sky." She said that she knows Commander Ying's actions today are tantamount to openly confronting the federal president. From now on, whatever happens, you solve it yourself. Don't involve Gu Weilan and her family. Ing Wu turned and affirmed to his mother, "You don't need to remind me of this." And that's right. I need to formally visit the Gu family, and I've already looked it up. For things like this, it's only proper for the man's parents to go. He turned and spoke softly to Zhu Jin, "So, I don't care if you're willing or not. You must go that day." Zhu Jin smiled faintly and mused. It seems this son of mine truly values Gu Weilan. He wants to give her all the proper etiquette and respect. Compared to that federal president, they are indeed two completely different people. Zhu Jin only replied, "I will definitely be there." She turned away and then added with difficulty, "Also, there is one more thing I must tell you in advance. The year before I gave birth to you, I had another child, but because of a failed differentiation, it became neither human nor demon, so it was exiled to Hellstar." Ing Wu was quite surprised, but he understood Zhu Jin's words and her worries. Ing Wu's mother turned to remind him again. "It recently crossed the border and returned to the country. Its health is unknown. It's not guaranteed whether it will look for you after returning. So in short, be vigilant yourself, and especially, you must protect your future wife well." Ing Wu prepared to leave, replying, "I know." After arriving at Ing Wu's private villa, Ing Wu worriedly reminded Gu Weilan, "Why don't you go inside and rest first?" She looked around. In the end, after going in a circle, she had returned here. Gu Weilan received a call from her mother and immediately answered it. Her mother worriedly asked her daughter, "My dear, your father and I saw the Starnet news. Didn't your father say the engagement was just decided today? Why did Commander Ing announce the news so quickly?" Gu Weilan turned to asking Wu, "Honey, what announcement and news?" Gu Weilan answered her mother's call, "Mom, I know now. I'll call you back later. I'm hanging up now." She turned and took Ing Wu's hand to ask, "Commander, why did you really broadcast this to the whole nation?" Gu Weilan thought to herself, "I thought the thread in the rose garden was a joke. I really didn't expect him to act so quickly." He gently pressed on Gu Weilan's shoulders to make her sit down and expressed, "I said I was punishing Assistant Gu. Did Assistant Gu still think I was just kidding?" Ing Wu's mood suddenly dropped. He confided in Gu Weilan, "But you know, I suddenly feel very troubled." Ing Wu explained that he was troubled because he didn't know whether to call her baby Assistant Gu or my beloved wife Assistant Gu in the future. He turned and hugged Gu Weilan, exclaiming cheerfully, "I like both of these forms of address very much. Assistant Gu, do you prefer me to call you baby or wife?" Gu Weilan coughed in embarrassment, advising him that these things should be decided after the engagement. Looking at Ing Wu's smug and happy face, Gu Weilan realized something. "What on earth am I saying? Isn't this a disguised admission that I agree to get engaged to him?" Ing Wu looked at her with amusement and replied slowly, "That works too." Ing Wu lightly touched the screen, displaying the images he wanted to show her. He asked Gu Weilan, "So, Assistant Gu, take a look and see which planet's environment you like, so I can take you there for your prenatal care." Gu Weilan asked doubtfully, "You want to change planets for prenatal care?" Ing Wu hummed in agreement, "Because I think this place at the Ing family mansion is too small." He pointed to a planet and asked for her opinion. "What do you think of this planet? But the air is quite humid." Gu Weilan flicked her face and advised him, "Commander, I still think this place is quite good. There's really no need to change." Ing Wu said in a stern, serious tone, "No, that won't do." Suddenly, Gu Weilan clutched her stomach in discomfort. Ing Wu's face paled as he rushed over to ask her, "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable somewhere?" Ing Wu urgently said to Gu Weilan, "We're going to the hospital right now." Gu Weilan gently stopped him, explaining, "There's no need to go to the hospital for this. It's just a fetal disturbance." Ing Wu was still very worried. He asked her, "Assistant Gu, will this fetal disturbance affect you?" He was still holding his future wife in his arms. Gu Weilan reassured him, "Don't worry, it's fine. Everyone who is pregnant goes through this stage." Ing Wu still said impatiently, "But Assistant Gu is pregnant with my child. This situation is very special, so we can't just ignore it like this." He placed Gu Weilan on a chair, his hand still on her shoulder as he announced, "Wait for me a moment, I need to make a call." The haggard face of the lab doctor appeared. He looked disheveled as he spoke. "Hello, Commander." The doctor cursed inwardly. "He just finished smashing my secret room. What does this leader want to cause a fuss about now?" Ing-woo smugly asked the doctor, "Have you seen the news on the Starnet?" causing Gu Weilon to shyly cover her face. The doctor immediately replied, "I just saw it. Congratulations, Commander." The doctor wondered, did he call me just to tell me this? Well, I still have to clean up the mess he just made. Ing-woo said seriously, "All right, I accept your congratulations. I called today to tell you that Assistant Gu just had a fetal disturbance. I want to bring her for a checkup tomorrow, so get all your machines ready." Then he hung up. Gu Weilon asked doubtfully, "Commander, what are you planning to do tomorrow?" Ing-woo rubbed her shoulder and replied, "Assistant Gu, just wait a moment. I still have one more call to make." Ing-woo instructed the person on the other end of the line, "All of tomorrow's matters are to be postponed." The subordinate on the other end repeatedly replied, "Yes, yes." He added with satisfaction, "Good, let's do that. Assistant Gu is about to throw a tantrum. I need to go with her." Gu Weilon's expression changed with every word. From Ing-woo. Ing-woo happily turned to announce, "All done. I've finished my calls." Gu Weilon said with a serious face, "I never throw tantrums, Commander." Ing-woo put on a face that said he understood everything. "Your thoughts and your hardships." He then carried Gu Weilon forward. He boasted to her, "I've studied all the precautions for pregnancy more than 10 times. Right now, Assistant Gu is at a rather critical stage of pregnancy. You'll feel much more insecure than before." Ing-woo placed a kiss on Gu Weilon's forehead and soothed her gently. "I was on the phone for so long just now. It must have made Assistant Gu feel neglected. It's very normal for you to feel that way. I will definitely be more careful in the future." Gu Weilon looked helplessly at Ing-woo's self-interpreting face. She wondered, where did he get that conclusion? Those 2 calls combined didn't even last a minute. At the best hospital in the experimental center, Gu Weilon was brought by Ing-woo for a checkup. The baby inside her belly, seen on the screen, was small and round, looking extremely cute. The doctor came to inform Gu Weilon, "The results show that all the data is very normal. Both baby and mother are very healthy." Gu Weilon looked up and smiled, thanking her. "Thank you for your hard work." As Ing-woo walked with Gu Weilon in the hospital lobby, he saw a person discreetly cloaked in black. Judging by the height, it was likely a man. His face immediately darkened. Ing-woo recognized the scent of his own kind, a truly disgusting scent. Ing-woo pressed Gu Weilon's entire body against the wall, shielding her. He told himself, as well as the other person, "Don't come near her. Don't take her away." Gu Weilon noticed Ing-woo's unusual behavior. She asked, "Commander, what was wrong with you just now?" Ing-woo didn't answer, but immediately pulled her into his arms. Gu Weilon wrapped her arms around him and rubbed his back. She asked, "Did something happen?" Ing-woo held her tightly, inhaling her scent, a scent that was truly reassuring. He rested his chin on Gu Weilon's shoulder. Ing-woo told himself, "She is my fiancée now. I absolutely shouldn't hide anything from her." Ing-woo recounted to her, "Yesterday, Zhu Jin told me something. I have an older brother from an incubus who had a failed differentiation. Just now, I think I smelled his scent." Gu Weilon asked worriedly, "So what does the commander plan to do now?" Ing-woo said, "He is definitely hiding in the shadows right now. I must investigate his specific location." Ing-woo leaned down and kissed Gu Weilon. He instructed her, "Go home and rest first. I'll come home to you as soon as I'm done." Gu Weilon obediently replied, "Okay." Night fell, but the warm light of the villa still illuminated the area. Ing-woo walked inside. As he walked, he loosened his tie. His tired body made him realize, why does my body temperature feel a bit high? Am I running a fever? He pushed open the door and went into the room, seeing Gu Weilon already lying peacefully in bed. She was wearing comfortable clothes, sleeping under the covers, looking incredibly peaceful. Ing-woo took out a folded piece of paper. The content inside was information about the failed incubus experiment. Ing-woo looked at Gu Weilon with a gentle smile. He thought to himself, she even helped me look into these things. He leaned down and placed a light kiss on his beloved's cheek. Ing-woo thought, my fiancée is always like this, always acting willful with me on the outside. But on the inside, she is warm bit by bit. Ing-woo loosened his clothes, comfortably lying down on the bed and hugging Gu Weilon. The next morning at Ing-woo's Ing family mansion, Gu Weilon slowly opened her eyes. She said to herself, he actually likes me this much, caring for me in every little way. She sat up and turned to look behind her, searching for his figure. Suddenly, she heard the sound of crying from behind. Gu Weilon was startled and surprised. What is that sound? Ing-woo sat huddled and trembling. Two horns and a tail appeared. Ing-woo cried and trembled, taking his tail in his hand and biting it lightly, sobbing as he called out, "Baby, baby." Gu Weilon was worried. She wondered why he had suddenly gone into heat. Gu Weilon approached worriedly and asked, "Ing-woo, what's happening?" Ing-woo was still holding his tail, his tear-streaked face turning to look at Gu Weilon with a sob. His expression was as if the whole world was bullying him. Gu Weilon wondered in confusion. Why is he trembling like that? Did I do something wrong to him last night? Ing-woo was like a bullied child, huddled and trembling in a corner. The more she asked, the more pitiful he looked. Ko Weilon came forward to take Eung-ho's tail. She asked him with concern, "What happened?" "Eung-ho, let go of your tail first. Tell me everything, okay?" Eung-ho took his tail and turned away in a huff. Ko Weilon was left dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. It was as if a dark cloud was over his head. Eung-ho once again sobbed in a corner. Now, a dark cloud gradually appeared over Ko Weilon's head, just like his. Ko Weilon walked over and opened her arms. She suggested, "Eung-ho, can you come here and give me a hug?" Eung-ho obediently extended his arms to hug Ko Weilon. His face was right in front of her chest. His face grew redder and redder. Eung-ho reached out his hand. Ko Weilon realized something and immediately backed away. Eung-ho's hand reached for the soft spot on Ko Weilon's body, but was blocked and dodged by her. His face immediately darkened, and he burst into tears. Eung-ho held his face and walked away with tears streaming down. He wailed, "Bao Bao is avoiding me. Bao Bao doesn't need me anymore." Ko Weilon was surprised and called out Eung-ho's name loudly. Eung-ho ran straight into the closet and rummaged through things, making a mess to her confusion. Eung-ho angrily packed his clothes into a suitcase. Ko Weilon stood at the door with her arms crossed, confused. She asked him in confusion, "What are you trying to do?" Eung-ho replied resentfully, "I want to run away from home." Ko Weilon looked at the suitcase and pointed, reminding him, "But it seems you've packed the wrong clothes. Those are my clothes." Eung-ho ignored her words. He focused on putting things into the suitcase. Then he rolled around, hugging her suitcase of clothes and throwing a tantrum. "Bao Bao, don't you dare touch my things." Ko Weilon was angry. She thought, he's acting really strange this morning. Is he doing this on purpose to provoke me? She crossed her arms and stepped aside, telling him firmly, "All right, then you should go." Hearing this, Eung-ho felt aggrieved. He asked Ko Weilon pitifully, "Bao Bao, aren't you going to stop me?" Eung-ho walked away holding the still unlatched suitcase, clothes falling out. He sulkily squeezed past Ko Weilon and went outside. The sky was dark with wind, rain, and roaring thunder. Ko Weilon looked outside worriedly. She thought of Eung-ho. It's raining like this. I don't know where Eung-ho has gone. She thought anxiously, Eung-ho is currently in his sensitive period, so his thinking isn't very clear. He's in his sensitive period. I shouldn't have been so angry with him. That's right. Ko Weilon anxiously ran into the room. She told herself, No, I have to go find him. She just run to the door, opened it, and called out loudly, Eung-ho, where are you? Ko Weilon's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene outside. Eung-ho was still in a sulking posture, with two horns on his head and his tail held to his lips, with the suitcase he had taken this morning beside him. The rain grew heavier, and suddenly thunder crashed across the sky. Eung-ho was startled with fear. He grabbed his tail and shivered, huddled on the mansion's porch. His tear-streaked face turned back to look at Ko Weilon behind him. Seeing Ko Weilon, he called out resentfully, Bao Bao, and immediately rushed to embrace her tightly. Ko Weilon hugged him, her voice gentle as she asked, Didn't you say you wanted to run away from home? Eung-ho replied in a sobbing voice, I was already 20 meters away from Bao Bao. Where else could Bao Bao want me to go? Ko Weilon caressed his cheek, still confused as she asked Eung-ho, So why were you sulking? What were you sulking about? Eung-ho exclaimed agitatedly, Does Bao Bao have someone else? You don't need me anymore, do you? Bao Bao doesn't play with me anymore. You only like to play with that demon, not with me. I'm really sad. Ko Weilon tried to search her memory, asking herself, what other demon? I haven't been in contact with anyone who is a demon like him. Ko Weilon pondered deeply, then suddenly thought of something. Ko Weilon pointed to her stomach and asked in surprise, Eung-ho, you said another demon. Are you talking about the baby in my belly? Seeing that she understood, Eung-ho nodded happily, his hand still holding his tail. Ko Weilon sighed in understanding. No wonder Eung-ho was crying so tragically this morning. It turns out he was jealous of his own child. Ko Weilon led Eung-ho into the house. She gently took a towel to dry his hair. He gently rubbed Ko Weilon's belly. She repeatedly reminded him of the important fact Ung-ho, this is your child. Ung-ho, this is your child. Ko Vai-lon brought up the past. Do you remember your first sensitive period? We had our baby from that time. Ung-ho's gaze gradually softened as he looked at her belly. In the end, Ung-ho was still stubborn. He spoke sulkily, I don't want it. I only want Bao Bao. Ung-ho threw himself into Ko Vai-lan's arms, whispering resentfully, You are clearly mine, Bao Bao. You are mine alone. Ko Vai-lan patiently patted his head, coaxing him. All right, I know, I remember. Please calm down a little. Ung-ho sobbed. When this baby appears, it will share your love that belongs to me. That can't happen. All of Bao Bao's affection can only belong to me alone. Ko Vai-lan coaxed. I know. I only have you. Ung-ho still asked pitifully, Are you telling the truth? She nodded firmly, letting out a soft mm. Ung-ho rubbed his eyes and replied, I'll go prepare food for Bao Bao now. Bao Bao, be good and wait for me here. Ko Vai-lan had just managed to process it. She had just called out, hey, but Ung-ho had already dashed away. Ko Vai-lan sighed. She wondered why something like this was happening. She thought of something. That's right. Dukkan once said that when pregnant with a mi-ma, one would experience breast engorgement and would need to pump it out. She ran to the closet. Ko Vai-lan considered, oh well, I'll change and go buy a breast pump. Ko Vai-lan looked at the wardrobe. She looked over the items inside the closet. Ko Vai-lan took out an item. She mumbled, It's still really reliable, isn't it? Looking down at the kitchen, Ung-ho was cooking while wearing an apron. Ko Vai-lan was mesmerized. A thought exploded in her head. Save me. The abstinent version of Ung-ho is cooking for me. Ko Vai-lan stood at the edge of the door, admiring Ung-ho. Ung-ho noticed Ko Vai-lan looking at him. His abstinent demeanor immediately shattered. He excitedly rushed over with a plate of food and called out loudly, Bao Bao, are you looking at me? Ung-ho held the plate of food forward, as if to show it off to her. He guided her to the table. Ung-ho happily told her, as if seeking praise, Bao Bao, I cooked according to the instructions. It's all for Bao Bao. Ko Vai-lan looked worriedly at the wound on Ung-ho's hand. She asked loudly with concern, Ung-ho, what happened to you? Ung-ho immediately spoke resentfully, Bao Bao, it hurts so much. They both went to the sofa. Ko Vai-lan examined his hand and asked, Why did you suddenly want to cook for me? Ung-ho expressed sincerely, Because I want to treat you even better, really good to you, so that Bao Bao will remember my good points for a long time. He pursed his lips mischievously and said, That way you will remember me, and won't like the mi-ma brat in your belly anymore. Hearing that, Ko Vai-lan didn't know what to say for a moment. She sighed inwardly. After all this beating around the bush, it turns out he's jealous of the little guy in my belly. Jealous of his own child? Outside, thunder still rumbled. Ko Vai-lan lay on the bed, and her eyes shot open. She sat up uncomfortably, clutching her chest. She worriedly asked herself, why is it starting to hurt more and more? Looking to the side, she didn't see Ung-ho anywhere. Ko Vai-lan asked worriedly, where would he go? It was still raining heavily outside. Ko Vai-lan took an umbrella and left the mansion to find Ung-ho. She wondered, he's not in the room. Did he run outside again? Seeing a familiar figure, Ko Vai-lan called out, Ah, there he is. Ko Vai-lan looked at that figure. She stammered Ung-ho's name. She realized something was different. Wait, something's not right. He's not right. His face was dark. His whole body radiated a murderous aura, and his fingernails had sharpened. Ko Vai-lan immediately walked over and called softly, Ung-ho. Ung-ho gradually came back. He looked at Ko Vai-lan more calmly. No matter what, Ung-ho recognized the person he loved. He came and called Bao Bao. Ko Vai-lan nodded in reply. Let's go back home. Ung-ho took Ko Vai-lan's arm, and the two of them shared an umbrella as they walked into the mansion. Looking at the figures of the two, the person in the black cloak behind them finally smirked. His hand hung loose, letting the rainwater drip down. Outside, thunder rumbled. He happily talked to himself. I've finally found you, my little brother. The two entered the mansion. Ko Vai-lan hugged Ung-ho. She asked him worriedly, Ung-ho, what on earth happened? He buried his face in her embrace and recounted, Bao Bao, just now, a bad person wanted to bully Bao Bao. I scared that person away. Ko Vai-lan asked worriedly, was that person also a mi-ma? Ung-ho looked up and nodded a few times in reply. That's right. I feel really uncomfortable. He must have discovered that my Bao Bao is soft and fragrant. That's why he wanted to snatch my Bao Bao away. She shyly reminded him in a stern voice, Ung-ho, don't talk such nonsense. But in her heart, Ko Vai-lan thought worriedly, I need to talk to Dukkan about this mi-ma issue. Ung-ho anxiously moved closer and asked her cautiously, Then Bao Bao must promise me one thing. Bao Bao must agree to only like me, the mi-ma. Ko Vai-lan thought helplessly, but it's not just the intruder who is a mi-ma. Even your child is too. I can't let its father have such great hostility towards it. Ko Vai-lan went and turned on the TV to a documentary about the life of a Mima. She pushed him down onto the chair and instructed, "Ung-ho, be good and watch all of this first." Ko Vai-lan secretly hoped that after watching it, it might awaken his paternal love, and he would no longer be hostile towards his child. The documentary said that expectant mothers carrying a Mima need special attention in a very safe environment. After hearing this, Ung-ho thought anxiously, Bao Bao is about to give birth. If I don't take good care of her, Bao Bao will be in danger. Hearing this, Ung-ho scrambled away on all fours in a tail. He told himself, I must prepare well for Bao Bao. The entire castle was restless all night. If you listen closely, you could hear rustling sounds everywhere. Ko Vai-lan sat up. She wondered what Ung-ho was doing in the middle of the night. She went to look, puzzled, not knowing what he was doing in the middle of the night. She finally found him. Ko Vai-lan saw Ung-ho in his pajamas doing a strange action with something like a feather in his mouth. Ko Vai-lan shouted, "What are you doing, Ung-ho?" Ung-ho's cheeks were slightly pink. He proudly showed her, "I'm making a nest so that Bao Bao can use it when she gives birth." He excitedly came over and took Ko Vai-lan's hand to express himself. "I must make the most beautiful and brilliant nest for my Bao Bao." Ko Vai-lan vaguely realized, Ung-ho is using the Mima's way to treat me. Ung-ho even prepared an empty bag. He explained that, when the time comes, it could be used for the Mima and Bao Bao's belly to sleep in. Ko Vai-lan thought helplessly, can't you treat your own child a little better? Ung-ho patted her to reassure her. All right, Bao Bao, go to sleep now. When you wake up tomorrow morning, there will be a beautiful nest. Tomorrow you can stay in the nest. Ko Vai-lan nodded in compromise with him. She replied, all right, all right. While Ung-ho and Ko Vai-lan were happy, the atmosphere on the other side was as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. Truck-can looked outside worriedly. Ung-ho's Mima older brother was pointing a gun straight at Truck-can, their mother. He threatened her, if you don't want to die, don't act rashly. Truck-can softly called out the name In-hung Bak. She was deeply moved, not expecting to suddenly meet her firstborn child again. In-hung Bak sat down on a long sofa in the living room. He said while cleaning his gun, I still need to investigate a few things. It seems your son's military record is quite extraordinary. This must be the perfect Mima you all wanted, right? Truck-can asked him worriedly, what do you ultimately want to do? He held out his hand and a white tissue, demanding of her, hey, hurry up and bandage my wound for me. Seeing In-hung Bak like this, Truck-can was extremely heartbroken. This was her firstborn child whom she couldn't be with for so many years. Truck-can gently dabbed a cotton swab on In-hung Bak's wound. A flicker of pain crossed his face. After all, this was a child who had never been treated fairly. In-hung Bak raised his hand, looking straight at the wound, and asked Truck-can softly, have you ever bandaged Commander Ung's wound? Truck-can recounted, he has Assistant Ko now. He doesn't need anyone else. In-hung Bak revealed a hint of malice as he praised. Assistant Ko is indeed quite beautiful. In-hung Bak stood up and removed the bandage Truck-can had just wrapped for him. He turned his back and said, remind your Federation president to prepare to receive the gift I have for him. The next morning, Ung-ho just woke up. He let out a rather tired him. Ung-ho then discovered Ko Vai-lan lying completely in his arms. He squinted to get a good look at the person in his arms. He saw a red mark on Ko Vai-lan's neck. Ung-ho called out, assistant company. She then rubbed her eyes and woke up, asking him if he needed anything. Ung-ho angrily pointed at her neck and complained, I haven't even bitten you yet, but you've already let someone else bite that spot? Ko Vai-lan gently rubbed her neck and asked back, why don't you try to say who did it? Ung-ho looked around himself in confusion. He stammered, could it be me? Has my sensitive period started? Ko Vai-lan grabbed Ung-ho's tail. Ung-ho said resentfully, then you shouldn't have agreed either. I don't know what I was like at that time. Assistant company. By doing this, haven't you also betrayed me? She said loudly, a mix of grievance and anger. And now you're blaming me instead. It's fine. Let me help the commander remember. Ko Vai-lan led Ung-ho to a room, had him look inside, and asked, does the commander still remember this? Inside was a nest made of feathers that Ung-ho himself had made during his sensitive period for Ko Vai-lan's future childbirth. Ko Vai-lan said happily to him, this is the nest you personally made for me last night, for me to use during childbirth. Ung-ho blushed and coughed a few times. He suggested, Assistant Ko, let's go outside first and then talk. Ko Vai-lan grabbed Ung-ho's tail, Startling him, she said, "Oh right, there's one more thing." She pointed to a smaller nest nearby and explained, "There's this one too. This is what the commander made for the baby in my belly." Eung-ho felt helpless and embarrassed with himself. He went to pull her and said, "I can explain this. There's too much cotton here. Can we go outside talk?" Ko-vai-lan let out an "oh." She immediately pulled Eung-ho's tail, startling him but making him follow. The two went to the bedside. She sat on it playing with his Mima tail. Eung-ho stood beside her, dotingly stroking Ko-vai-lan's head. He knelt below and expressed, "After my first sensitive period, I went to look up related materials. During my sensitive period, I will be extremely sensitive and insecure, which greatly increases my possessiveness towards you, Assistant Company." Eung-ho took her hand and assured her, "But Assistant Ko doesn't need to worry. In the future, I won't discriminate between you and our child." Ko-vai-lan pulled her hand away. She pouted and replied, "That's not for sure. The commander's sensitive period can happen at any time. This time you made a nest. Next time you'll probably throw out of the house." Hearing this, Eung-ho hesitated and thought. He thought, "This isn't impossible. If it dares to possess my Assistant Ko, this could happen." Seeing him like that, she immediately knew what he was thinking. Ko-vai-lan angrily pulled Eung-ho's tail. She shouted, "You actually dare to think about that? Huh?" Eung-ho immediately rushed over to coax his future wife. "That's not it. Honey, I'll think of a way to solve this problem." Ko-vai-lan stood up and said, "The commander can take his time thinking. I'm giving birth in another month." Ko-vai-lan stood up to go outside. Eung-ho's tail immediately wrapped around her hand, holding her back. Ko-vai-lan turned back confused and asked Eung-ho, "What else do you want to do?" He stood up and looked straight at Ko-vai-lan, expressing, "Assistant Ko, I don't know why, but when my sensitive period starts, I can't leave you at all." Ko-vai-lan turned and replied, "I understand, but Commander, I'm just going to take a quick shower." Eung-ho asked pitifully, "Then can Assistant Ko be quick?" She didn't answer and went straight to the door, slamming it shut. Inside the bathroom, Ko-vai-lan was wrapped in a towel. She thought to herself, "Eung-ho is bothering me so much just now, it made me forget to bring my clothes inside." Looking at the now empty laundry basket, Ko-vai-lan, wrapped in just a bath towel, wanted to go out, thinking, "He's probably gone downstairs to wait for me. It should be fine if I go get them myself, right?" Ko-vai-lan had just taken a few steps out of the bathroom. Before she could get far, she ran into Eung-ho, who was nearby. Because the floor was still wet, Ko-vai-lan took a few steps back to avoid Eung-ho and slipped. Eung-ho immediately rushed to catch his fiancée. Ko-vai-lan shyly averted her eyes from Eung-ho. Eung-ho looked down, and his gaze fell upon her smooth body. Ko-vai-lan followed his gaze and knew where his eyes were on her body. She flusteredly wrapped the towel tightly and ran away. Eung-ho's sharp eyes saw a strange mark on Ko-vai-lan's body. "What is that?" He gently touched that spot on Ko-vai-lan. Eung-ho's hand touched her, and Ko-vai-lan's body trembled slightly. Eung-ho continued to caress that shape on her body. Ko-vai-lan turned to remind Eung-ho, "Stop playing around." Eung-ho moved closer and asked her, "Assistant Ko, is this mark on your back a birthmark?" Ko-vai-lan told him, "I've actually had this birthmark since I was little." Eung-ho gently pulled her into his arms. He whispered a compliment that this birthmark was very beautiful. Ko-vai-lan was uncomfortable. She told him to let her go first. She felt shy and uneasy. Her desire is higher than usual during pregnancy, and he keeps doing things like this. Eung-ho moved closer and closer. He said to her, "Assistant Ko, your belly's gotten bigger again." Ko-vai-lan struggled to compose her voice. "Stop playing around." She screamed inwardly in frustration. "I can't take it anymore. What should I do?" Eung-ho kissed Ko-vai-lan's shoulder and whispered, "Assistant Ko, I know you want it." Ko-vai-lan was startled to hear that. Eung-ho pulled off her bath towel. He pulled her close and placed a kiss on her lips. Eung-ho whispered, "Let me help you feel comfortable now." The two of them passionately moved closer to each other. The atmosphere grew hotter and hotter. Ko-vai-lan raised her hand to pull Eung-ho even closer. The originally humid and cool air of the bathroom became hotter than ever because of the two of them. After a long while, Eung-ho carried Ko-vai-lan into the room. Ko-vai-lan blamed him. "It's all your fault. You could be a troublemaker, but there are limits." Eung-ho placed her on the bed. He smiled and admitted his guilt. "It's all my fault. I am guilty." He put on Ko-vai-lan's hand. She wondered, is this a bracelet? Isn't this an extremely precious and rare item? to be given to me so easily? Eung-ho explained to her more clearly. I have tested this star bracelet. It can resist the attacks of an ordinary Manhwa. Although I am very confident that I can protect Bao Bao well. Just in case, Bao Bao must wear this star bracelet. Ko Vai-lan asked Eung-ho suspiciously. Is the commander planning something? Eung-ho did not hide it and told her. I have figured out a few things. My older brother's name is In-hung Bak. He has his own mercenary team that is quite powerful on Hellstar. Recently, he also joined an unknown organization related to the Dark Domain. I am still investigating the specifics. Ko Vai-lan looked into the distance and asked him, So, Commander, are you suspecting that In-hung Bak is colluding with the Dark Domain? If that's true, what will you do? Then, Eung-ho took her hand and said, My previous bottom line was the security risk to the Empire. Eung-ho gently kissed her hand and continued, But now my bottom line has expanded. It's Assistant Ko's safety too. Ko Vai-lan was made to blush by his actions and words. Eung-ho patted her head and instructed, I have to go back to the military for a meeting later. You must be good and rest here. I'll be back with you tonight. Ko Vai-lan snuggled into the blanket. She compromised with him. I know, you should go now. Eung-ho turned and walked out. She also lay peacefully in the blanket. Ko Vai-lan obediently lay in the room. In that gloomy and dark domain, a little girl on a white horse rode slowly in the dark domain. Ko Vai-lan seemed to see that scene, seeing the scenery of the dark domain and this child. She observed and thought, this little girl is not human. The little girl spoke. Not here, not over there either. None of them are him. I probably can't find him. Ko Vai-lan approached with good intentions and said, Little sister, what are you looking for? Can I help you? Suddenly a loud voice called out, Vai-lan, it's time to go home. The little girl didn't look up. She spurred her horse towards the voice and replied, Coming. The little girl rode her horse straight ahead in the dark domain. Ko Vai-lan stood there wondering. That child, she has the same name as me. Ko Vai-lan's eyelashes trembled uncomfortably. In her room at the Eung family mansion, a figure slowly appeared. In-hung Bak looked at Ko Vai-lan, sleeping uncomfortably. On the bed, he moved closer to look at her. In-hung Bak came closer and reached out his hand, then touched the star bracelet that Ko Vai-lan was wearing. In-hung Bak pulled his hand back. He thought to himself, this little brother of mine really still likes to use these kinds of toys. In-hung Bak gently touched Ko Vai-lan's face and assessed. So this is the girl he likes. Likes her so much that he wants to announce it to the entire Federation. In-hung Bak assessed Ko Vai-lan. She's so beautiful. My little brother's taste is really not bad. He thought with resentment. His life has always been so smooth, successfully transformed into a Mima. Successfully became an A-level commander of the Federation, and now he's successfully marrying the person he likes. In-hung Bak admired Ko Vai-lan and wondered, but on what basis for all of this? He thought viciously, I have to make this little brother suffer a bit. Looking at Ko Vai-lan again, In-hung Bak thought further. Making my brother suffer could be, for example, snatching away the person he likes. The curtains of Ko Vai-lan's room window fluttered gently in the wind. Ko Vai-lan was still sleeping restlessly. Her lips moved as she mumbled, Who are you? Who are you? Gu Wei-lan's eyes flew open with start. She cried out in alarm. Was it a dream? Why did this dream feel so real? Gu Wei-lan let out an uncomfortable grunt. Looking at her birthmark, Gu Wei-lan thought, the birthmark has gotten bigger. The shape of these wings seems to be the same as the wings of the little girl in the dream. Father Gu and Mother Gu knocked on the door from outside. Mother Gu's voice asked with concern, Bao Bao, are you awake? From outside the door, a voice drifted in. Your mother and I have come to visit you. Gu Wei-lan replied, Yes, Mom, Dad, please come in. Mother Gu sat down and asked her Bao Bao, How's your body been lately? Are you too tired? Gu Wei-lan smiled and replied, Not at all. I'm fine. Not tired at all. She turned to ask her parents with concern, Mom, Dad, do you know if I have a wing-shaped birthmark on my back? I also dreamed a girl. She had wings just like this too. Gu Wei-lan hesitated for a moment, then said, About this, are you two hiding something from me? Father Gu hesitantly replied, Bao Bao, actually your mother and I do have a few things we've hidden from you. He recounted, many years ago, when your mother and I just gotten engaged. One time, We were taking a private starship back to the first star when we encountered a mechanical failure, and the starship fell straight from the sky. We both thought we would lose our lives in that crash, but unexpectedly, we woke up at the edge of a forest completely unharmed. Gu Weilan asked in confusion, "How is that possible?" Mother Gu continued, "It's true, your father and I couldn't believe it at the time either. After we calmed down, we discovered that you, Bao Bao, were standing in front of us." She recalled, "At that time, Bao Bao, you seemed to be only 4 or 5 years old, just like a little angel." Although we were also very confused, we were certain that the one who saved us was you, Bao Bao. Her father Gu added, "Your mother and I originally planned to ask a few questions, but you quickly fell into a coma. You also had a relentless high fever, so we could only take you back with us. By the time you woke up, you couldn't remember anything." The two continued to explain to her, "Since Bao Bao couldn't remember anything, we could only raise you by our side. Bao Bao, although your mother and I hid these things from you, we never had any intention of harming you. We have always treated you as our own biological daughter." Gu Weilan grew more and more confused as she processed each piece of information. Gu Weilan held her head and said, "Mom, my head is a mess right now. I want to go to the restroom for a bit first." Her mother immediately went to support her daughter and replied, "All right, let me help you there." Gu Weilan went inside the restroom. She splashed water on her face to clear her head, her mind in turmoil. "So, the person in the dream really was me? No way. Does that mean I'm non-human?" Gu Weilan wondered doubtfully, then what? She looked in the mirror, her own face clearly reflected there. Gu Weilan asked herself, "Then who on earth am I?" Her birthmark gradually changed color. Gu Weilan also noticed it. She asked herself, "Why is this happening?" Her birthmark fell off, and Gu Weilan collapsed in pain. Wings sprouted from her back. Gu Weilan screamed in pain. Her ears also gradually became pointed. Gu Weilan gasped for breath. She was very confused and in a lot of pain. Looking at herself in the mirror, she asked in anguish, "Who on earth is this? Why am I like this?" She gently touched her ear with her hand. Gu Weilan clutched her stomach in pain. She writhed, holding her abdomen. Her wings also gradually retracted. Gu Weilan tremblingly called Ing Wu. The other end of the line answered, "Hello." Gu Weilan suppressed the pain and said, "Ing Wu, can you come back right now? I think I'm about to go into labor." Gu Weilan was immediately taken to the best hospital in the Federal Empire. Ing Wu ran over worriedly, his voice urgent as he called, "Wifey, wifey." Ing Wu ran to the hospital bed and took Gu Weilan's hand. He reassured her, "Wifey, I'm here, don't worry, I will always be by your side." Gu Weilan softly repeated, "Wifey," as countless pieces of information ran through her mind. "This is the first time I've heard him call me wifey. All the previous anxiety seems to have vanished." The doctor, ready to help Gu Weilan give birth, came over to remind Ing Wu, "Commander, please wait outside. If anything happens, I will inform you immediately." The delivery room door closed immediately. The clock kept ticking, time seeming to move much slower than usual. Father and Mother Gu sat outside, while Ing Wu paced anxiously in front of the delivery room door. He muttered, "Why isn't she out yet?" Hearing screams from inside, something seemed to explode in Ing Wu's head. Ing Wu yelled, "Wifey," and tried to rush into the delivery room. Father and Mother Gu immediately ran to stop him. They persuaded him, "Commander, please don't be rash. Just wait a little longer." Ing Wu slammed his hand on the door and cursed, "Damn it." The sound of a baby crying came from inside. Mother Gu said joyfully, "She gave birth, she gave birth." The doctor came out to announce, "Commander, the madam and the child are both safe, but the child's situation is a bit hard to explain." Ing Wu didn't listen anymore and went directly into the delivery room to check the situation. Ing Wu gently stroked Gu Weilan's face. Without turning back, he asked, "Professor Bai Luo, didn't you say my wife would be fine?" The doctor explained, "Commander, the madam has just given birth and her body is weak, so she is temporarily in a coma. As long as she recuperates, her recovery will not be a problem." Ing Wu kissed the back of her hand. He called out silently, "Wifey, you've worked hard." The nurse pushed the baby's cart in and said, "Professor Bai Luo, after an examination, the baby's body has no problems at all. It's just..." Ing Wu asked the nurse, "Just what?" Father and Mother Gu looked at their grandchild and exclaimed, "How can this be?" A baby lay in the cradle, with wings on its back and hair color like Gu Weilan's. but its face and the two horns on its head looked exactly like Ingwu. Ingwu walked over to see, thinking emotionally, this is the crystallization of my love with Vivi. He touched the baby's face, and their child let out an adorable wah sound. Ingwu asked Professor Bai Luo in confusion, "So what's going on?" Bai Luo explained, "We have examined the madam's body and found that her genes are different from ordinary people, so the baby has certainly inherited some of the mother's special genetic traits." Ingwu went to look at his child, thinking to himself, so these beautiful elven hands and these cute elven wings, did wifey quietly hide them from me? This baby is just too adorable. If wifey sees what the baby looks like, what will she think? He thought anxiously, what if wifey sees the little one and thinks I'm not beautiful and doesn't like me anymore? Ingwu turned to father and mother Gu and said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Vivi still needs to rest. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the baby for now." The grandparents immediately agreed. "All right, then we'll leave Vivi to you." After that, Ingwu returned to the bedroom. He looked at himself seriously in the mirror. Ingwu combed his hair. He then admired the tail behind him. After a while, Ingwu thought with satisfaction, "My features are the most beautiful, the most superior in this entire federal empire, even the most beautiful on all the planets." After coming out, Ingwu found that Gu Weilan had sat up. He immediately ran over nervously to ask, "Wifey, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Gu Weilan said nothing, just gently shook her head. Ingwu thought mischievously, "I have to let wifey see that I am the most beautiful, most noble charm demon." So Ingwu tried his best to exude his charm, while Gu Weilan still showed no reaction at all. Seeing her like this, Ingwu thought awkwardly, this probably isn't enough. He approached, took his wife's hand, and whispered, "There's a lot of experimental data related to charm demons, but there is one point that is not recorded, which only the charm demon itself can know." Ingwu said, "Wifey, that is that a charm demon only loves one person in their entire life. You are my only partner. I will forever be faithful to our marriage." He looked up and asked her, "Wifey, you will also only have me, right?" Ingwu's tail pointed towards Gu Weilan. His tail lifted up in front of Gu Weilan as it had many times before. Her hand took Ingwu's tail, but then she let fall. Ingwu immediately noticed Vivi's attitude is a bit strange. It seems to be extremely... He finally understood. Gu Weilan's attitude seemed very cold. Ingwu took her hand and asked sincerely, "Bao Bao, do you want to see our little treasure?" Our baby not only inherited the characteristics of a charm demon, but also, before Ingwu could finish, Gu Weilan let go of his hand. She just said one curt sentence, "Sleepy." Ingwu was still very indulgent and compromised. Okay, then Bao Bao should rest first. Let's talk again after Bao Bao is no longer tired. Okay. Ingwu immediately tucked Gu Weilan in. Ingwu told himself, while wifey is fast asleep, I must take the opportunity to ask Professor Bai Luo what on earth is going on. Ingwu walked to a far corner to keep it quiet for her and called Professor Bai Luo. "Professor, are you free right now? I have something I want to ask you." On the other end of the line, the professor replied, "I'm free, Commander. Just come over. While you're at it, take some supplements back for Miss Gu Weilan." Just as Ingwu closed the door and stepped out, Gu Weilan, lying on the bed, immediately opened her eyes. She moved her finger slightly. Instantly, a passageway leading somewhere appeared in the hospital room. From the other side, a voice called the name Weilan. The voice from the other side kept calling the name Weilan. Hearing it, Gu Weilan's mind became hazy, and a strong internal struggle ensued. Gu Weilan then passed through the passageway. The passageway disappeared instantly after she entered it, leaving no trace behind. On Ingwu's side, he held the supplements and replied to Professor Bai Luo, "All right, I roughly understand. Please send the rest to me via the static ring. I'm heading back now." The professor watched his figure dash away and helplessly reached out, thinking to himself, we only discussed for 4 minutes, and he's already so eager to get back to his wife's side. He misses her already? What will he do when he goes to the battlefield in the future? He walked past the guards, who were also flustered and embarrassed. Ingwu entered Gu Weilan's hospital room. Ingwu looked around in shock, shouting in a loud voice, "Where is she?" The 2 guards outside immediately ran in and reported breathlessly, "Commander, we really never saw Assistant Gu leave." The person next to him chimed in, "That's right, we didn't even blink and we didn't see anyone." Ingwu immediately made a call and ordered, "Quickly gather everyone and search the entire base. Even if you have to turn every place upside down, you must find her for me." The person on the other end immediately replied, "Roger that." and took action. He walked to the window, flung it open, and looked down. Below, Ingwu thought, why would she suddenly disappear like that? Is she in some kind of danger, or does she not need me anymore? On a starship speeding through the galaxy, a subordinate reported to Rong Bai. Brother Rong, I heard that Gu Weilan has completely disappeared. The entire La Gong, including the military and the command headquarters, is in an uproar searching for her. He listened and replied, during this time, unless I order it, tell the people on Hell Planet not to come looking for me. Okay. Rong Bai looked at the weapon in his hand. The subordinate saw Rong Bai's action and immediately asked in alarm, Brother Rong, what are you planning to do? Rong Bai replied, you'll know in a moment. Hurry up and go to the Dark Realm. In the Dark Realm, Gu Weilan was like the child from that year, riding a horse, but now she was grown up. She looked around and scoffed to herself. The air here is mixed and dirty. It's really disgusting. Another path opened up. Ancient Elven Castle. Gu Weilan looked at the castle, and a thought popped in her head. I've arrived. Gu Weilan walked forward and touched the pattern on the castle. She pursed her lips, feeling everything. Gu Weilan's outfit and her entire body manifested naturally. When she entered, a small elf saw her and said joyfully, Master, welcome back. Have you remembered everything from the past? Gu Weilan replied somberly, I haven't remembered everything yet. Gu Weilan asked the little elf worriedly, in the years I was away, did the king of the Dark Realm come to cause trouble for you all? He immediately recounted, he did at first, but a few years ago, the king's government was overthrown. His Highness Yu succeeded to the throne and has not come to the Star City to cause trouble since. Gu Weilan waved her hand and said, all right, you may leave. With that, she walked out. Gu Weilan walked alone to the lake. She went to wash her face with the water. A rustling sound caught her attention. Gu Weilan warily realized something was not normal. A teenager fell from above. Gu Weilan thought doubtfully. Looking at the person again, it was an injured charm demon teenager, but she had no idea this was Rong Bai, who had injured himself to get close to her. Weilan lowered her bow, an arrow, then used the tip of her bow to lift his white tail. Weilan frowned slightly and said, aren't charm demons' tails only black and red? He lowered his head and replied hesitantly, because I'm injured. Then he used his small tail to wrap around Weilan's bow. Can you help me? Hearing this, Weilan sized him up. Then she lifted Rong Bai's chin to assess him. After observing for a moment, she said, the breath of you charm demons is very similar. Actually, it's a bit like his. Rong Bai pushed the bow tip away, turning his face in another direction. No, I don't know. Weilan didn't care anymore and left. Forget it, you can go. But just as she turned to leave, a splashing sound came from behind. Rong Bai had actually crawled to the edge of the stream. His body was unsteady and seemed like it could fall into the water at any moment. He then looked up at Weilan with an extremely pitiful face. Seeing this, she could only sigh helplessly. She recalled her subordinate's words. In recent years, a young charm demon boy has taken refuge in the organization I set up on Hell Planet. His background is quite bleak, and in the past few days, through the effects of medicine, he is slowly differentiated into a normal person, so Master can rest assured. This teenager's identity is very reliable. Our clan can fully use him. In a few days, the Dark Realm will hold a banquet. At that time, the Federal Empire will definitely send people to attend. It is best for Master to choose a reliable attendant to go with you, to ensure your safety. At this point, she asked him, what's your name? He replied with surprise, Rong Bai. My name is Rong Bai. Weilan bent down to look at Rong Bai. Tomorrow, attend the banquet with me. If you perform well, I will keep you. At the same time, on the other side, Ingwu looked at the information worriedly. Where on earth did Vivi go? Why did she suddenly disappear from the world? But before he could analyze, a crying sound came from beside him. The little charm demon baby held its small tail and sobbed. Ingwu worriedly patted the baby. Don't cry. The little baby felt the warmth, snuggled in, and at the same time stopped crying. Ingwu looked at the little bundle in his hand and added, little one, be quiet, don't disturb Daddy's work. But as soon as he finished the sentence, the little baby opened its eyes again, looking at him with teary eyes. Ingwu was a bit impatient. What is it? The little baby rubbed against Ingwu's hand and cooed a few times, at which point he realized, hungry? Wait a minute, Dad hasn't finished investigating yet. The little baby couldn't wait any longer and bit his finger. Ingwu had no choice but to stroke the baby's cheek. All right, I know. A moment later, the little bundle had a supersized milk bottle in its hands, and only then did the little bundle contentedly enjoy its main course. Ingwu could also focus on finding his beloved wife. After being full, the little bundle burped a few times and crawled back onto Ingwu. He then picked up the little bundle. His voice turned a few degrees colder as he warned, "I advise you to be good. You also want to see your mother quickly, right?" The little baby immediately agreed with a happy wah. The star phone simultaneously vibrated. After Ingwu answered, the other side immediately said, "Commander, the detector you released has indeed detected Gu Weilan's fading breath left outside the Dark Realm." Ingwu received the information and said, "Okay, I know." After receiving the news, Ingwu placed the little bundle on the bed. A smile appeared in his eyes as he said, "Dad has to go to the Dark Realm to find his wife." A moment later, with the president, he asked with an annoyed tone, "You want to go find Gu Weilan? Don't you know that place is very dangerous? I don't expect you to lose your life there." Ingwu stubbornly persuaded, "I will go under the pretext of visiting the new king of the Dark Realm, a legitimate reason." The president then thought to himself, "It seems he is determined to go." The president didn't object and stamped the document. "I will contact the new king of the Dark Realm." Then he handed a stack of documents to Ingwu. "Here, and also, I have approved your marriage registration certificate." Looking at the registration paper, Ingwu couldn't hide his happy emotions. "Thank you. It's the marriage certificate for me and Vivi." The president, behind him, watched Ingwu leave, naturally having his own calculations in mind. Gu Weilan is still of great use to the Federation. "It's best that you bring her back, Ingwu." The scene changes to the banquet. Everyone was immersed in the luxurious atmosphere. The new king of the Dark Realm, Dugwa, stood opposite Ingwu and said, "To the eternal peace between Hellstar and the Federal Empire." Ingwu politely replied, "To peace." Ingwu didn't waste a moment, his eyes constantly searching. At the same time, a princess of the Dark Realm, Si-Dir, approached him and greeted him. "I've always heard my brother say that Commander Ing is the greatest threat to the fleets. Meeting Commander Ing today, I feel my brother was very right." Ingwu maintained a cold attitude, put down his wine glass, and said, "Thank you. Excuse me for a moment." Then he walked outside, looking around for Weilan's figure. Suddenly, someone from behind tapped his shoulder, "Commander Ing." Ingwu turned around out of reflex. It was the princess from before. She said again, "Commander Ing has come from afar. You must be tired. How about resting in my courtyard?" Seeing her, Ingwu immediately went into avoidance mode and backed away. He didn't say much and shoved the marriage certificate in her face. "Your Highness the Princess, I am married. I hope you will show some self-respect." Seeing this, she was a bit speechless in her heart. Who carries a marriage certificate with them like this? Thinking this, she crossed her arms in annoyance and retorted, "Commander Ing, forgive me for being blunt. I think a figure like you should find a woman of equal power for a political marriage." Not. But before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off. "Princess Si-Dir, that's just because you don't understand." Suddenly, at that point, he looked at her proudly. "That my wife is outstanding." With that, he triumphantly left, leaving the princess behind, fuming. At this moment, Ingwu sensed something, this aura. A flyer approached from a distance. Ronbai stepped out from it. Seeing the familiar face, Ingwu couldn't help but exclaim, "Ronbai." He then bowed to help. Violin's hand. Ingwu was startled and suspicious when he saw this, because Violin had appeared here, and she came out of a starship with Ronbai. The people around looked at Violin and gossiped. Is that Her Highness Lan who was lost for many years? So beautiful. Now the Dark Realm is divided into two forces. One side is His Highness Du, the other is Her Highness Lan. We'll have to see them compete in the future. Ronbai on this side had also seen Ingwu, clearly a bit smug, seeing the bewildered look on his face. Ingwu really didn't understand. Immediately after, Ronbai took action. When Ingwu saw him leave, he pulled Violin's hand. She looked over, startled. Ingwu frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Come with me." They went to Ingwu's starship. He pressed her against the wall and looked her over. Violin spoke up anxiously first. "The Dark Realm is very dangerous. Why did you come here?" Ingwu leaned in closer and replied, "You tell me. How could you talk like that?" Violin maintained a cold attitude and asked back, "What do you mean?" Ingwu thought to himself, could it be that she has no explanation for abandoning me and our child? Thinking this, he let go of Violin and sighed, I really lose to you." He took off Violin's glove and questioned her in a cold voice. "He held this hand of yours just now, didn't he?" As he washed her hand, he thought to himself, "I won't allow you to be touched by him. I won't allow it." Ingwu carefully washed every bit of Violin's hand. Then he looked at the other hand and uttered with a possessive tone, "This hand too." As he washed, he complained resentfully, "Gu Wei Lan, you're really trying to drive me crazy." A moment later, Violin was finally released by him and dried the water on her hands. The two just looked at each other in silence. Violin touched Ingwu's head again and asked, "Where are your horns?" Ingwu was immediately agitated and grabbed Violin's hand tightly. "Gu Wei Lan, you only remember my horns? Don't you have any explanation?" Violin again asked indifferently, "What do you mean?" Ingwu was at a loss for words for a moment. Ingwu placed his hands on Violin's shoulders and said clearly, "The Dark City is very dangerous. You also know I can't be away from you. So why did you leave without a word?" Violin looked at him and thought to herself, "So this is the reason he's angry." Suddenly she touched the back of her neck, making a tisk sound with a look of discomfort. Ingwu hadn't noticed yet and turned his face away with a bitter smile. Why did I rush over here to find you?" Violin promptly pulled his hand back. She whispered, pointing her neck, "Ingwu, I'm injured here." Hearing that, Ingwu forgot his anger and worriedly examined her. "Injured? What happened?" Violin took his hand and added, "I'm not sure about the specifics. It's just that this place is injured, and I can feel like I've lost something." With that, she lowered her head sadly. Moreover, after knowing he was angry, this unusual feeling became even more obvious. Ingwu looked her over, but still couldn't find anything, wondering her neck doesn't have any wounds at all. His cheeks suddenly flushed as he rejoiced inwardly. "Is she making an excuse to comfort me?" Then he looked at Violin and asked, "Does it hurt?" She shook her head and replied, "It doesn't hurt." No put on a difficult expression and continued, "It's good that you're fine. I'm leaving." Violin immediately stopped him. "Can you not go?" The jealous No started to play hard to get. "Then tell me, why did you want to be with Hung Bak?" Violin answered honestly, "I brought him here today because I have a mission for him to do." No couldn't control his emotions, and his voice rising slightly, grabbed Violin's hand. "He touched your hand." Violin replied calmly, "Then I won't let anyone else touch it from now on." Hearing this, No helplessly held his forehead, looking at her unconcerned appearance. Does she even understand what the key issue is? No moved closer to Violin and asked again, "Gu Violin, I'm asking you one last time, do you remember that we were married?" Violin immediately replied, "I remember." No added, "You even bore a child for me, but you never once looked at the baby. Do you remember?" At the mention of the child, Violin's memory became hazy and she touched her stomach. No then chuckled softly, "You should not remember." He became unexpectedly cold and asked again, "Gu Violin, can you consider my feelings? Do you really still love me?" Violin suddenly froze, looking at him. No didn't say anything more and boarded the spaceship to leave. Just like that, he left for his planet without a second glance at Violin. Violin, for her part, touched the back of her neck in confusion and uttered, "It hurts a little. It feels like something wants to come out from here. I can feel a deep sorrow." At this moment, Violin took out her communication device. The person on the other end immediately said, "Your Highness." Violin immediately continued, "When I left the Federal Empire, I had given birth to a child. Go find materials on the signs of liking someone and similar documents." Gu Violin's Legion commander was surprised. "Ah, Your Highness." But before she could say more, Violin cut her off in a cold voice. "Find them now. I want to learn. I must have lost something. I have to get it back." The next day, on No's planet, early in the morning, someone came to visit, but when No opened the door, he was a little surprised. Seeing it was Violin, he asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" No turned his head away coldly and added, "I think we shouldn't see each other for a while." But in his heart, he was thinking, "Whenever I see her, I can't stay calm." Violin didn't miss the chance and took his hand. Without any change in her tone from beginning to end, she said, No, how is our child now?" No chuckled softly again and continued, "So you finally remember." Violin then intertwined her fingers with No's, making the young man's face light up with joy. Violin calmly pulled him along. "I already told Princess Tudini that I would be entertaining you today. It's okay if I don't remember, right?" From behind, No suddenly pulled her hand back. His voice turned a few shades colder as he held up their intertwined hands. "Is that right? You went to the Shadow City and learned their way of being hospitable to guests." Having said that, No let go of her hand without hesitation. Violin looked at her empty hand, her feelings a bit complicated. Then she looked at him and said, "That's not it. I'm only like this with you." Hearing those words, how could the wife-doting young man resist? In reality, those moves were what Violen had learned from a pile of books. She read and marveled. Oh, so this is what you have to do when you like someone. That is to take the other person's hand. After that is to hug them tightly, accompanied by a loving cheek nuzzle, and even pin them down so they can't resist. The good student Violen summarized it with a classic book closing snap. Okay, very simple, I've learned it.